Chapter 564. On the martial tea gathering, Xiajiqiu had brought the top 3 young warriors from the eastern regions with him. He thought that he would be able to beat all of the top young warriors from the southern regions without having to do anything himself. He had guessed the beginning but could not predict the end. In the beginning, the top 3 young warriors from the eastern regions were indeed unstoppable. First they had beaten Li Shaoyun, then Jing Aoshuan. When it came to Chu Zhongtian, although the situation was not as good as he thought, his defense was way too powerful, and there was nothing that could be done about it. Judging from the surface, even if Chu Zhongtian did not lose, he would still be at an absolute disadvantage. In the end it was Yi Chen's turn. As soon as Yi Chen showed up, he had easily beaten Shadowless Whip Chuanghao and One Blade Ling Luohan. Even someone as powerful as Xiajiqiu had lost to him without being able to fight back. The 4 had come with great power, but they had been forced back, leaving behind the legend of Yi Chen's invincibility. Xiajiqiu knew that without reaching the Sea of Souls realm, he would not be able to train his Demon Chi power spell to a higher level. Therefore it would be hard for him to beat Yi Chen. Therefore, after returning to the eastern regions, he had been training hard, trying his best. Finally, he had reached the Sea of Souls realm half a year ago. In the following half a year he had trained his Demon Chi power spell to the 5th level, which allowed him to increase his battling power by 5 times. Compared to the astral reaching realm, his power was like heaven and earth. After reaching the Sea of Souls realm, Xiajiqiu's confidence had increased drastically. He had been thinking about beating Yi Chen and restoring his glory. But the Sky Martial Pavilion only opened once a year. If he missed this chance he would have to wait for another year. Therefore he planned to go to the pavilion to test his potential first before finding Yi Chen for revenge. What he did not expect was that Yi Chen had also come to the Sky Martial Pavilion. There was no need for him to find him at all. This time I will beat you like a dead dog. Thinking about how he had lost, Xiajiqiu tightened his fists, his face not looking very friendly. This guy is unrepentant and still wants to cause trouble for Yi Chen. Li Shaoyun and Jing Aoshuan sneered. They did not know how powerful Yi Chen was right now, but they knew that he was already so powerful at the astral reaching realm. Wouldn't he be even more powerful after reaching the Sea of Souls realm? The test was fast. Ling Qianhao and Miao Yin also went up to take the test. After a while, the names of the 2 people appeared on the wall. They were respectively 285th and 276th. This was a pretty good ranking. There were so many geniuses on the continent, and it was not easy to be ranked within the top 300 in terms of aptitude. Yi Chen, let's go take the test too. There were fewer and fewer people. Li Shaoyun walked into the testing circle first, followed by Jing Aoshuan. Yi Chen nodded and walked into one of the 10 testing circles. Yan Fengfeng, he does not seem to be from the mysterious school, right? Hai Weia told Yan Fengfeng. Yan Fengfeng said, he is a martial genius from the South Rudra region. South Rudra region? Hai Weia frowned. A small martial genius from the South Rudra region was being led by Yan Fengfeng herself? What a great honor. Yan Fengfeng laughed. Hai Weia, do not underestimate him. In the battle between the martial geniuses in the Sky Martial region, he will definitely be one of the main characters. Hai Weia chuckled but did not say anything. He thought that Yan Fengfeng was just trying to trick him. The Sky Martial region was not some region or some region. It was the center of the whole continent. All of the top martial geniuses were gathered there, and it would not be easy to make a name for oneself, not to mention being one of the main characters. Yan Fengfeng did not try to explain because she knew that it would be useless. If she wanted to convince people, she would have to show some results. Anything else would just be empty talk. It was a dead silent world without any signs of life. On the barren land, a blurry human figure was forming, and it was getting clearer and clearer. Facial features and clothes could be seen clearly. It was indeed Yi Chen in blue robes. Right then he looked cold and numb as if he did not have any consciousness at all. All of a sudden Yi Chen's numb eyes flickered, and there was a light in them. Mental consciousness bodies do not have consciousness, and must be controlled by the main body. Yi Chen had an understanding. Mental consciousness bodies also had different levels. Obviously, this was the lowest level mental consciousness body. The higher level mental consciousness bodies could grow from not having consciousness to having consciousness, which was equivalent to a real clone, and did not need to be controlled by the main body. 100 meters in front of Yi Chen, a human figure appeared. It was a sword artist in yellow robes. His cultivation and will were the same as Yi Chen's, but his face was blurry. Chem? He has a sword but I don't. With that thought in mind, a sword appeared in Yi Chen's hand. One more. A sword appeared on Yi Chen's waist as well. The sword artist in yellow robes charged over, throwing out a killing attack right from the start. It was a completely different attack from Yi Chen's. The sword light was sharp like a circular arc, sweeping across the sky. With a shake of his body, Yi Chen turned into a sword light, brushing past his opponent's sword light. The long sword in his hand was taken out of its scabbard, and with a flash, it was instantly extinguished. Puff. A head with an indistinguishable face flew up, and the sword artist in yellow robes slid on the ground, gradually dissipating into nothingness. One sword strike, a head flew off. The first level is not difficult. Although the virtual mental consciousness body's cultivation and will are the same as mine, its combat techniques are too standard. There is nothing special about it, and it is like a preset program. Yi Chen silently evaluated the virtual mental consciousness body's combat strength. About 3 breaths later, 2 more sword artists in yellow robes appeared. These two's faces were blurry, but their sharp gazes were like beams of light, locking onto Yi Chen. After locking onto him, it was time for a fierce attack, an attack that would not stop until one of them died. Kill? Yi Chen did not retreat or evade but rushed toward the two. The 3 of them passed each other. The next moment, 2 heads flew into the sky, but there was no blood. The pressure is getting greater and greater. In a separate mental world, Li Xiaoyun rushed into the crowd, surrounded by a total of 16 people. These 16 people's cultivation and will were similar to his, and the power of their killing moves was not weaker than his. Even if their combat techniques were too simple, and there was no spiritual qi, they had 16 times more people than him. 16 people besieging him, the pressure was unimaginable. Bang! The iron fan closed and Li Xiaoyun smashed the heads of 3 people in a row. However, he was punched in the back and his body staggered out, passing through the gap between the 2 people in front of him. 7-star crossing. Suddenly turning around, Li Xiaoyun performed his trump card. Royal Extreme Tyrannical Fist. Royal Extreme World Shocking Fist. Jing Aoshuan did not blindly attack like before, and if she did not advance she would retreat. Her body moved like lightning, wreaking havoc. With every punch, 1 person would be sent flying, and the strong power of thunder and lightning was like a chain of lightning in the starry sky, one after another. With a groan, Jing Aoshuan had suffered a serious internal injury. She was besieged by 16 people whose cultivation and will were not weaker than hers after all. Defeating them was not something impossible, but she would have to pay a heavy price as well. After the time of tea? Who is Li Xiaoyun? He is ranked 108. And Jing Aoshuan 95. The names on the wall flickered, and 2 more blue names appeared. They were indeed Li Xiaoyun and Jing Aoshuan. Not bad. That Jing Aoshuan is actually ranked above you. Xie Zhiqiu smiled lightly and said to Ling Luohan beside him. Ling Luohan said, their talents are indeed not weaker than mine. Although Ling Luohan was ranked above Li Xiaoyun and Jing Aoshuan, his talent was not necessarily above the 2. After all, the relationship between talent and power was not completely proportional. It was much more complicated and hard to understand. It could only be said that there was a huge relationship. The real bodies opened their eyes. Li Xiaoyun and Jing Aoshuan smiled bitterly. They had both failed in the 5th challenge. I killed 13. How many did you kill? Li Xiaoyun asked. Jing Aoshuan said, 15. That's too bad. There were 16 people in the 5th challenge. After killing 15 there was only 1 left. Yi Chen has not come out yet. Li Xiaoyun looked at Yi Chen who was in the other testing circle. Inside the mental world of the wall, the sword light crisscrossed like a spider web, covering hundreds of meters of space. Some of these sword lights were from the illusory mental images and some were from Yi Chen. The sharp sword intent seemed to want to pierce through the mental world, shooting straight up into the sky. This was a world of cold sword qi. Kill. Yi Chen had pushed his battle skills to a new level. Sometimes he would have 1 sword in his hand and sometimes he would have 2 swords. In the blink of an eye, no one knew how many swords he had thrown out. They only knew that as his body flashed, the illusory mental images would fall down one after another. The remaining illusory mental images were surprisingly more than 20 of them, densely packed together. This was the 6th challenge. Yi Chen had rushed to the 6th challenge in 1 breath. His opponents were 32 illusory mental images. Facing 32 illusory mental images, although it was not easy for Yi Chen, he was not injured at all. Being able to stay uninjured in the early stage of the 6th challenge meant that he was at least in the top 15. It should be known that Xie Zhiqiu had only beaten back one person in the 6th challenge before being killed instantly without any chance to fight back. Yi Chen twisted his body in the air, dodging a wave of sword light. He suddenly stepped back, dodging another wave of sword light. His body turned into a shadow, moving close to the ground. Dodging another wave of sword light, Yi Chen had integrated dodging skills into his battle skills. While dodging, he was also attacking. While attacking, he was also dodging. It was hard to tell whether he was dodging or attacking. He only knew that it was impossible to lock his body. Swoosh. 3 heads flew in a straight line. Yi Chen stopped his body and turned around. All the illusory mental images had disappeared. The 7th challenge, I wonder how difficult it is. In the outside world. What? The test is not over yet? Could it be that he has reached the 6th challenge? Many people began to pay attention to Yi Chen. They could clearly see that Yi Chen had taken the test together with Li Xiaoyun and Jing Aoshuan. According to the normal passing speed, he should have reached the 6th challenge by now. Of course, they did not expect that Yi Chen's passing speed was even faster than they had expected. He had already reached the 7th challenge. Amazing. As long as he could hold on for a while in the 6th challenge, he would be able to enter the top 15. If he could pass the 6th challenge, he would have a chance to enter the top 10. You should know that the higher you go, the more difficult it is, and the fewer people there are. It is impossible to pass the 6th challenge. On the wall of names, only 9 people have passed the 6th challenge and entered the 7th challenge. The 6th challenge was light red in color and the 7th challenge was dark red. On the wall of names, besides Duguju and Dantai Mingyue, only 9 people had dark red names. One could imagine how difficult it was to reach the 7th challenge. Chapter 565. Interesting. Hai Wuxia chuckled, starting to pay more attention to Yi Chen. A genius who could reach the 6th level definitely couldn't be ignored. Indeed, there was a big gap between the 6th and 7th level, and he and Yan Fengfeng were both geniuses who had reached the 7th level. However, a genius who had reached the 6th level might not be much inferior to them in the future. After all, if the difference in talent wasn't too big, it was still possible to catch up. Talent was only a general reference and couldn't be taken too seriously. How is it? Yan Fengfeng glanced at Hai Wuxia and said. Hai Wuxia said, his talent is indeed very high, not too far from us. He might even catch up. But if he wants to become one of the main characters of the battle, he's still a bit lacking. You should know how abnormal those guys are. You and I can barely contend against them. Don't jump to conclusions yet. Let's keep watching. Yan Fengfeng also wanted to see how far Yi Chen could go, and whether he could reach the 7th level. The 7th level began. Yi Chen's sharp eyes stared ahead. Bus, bus, bus. The sound of spatial fluctuations rang out incessantly. As the sounds rang out, numerous figures appeared. They were so densely packed together that it was extremely terrifying. In the blink of an eye, 64 yellow-robed sword artists appeared 100 meters in front of Yi Chen. Although the yellow-robed sword artists were lifeless and lifeless, the sword chi coiling around their bodies was extremely powerful. The sword chi of 64 yellow-robed sword artists converged together, causing numerous fine sword scars to appear on the barren land, and a formless shockwave spread out. Chop. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely dodge at top speed and look for an opportunity to break them down one by one. Even if the chance wasn't big, it would still be better than facing 64 sword artists all at once. If 64 sword artists with cultivation base and willpower that were not inferior to one's own launched a round of attacks, no one would be able to block it, and they would certainly be annihilated. However, Yi Chen did the opposite. He withdrew his protective Zhenyuan and used his sword light flying art. His speed soared to the limit as he crazily charged toward the crowd of sword artists. Swish, swish, swish. The dozens of sword artists at the very front raised their hands, and their long swords sprinkled out crescent-shaped sharp sword chi. They interweaved together and shot toward Yi Chen like a huge net. Pop. On the way, Yi Chen suddenly accelerated. This was his true maximum speed. Dozens of beams of sword chi sliced behind him, bringing up waves of space ripples. At the same time, he himself passed through the gaps of the sword chi, his long sword out of its scabbard in a second. His unbreakable gold resonant radiant sword art had been unleashed right from the start, creating a golden sword light in the middle of the crowd. 3 heads flew up. Yi Chen suddenly restrained his breath and turned into a black shadow. He slid along the ground and shuttled through the crowd. At the moment when he moved close to the ground, at least 7 or 8 black shadows crossed each other. That sharp sword light directly left black marks in the air. If Yi Chen's speed was a little bit slower, or his reaction was a little bit slower, or if he hesitated even a little bit more, or if he continued to kill, he would definitely be dismembered by those 7 or 8 sword lights. What seemed like a flash of lightning actually contained too many things. At this moment, every second counted and there was no room for mistakes. Wah! The remaining 61 yellow-robed sword artists spread out, exposing Yi Chen in the middle. Yi Chen sneered and stuck to the back of a yellow-robed sword artist like a shadow. Oh. That sword artist fell down, but he did not die in the hands of Yi Chen. Instead, he died in the hands of other yellow-robed sword artists. The intense shockwave blew away Yi Chen, but it also blew him to the back of another yellow-robed sword artist. One after another, the yellow-robed sword artists fell down. If they had their own consciousness, they would definitely have died a miserable death. Void-shattering finger. The yellow-robed sword artists all spread out, and Yi Chen, who could no longer find anything to hide, pointed his finger at the 2 yellow-robed sword artists closest to him. That huge blue finger ignored the distance between them and pressed them down on the ground, rubbing the ground as it rushed forward, knocking away 3 or 4 yellow-robed sword artists who were about to launch a new round of attacks. Boom! The shockwave spread out wantonly, accompanied by sharp sword chi flying everywhere. The whole area was constantly being cut by sword chi. Still not out? He must have reached the 7th level. As time passed, the contestants finished their tests one after another. More and more gazes fell on Yi Chen, and he immediately became the focal point. The 7th level has 64 mental consciousness bodies with the same cultivation base and will. Apart from Duguju and Dantai Mingyue, there are only 9 people who can reach this level. From today onwards, it will be 10. Where did he come from? With such a high aptitude, it's impossible not to have heard of him before. He was brought by Yen Fengfeng. Phoenix sect Yen Fengfeng. No wonder. Everyone discussed among themselves, glancing at Yi Chen then at Yen Fengfeng. Yen Fengfeng's reputation in the Sky Martial region was extremely great. In terms of identity, she was the head disciple of one of the 9 great sections. In terms of strength, she was already a Sea of Soul Master, known as the Phoenix Master. In terms of speed, she was the number 1 in Sea of Soul realm. Yen Fengfeng's reputation in the Sky Martial region was not inferior to those famous young tycoons. How could the people she brought be weak? Hai Weiya's expression changed for the first time. He really didn't expect Yi Chen to be able to reach the 7th level. It seemed like he was still fighting in the 7th level without any signs of failure. Am I starting to believe what you're saying? Sucking in a deep breath, Hai Weiya retracted his gaze from Yi Chen and smiled bitterly, then said slowly, even if he is not one of the main characters of the battle, he will still be an important supporting character. There would only be a few main characters. The important supporting characters couldn't be ignored either. Sometimes their role might not be any less than that of the main character. A scene was born between the main character and the important supporting characters. He actually made it to the 7th level. Xie clenched his fists, not daring to believe his own eyes. He thought that he and Yi Chen were only a few millimeters apart, and that he could surpass him at any time. But reality had slapped him in the face, leaving him speechless. Ling Luohan didn't say anything. Yi Chen's astonishing performance was within his expectations. He didn't like Xie Zhiqiu, but he admired Yi Chen. On the other side, Li Xiaoyun and Jing Aoshuan sighed inwardly. In the southern regions, perhaps only Chu Zhongtian with his evil spirit body could be compared to Yi Chen. Of course, the premise was that Chu Zhongtian could catch up quickly and not be left too far behind. Otherwise, no matter how powerful his evil spirit body was, it would still be useless. Time passed bit by bit, and only the last batch of contestants remained. The 7th level is indeed dangerous. Every step is filled with killing intent. Yi Chen had never pushed himself to this point. Facing the encirclement of so many yellow-robed sword artists, his spirit, chi, and soul were maintained at their peak, not daring to relax in the slightest. He was clear that even the slightest bit of carelessness would result in his death. Sword light crisscrossed, interweaving into a web. Yi Chen was like a flying insect shuttling in the web, struggling with all his might, seeking a chance to survive. Meanwhile, those yellow-robed sword artists were like spiders in the web, forming groups of 3 to 5, constantly spitting silk at Yi Chen. At this moment, the 7th level had taken more time than the previous 6 levels combined, and there were still more than half of the yellow-robed sword artists left. Dual sword style. Crossing the 2 swords, Yi Chen sent a yellow-robed sword artist flying. However, he couldn't kill him because there were several yellow-robed sword artists pincer attacking him. Without any hesitation, Yi Chen flew back into the air. His Zhen Yuan reversed and his body became like a mountain. Under the pull of gravity he descended at an extreme speed. Boom, 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 boom. Like fireworks, dozens of sword chi clashed together in the sky. This is really pushing me to the limit. Yi Chen's spirit was stretched taut. He had already displayed extraordinary strength, but the danger was getting more and more intense. If killing people in the 6th level was easy, then killing people in the 7th level would require 2 or even 3 or 4 times the effort. Here, killing or being killed was only a matter of a thought. Stepping on the shoulder of a yellow-robed sword artist, Yi Chen's body twisted, bringing the yellow-robed sword artist's body along as he spun like a tornado. Then, with a hook of his left leg, the latter's body involuntarily flew out and was sliced into 4 pieces by 3 sword chi. The time taken was too much, but it caused a huge uproar outside. How long is this going to last? Could it be that he's preparing to pass? Last year, Duguju and Dantai Mingyue spent half a day. It's easy to imagine how frightening the 7th level's difficulty is. It's already been half a day. While everyone was dumbfounded, Hai Wuya and Yin Fengfeng's expressions turned serious as well. They were the ones who had passed through the 7th level, so they knew very well what kind of situation it was. Although the number of mental consciousness bodies had doubled after each level, it was still within the acceptable range after all. However, at the 7th level, the number of people had suddenly increased from 32 to 64. This kind of difficulty was no longer just doubling. It was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Every additional person would be a kind of torture, and the addition of 32 people would be simply hopeless. Yin Fengfeng was ranked 5th, but she had only killed 6 people. Hai Wuya, on the other hand, had killed 4. Apart from Duguju and Dantai Mingyue, they didn't think anyone could kill more than 10 people in the 7th level. But now Yi Chen's appearance might break this rule. I didn't think he could make it this far either. Yin Fengfeng let out a deep breath. When her master told her that Yi Chen would have a shocking achievement, she was skeptical. After all, in the Sky Martial region she had seen way too many martial geniuses, and Yi Chen was not one of them. Hai Wuya said, "The appearance of Duguju and Dantai Mingyue is already shocking enough, comparable to your master Shenhe. If another one appears, this era will definitely rise to another level and become a rare era." Deep down in his heart, he did not think that Yi Chen would be able to make it through, because he did not believe that there would be 3 martial geniuses in this world at the same time. Although these 3 martial geniuses had not grown up yet, and could not compete with the top young warriors with their great potential, they would only need time to build up their achievements. Chapter 566. 45th. Slaughter, endless slaughter. Yi Chen had never experienced such a ferocious battle. This battle had pushed him to his limits again and again. His nerves were stretched like steel wires, ready to snap at any moment. He knew that he couldn't afford to have the thought of taking a breather. From the beginning of the battle until now, he had been holding his breath. If he let it out, it would truly be over. He would be utterly defeated in an instant. At this moment he greatly admired Duguju and Dantai Mingyue. Since these 2 could pass the 7th level, their aptitudes were certainly frightening. Fighting across realms was as easy as eating and drinking. Extremely simple. 46th. Swinging his sword with his left hand to block the slash of a yellow-robed sword artist, Yi Chen raised his right hand. Sword light spilled out, and the opponent's head was sent flying. Rip. At the same time Yi Chen shifted his position, dodging the sword light coming from behind. Although the sword light didn't hit Yi Chen, its aura left a clear mark on Yi Chen's shoulder. 47th. Dodging most of the incoming sword lights, Yi Chen spun in the air. His hands holding the 2 swords were like 2 wind wheels, intertwining sword lights shooting out. Wherever they went, the ground was riddled with holes and the air was filled with sword marks. It was a scene of devastation. The yellow-robed sword artist closest to Yi Chen was devoured by the intertwining sword lights, sliced into dozens of pieces and dissipated into nothingness. "I've consumed too much power." After using this move, Yi Chen's complexion turned slightly pale, and blue veins popped out on his forehead. The power of consciousness avatars was not limitless. From the 1st level until now, he had killed 110 consciousness avatars. These avatars had the same cultivation base and will as him. Killing one was not easy, especially in the 7th level. Killing one was equivalent to killing 2 or 3 avatars in the 6th level. The difficulty had doubled and the consumption was enormous. Even with his Sea of Soul Realm cultivation base, he couldn't bear such consumption. Fortunately, the yellow-robed swordsman had also expended a lot of energy, and his condition had deteriorated. Otherwise, if this had continued, Yi Chen would not have been able to hold on. Retreating swiftly, Yi Chen took a deep breath and pointed a finger at the dense sword light that was coming at him. Bang! The gigantic cyan finger grew stronger and stronger, forcibly blasting away the threat. 48th, 49th. Borrowing strength from the void, Yi Chen advanced instead of retreating. With extreme speed, his body trembled, turning into dozens of shadows that engulfed the two yellow-robed swordsmen. With a flash of sword light, the two swordsmen fell to the ground. Around the Wall of Fame, gasps could be heard. It's been 8 hours since he started the test. Even if he doesn't pass the 7th stage, he will definitely be ranked 3rd or 4th. Everyone's expression changed. Among them, the majority had stopped at the 5th stage and only a few had made it to the 6th stage. If the 5th stage was already this hard, then the difficulty of the 7th stage would be beyond their imagination. Otherwise, how could only Duguju and Dantai Mingyue pass the 7th stage and look down on all the other geniuses? This guy. Yin Fengfeng smiled bitterly. As a descendant of the Phoenix, she was not inferior to anyone in terms of talent. But she was only ranked 5th, being suppressed by the top 4. And now she couldn't even maintain her 5th position, and was about to fall to the 6th. It was simply incomprehensible. In fact, Yin Fengfeng had still underestimated her own talent. This wall of names was used to test humans, and as a blue phoenix, it was inevitable that it would be biased. After all, humans and beasts were different in many aspects, and could not be treated as the same. Therefore, Yin Fengfeng's potential was similar to that of humans, and her potential as a beast was not completely tested, or perhaps only a part of it had been tested. Blue Phoenix could be mentioned in the same breath as the ancient nine-headed snake. Even if her talent was not as good as Duguju and Dantai Mingyue, it would not be too far off. Yin Fengfeng, we can't let go of this kind of genius. Although our team is not weak, it will still be hard to compete with those top young warriors teams. With him joining us, our team will definitely be a lot more powerful. Plus he is still growing. Hai Wuxia smiled at Yin Fengfeng. Yin Fengfeng said, of course. There were countless geniuses gathered in the Sky Martial region. Walking in any random city, one could run into some geniuses. Geniuses were all very prideful, so it would be hard for them to not see eye to eye with each other. After a long time, small conflicts would gradually turn into hatred, and they would view each other as enemies. And there was strength in numbers. Even if you wanted to fight fairly with others, others might not necessarily fight fairly with you. If you didn't want to lose out, then you would have to have your own team and faction. In that case, regardless of whether it was fair or not, others would not be able to bully you. There were strong and weak factions, and Yin Fengfeng and Hai Wuxia's faction could be ranked in the top 10. Unfortunately, besides the two of them, there were no other powerful figures. Yi Chen was undoubtedly the best candidate in their eyes. With him joining, they would be able to compete with those top young warriors factions in a couple of years. Plus, Duguju and Dantai Mingyue were not to be trifled with either. The two's potential was horrifying. 59. Borrowing the momentum of falling, Yi Chen descended from the sky and slashed fiercely at the head of a yellow-robed sword artist. The sword blade streaked across the forehead, and the yellow-robed sword artist was cut in two. With only 5 yellow-robed sword artists left, Yi Chen took the opportunity to take a deep breath, calming his nerves that had been stretched to the limit. Shwa, 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 shwa. These 5 yellow-robed sword artists were not afraid of death as they attacked Yi Chen from 5 different angles. Before they even arrived, their sharp sword chi was already like a bone-scraping steel blade. Unending nature. Following an unimaginable trajectory, Yi Chen turned around and passed through the gaps of the sword chi, piercing through the neck of the yellow-robed sword artist on the side. He then pulled out his long sword and drew a beautiful arc in the air, cutting off the top of another yellow-robed sword artist's head. Only 3 left. At this point in the battle, Yi Chen was almost exhausted. The power in his mental consciousness was almost squeezed out and was no longer vigorous. Of course, the yellow-robed sword artist's battle strength was also greatly damaged. After all, they did not have much consciousness. Once their power was weakened, their battle strength would also be weakened. This made it easier for Yi Chen to kill them. Retreat. 2 swords crossed, 1 straight and 1 reverse. 2 crescent sword chi formed a hemisphere and knocked away 2 yellow-robed sword artists who were taking advantage of the situation. At the same time, the little finger of Yi Chen's right hand that was holding the sword hilt curled up, and a ray of lotus heart sword chi shot out, piercing the forehead of another yellow-robed sword artist. At the crucial moment, this yellow-robed sword artist shifted his body, using his shoulder to replace his forehead. With his shoulder injured, other than a slight pause in his body, he did not feel anything else. Lifelessly he pounced at Yi Qin, waving his long sword flawlessly. Rumble. Yi Qin stomped on the ground, and a hidden force drilled into his opponent's foot, exploding violently. This was the earth explosion and sky shock that Yi Qin had used earlier. Although the earth explosion and sky shock couldn't heavily injure the yellow-robed sword artist, it still made him stagger and sway. With a flick of his right wrist, Yi Qin mercilessly cut his opponent's body in half. His exhaustion was getting worse. Yi Qin gritted his teeth and rushed out while sticking close to the ground, his long hair fluttering in the wind. One of the two remaining yellow-robed sword artists rushed up, the longsword in his hand clashing with Yi Qin's longsword. Unfortunately, Yi Qin's momentum was fierce, and he pushed his opponent several miles away. Blazing sparks exploded between the two, soaring into the sky. The barren land cracked open, and Yi Qin blasted his opponent into the ground. His valiant fighting style changed Yi Qin's temperament. Turning around, Yi Qin looked at the yellow-robed sword artist. "It's over." Stabbing the long sword in his left hand into the ground, Yi Qin took a deep breath. He didn't know where his exhausted body got strength from, but it flowed through the virtual meridians in his body and into his arms. The muscles on his arms suddenly swelled up, becoming sharp and angular like they were forged from steel. Bang! There were no fancy moves, just a straight slash. Yi Qin held his sword with both hands and slashed his opponent into the ground, burying half of his body in the ground. Without waiting for his opponent to react, another slash came down. This slash was simple, but it seemed to carry all of Yi Qin's concentration. It instantly broke the long sword raised above the yellow-robed sword artist's head. The long sword broke and the yellow-robed sword artist fell. Sheathing his sword, Yi Qin looked around, only to see the boundless barren land in ruins. If the yellow-robed sword artist had a physical body, he would definitely be covered in corpses, and blood would flow like a river. Yi Qin's figure gradually became blurry, and finally, like the yellow-robed sword artist, he disappeared into nothingness. In the testing circle near the wall, Yi Qin's main body opened his eyes. There was a faint trace of fatigue, and his body was even showing signs of numbness. When everyone saw that Yi Qin had woken up, their scalps went numb. They hurriedly looked at the wall, and the third name on the first row was actually Yi Qin's name. A purple name. Third place purple name. He passed all 7 rounds. Scary, other than Duguju and Dantai Mingyue, who would have thought that another monstrous talent would appear. This is big news. Everyone couldn't control their emotions and they started discussing fervently. He passed. Hai Wuya had a look of disbelief on his face. Passed. He is as famous as Duguju and Dantai Mingyue. Yan Fengfeng knew that the third place was actually no different from the first and second place. The reason why Duguju and Dantai Mingyue could be in front was because they had taken the test a year earlier than Yi Qin. If it were Yi Qin taking the test first, then Yi Qin would be the first place. Therefore, as long as it was a purple name, the talent would be the same. It was just that the ranking would be different. Xie Zhiqiu, you can't compete with him. Ling Luohan forced a smile and said to the absent-minded Xie Zhiqiu. Clenching his right fist, Xie Zhiqiu stared at Yi Qin. Originally, he wanted to have a battle with Yi Qin after the talent test and wash away his previous humiliation. But now he didn't have the slightest bit of confidence. He had been instantly killed in the 6th round, and Yi Qin had passed the 7th round. The gap between them was too big. There will be plenty of opportunities to wash away his previous humiliation. I don't believe that he can maintain his advantage forever. Chapter 567. Yi Qin did not know what Xie Zhiqiu was thinking, but even if he did, he would not care. In fact, running into Xie Zhiqiu here was not a big deal to him at all. If Xie Zhiqiu insisted on looking for trouble, then he would have to give him a taste of his own medicine and teach him a lesson. Right then, the benefit of training the first level of his undying body secret art, flesh recovery, had finally arrived. His body was obviously sore and numb a second ago, and his meridians were slightly damaged. But in the next second, all these hidden wounds had been healed up completely. Taking a deep breath, Yi Qin turned around and walked toward Yan Fengfeng and the rest. Congratulations, junior brother Yi. Yan Fengfeng smiled. Luck? Yi Qin had already seen his ranking. Your luck is indeed impressive. Duguju and Dantai Mingyue have been fighting for a long time, and now you are added to the mix. Duguju and Dantai Mingyue were known as the twin stars of the Sky Martial region. Adding Yi Qin, it would be 3 stars, which would be even more spectacular. Hai Wuya walked over and said to Yi Qin with his fists held together, I am the head disciple of the Sky Ocean Martial School, Hai Wuya. I am a good friend of Yan Fengfeng. Brother Yi, let's meet up more often in the future. Although the Sky Ocean Martial School was not one of the top 9 martial schools, it was still a very powerful rank 5 martial school. As the head disciple of the school, Hai Wuya had personally come to befriend Yi Chen, which meant that he had already considered Yi Chen as a very important person. Yi Chen was not the kind of person who would keep people at arm's length. Since people were trying to befriend him, he had no reason to reject them. Plus, Hai Wuya and Yan Fengfeng seemed to be good friends, so their personalities should be guaranteed. Therefore, the two got to know each other for a while before starting to chat. There are countless forbidden places in the True Spirit continent. Some of them have already been discovered, and some have yet to be discovered. Among these forbidden places, there are some that even life and death realm warriors would have to think twice before going there. There are also some even more terrifying forbidden places that could kill life and death realm warriors. Of course, most of them are forbidden places that are suitable for us to explore. If there is a chance, we can all explore together and try to minimize the danger. Another benefit of being part of the Genius faction was that they could explore together. If only one person explored, the benefits would indeed be maximized, but the danger would also be infinitely greater. With more people, they could look out for each other. After all, a dead genius was no longer a genius. Definitely. Yi Chen did not reply half-heartedly. He had already heard about the dangers of the forbidden places. Not to mention him, who was only a normal Sea of Souls Realm Master level warrior, even a famous Sea of Souls Realm Master level warrior would face great danger when entering the forbidden places. In comparison, the Blood Demon battlefield seemed much safer. Since the test is over, let's descend the mountain together. Yan Fengfeng laughed. Hearing her, the group of people left the Sky Martial Pavilion and walked down the mountain. On a hill near the Sky Martial Pavilion, 5 young men had appeared out of nowhere. They were all at the Sea of Souls realm, with the lowest being at peak level early Sea of Souls realm and the highest being at peak level mid Sea of Souls realm. There were 2 people in the lead. The one on the left was a handsome young man with green hair, wearing a green leather armor and a red cape. The one on the right looked very old, with gray hair and a battle blade on his back. Before he even moved, an invisible blade aura surrounded the area, causing the plants to wither. Right next to the two was a slightly older young man in gray robes. He looked a bit similar to Yuan Yi and Yuan Hao, with bulky bones and a very aggressive aura. Yuan Jia, I heard that your Yuan family had suffered a big loss a couple of months ago. Your nephew Yuan Yi had not only been robbed of his fiancée, but he had also been wounded badly. The handsome young man had a good relationship with the young man in gray robes, so he did not hold back his words at all. The young man in gray robes said coldly, "Ha! He is lucky that I ran into him. I will make him kneel down and beg for mercy." The young man in gray robes was Yuan Ye's youngest uncle, Yuan Jia. He was 38 years old this year and had been traveling around the world for years. Later on, he got together with the handsome young man and joined the latter's faction. 2 months ago, he had returned to the Yuan family and found out about this. He was so mad that his face turned green, and he swore to himself that he would teach Yi Chen a lesson. As for how the handsome young man found out about this, he did not know either. The two had agreed to meet here and they had just bumped into each other. Alright, you and Lin Ku wait here. I will take my brother disciple to test his potential. As he spoke, the handsome young man took a step forward, leading the other two toward the Sky Martial Pavilion on the mountain. On the stairs, the handsome young man and the other two ran into Yi Chen's group. I was wondering who it was. It is Yan Fengfeng from the Phoenix Martial School and Hai Wuya from the Ocean Martial School. The handsome young man had recognized Yan Fengfeng and Hai Wuya, so he chuckled. Hai Wuya frowned. What a coincidence. Running into the famous Ice Spirit Martial School's Duan Lingya here. The two both had the word Lingya in their names, but they were like fire and water. Let's catch up when we have time. Thank you so much for last time. Duan Lingya was not afraid of Hai Wuya, but Yan Fengfeng was afraid of everyone. Her speed was the #1 in the Sea of Souls realm, and no one would be able to compete with her. Saying that with a bit of pride, Duan Lingya led his brother disciple and walked past Yi Chen's group. Hai Wuya's face suddenly turned cold. Last time he had brought a group of martial geniuses from his faction to find an ancient ruin, which contained a lot of good stuff. He did not expect that Duan Lingya and the rest would follow them and take most of the things. Although he did not like Duan Lingya, he had to admit that the latter's power was slightly higher than his. Brother Hai, who is this person? Yi Chen did not know much about the martial geniuses in the Sky Martial region, which was why he asked. Yan Fengfeng helped Hai Wuya introduce, This person is the head disciple of the Ice Pavilion, one of the top 9 martial schools. People call him Duan Lingya from the Ice Spirit Martial School. Although he is not one of the most famous young warriors, he is just below them. His reputation and power are both very powerful. He had once frozen 300 miles of river with one palm attack. Jing Aoshuan and Li Xiaoyan sucked in a breath of cold air, freezing a 300-mile river with only one palm attack. This kind of power was beyond their imagination. It seemed like they still had a long way to go. At least, compared to those famous martial geniuses in the Sky Martial region, there was still a huge gap between them. Arriving at the foot of the mountain, Hai Wuya was about to say goodbye to Yan Fengfeng and Yi Chen and bring his brother and sister disciples back to the martial school. Yi Chen, stay. A loud yell was heard, shaking the whole area. Not far away, a gray shadow flew over and landed on the empty ground 100 meters away. It was a young man in gray robes with 2 sword sticks on his back. Yi Chen turned his head and looked at him. His aura is a bit similar to Yuan Yi and Yuan Hao. Are you from the Yuan family? Yi Chen knew what was going on immediately. Although there were a lot of young warriors who came to the Sky Martial Pavilion to take the test, it was already afternoon, and most of the people who came to take the test had already left. There were not many people left. Therefore, once Yi Chen arrived at the foot of the mountain, he was noticed by Yuan Jie. You are from the Yuan family? Yi Chen asked. Yuan Jie glanced at Hai Wuya and Yan Fengfeng with a bit of fear. Before, he had only noticed Yi Chen, but did not expect that there would be 2 famous young martial geniuses right next to him. Indeed. I am Yuan Ye's uncle Yuan Jie. Yi Chen, you are so despicable. How dare you break into our Yuan family and hurt my nephew? If you do not give me an explanation today, don't even think about leaving. What are you? Stop yelling. Hai Wuya was not happy. That gentle temperament of his suddenly changed. With him as the center, the whole world seemed to have turned into a vast ocean, oppressing all of the young warriors who were watching from the side. They all backed out with a shocked expression on their faces. Yuan Jie, who was in the front, had a pale face as he backed out a couple of steps. Hai Wuya, this is between me and Yi Chen. I hope you will not get involved. Yuan Jie took a deep breath and said with a low voice, I will give you 3 breaths time. Leave now. Hai Wuya did not give him any face at all. You. Yuan Jie's expression was extremely bad as he looked at Hai Wuya with hatred. Yuan Jie, what is it? Right at that moment, a warrior flew over from the sky. As he moved toward them, a wave of withered blade aura spread out like lightning, splitting apart Hai Wuya's ocean aura. The ground under everyone's feet started to wither and turn black. Hai Wuya's aura has combined the profound of water, and this guy's blade aura has combined the profound of withering plants. This is a realm that I have yet to step into. Yi Chen knew that there was still a big gap between him and the 2. The path of martial Tao would never have an end, and he had only just started. Either Hai Wuya or this blade artist could easily beat him, and he could tell from their auras. Withered Blade School's Lin Ku. Hai Wuya's eyes squinted. The gray-haired teenager glanced at Hai Wuya and Yan Fengfeng before landing on Hai Wuya. Were you the one who told Yuan Jie to leave just now? So what if I was? Just because of this sentence of yours, you will have to leave something behind today. Hee, others might be afraid of your Withered Blade School, but I, Hai Wuya, am not. Use whatever tricks you have. Hai Wuya was originally standing up for Yi Chen. Now that the other party was bullying him, how could he back off? I have made some progress recently. I will use you as a sacrifice to my blade. Lin Ku's tone was very calm, carrying a deathly cold killing intent. Bang. As the 2's auras clashed, a volcanic aura erupted. Under this aura, everyone felt as if they could see the earth's crust cracking open, lava rolling and a phoenix rising from the ashes. It was Yan Fengfeng. As the head disciple of the mysterious martial school, her strength was just as powerful as her reputation. Lin Ku, I would like to experience your blade arts. With a blue flame burning between her brows, Yan Fengfeng walked out step by step. Her noble temperament made people unable to look at her directly. Under her flame-like aura, the ground around her started to smoke, and the scorch became even more intense. Even Lin Ku's blade aura was forced back. Phoenix Sex Yan Fengfeng is indeed worthy of my blade. The blade on Lin Ku's back pulsed as if it could be unsheathed at any moment. At the same time, waves of threatening blade chi spread out, leaving fine blade scars in the void. Lin Ku, forget it. I only want to teach that kid named Yi Chen a lesson. It has nothing to do with others. Yuan Jie knew that it was impossible for Lin Ku to fight 1 against 2. His target was Yi Chen. Hearing these words, the blade on Lin Ku's back stopped pulsing. He followed Yuan Jie's gaze and looked at Yi Qin. Yi Qin, get the hell out here. Chapter 568. Lin Ku's roar contained his all-conquering and all-withering blade aura. It was like a huge blade cleaving at Yi Qin from a distance. If struck by this invisible blade, even an expert of the same level would be battered and spiritually dispirited. Humph. Yi Qin took a step forward, and his sharp slaughter sword aura collided with the invisible blade. The air crackled and crushed stones floated in the air. This sword aura has not combined with profound. It's an attributed sword aura. Lin Ku was astonished. His aura doesn't lose to withered blade master Lin Ku at all. Hai Wuya and Yan Fengfeng exchanged a glance. They felt that they had underestimated Yi Qin. Not bad. Lin Ku sneered. Same to you. Yi Qin didn't fear his opponent's blade aura at all. His strength was indeed not Lin Ku's opponent, but suppressing him with aura was simply a dream. His peak 4th step slaughter sword spirit was comparable to a peak 5th step sword spirit, and the sword aura he emitted was also comparable to a peak 5th step sword aura. Of course, this was only a one-sided comparison. If a true life and death king were here, his aura would certainly be superior to Yi Qin's. After all, King's usage of aura was far superior to Yi Qin's. Yi Qin, do you dare to fight? Yuan Jie wasn't surprised by Yi Qin's sword aura. He had already heard from his clansmen that Yi Qin's attainments in sword intent were quite exceptional. Since sword intent was exceptional, sword aura naturally wouldn't be bad. After all, sword aura was much cruder than sword intent. It was merely a simple and barbaric eruption, used to suppress the opponent. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Yi Qin didn't fear battle. Fighting was the nature of living beings. Good. Yi Qin, I'll make you pay for the humiliation you've brought to Yuan family today. Don't blame me for not giving you face. This is what you asked for. Yuan Jie's aura suddenly erupted like a mountain, incomparably heavy. As his aura spread out, the surrounding crowd quickly retreated, leaving enough space for the two to fight. Boom. Bouncing off his knees, Yuan Jie rose from the ground. The thick sword mace on his back fell into his hands and he fiercely smashed it down. There was nothing fancy about this mace. It was heavy and powerful. As it smashed down, a straight line of the ground caved in. Unsheathing the gold sword, Yi Qin took a deep breath and straightened his body. The sword body clashed with the mace, and the two forces crushed each other, causing the color of the sky to change continuously. Muffled thunder rumbled unceasingly, and with a final clap of thunder, the two of them separated. Didn't you want to get it back? I'm afraid you don't have the strength to do so. A golden radiance shone as Yi Qin held the sword with both hands and dashed towards Yuan Jie at an extreme speed. The golden sword in his hand drew out a golden sword light that looked like a heavenly river. The sword light became longer and longer, and the sword energy contained within it was extraordinarily terrifying. The sword fiercely hacked at Yuan Jie's sword mace. Clang. Blazing sparks blossomed like flowers. Yuan Jie let out a muffled groan as his feet left the ground and he was sent flying several li away like an arrow. Damn it. Yuan Jie stopped his body as his aura rose rapidly. If you want to get it back, I'll beat you until you don't dare to. Yi Qin's sword aura was like a rainbow as he slashed out again. Boom. Yuan Jie was sent flying several li away again. Pung pung ping ping ping. Yi Qin was extremely horrifying when he went berserk. Inside the mental world of the Wall of Names, he had killed all the illusory consciousness. Although his power did not increase significantly, his fighting style had become much more ferocious, and his fighting techniques had become much simpler as well. Gasp. Everyone was chasing after the two. Seeing Yuan Jie being completely suppressed by Yi Qin without any power to fight back, they could not help but take in a cold breath. Yi Qin was indeed powerful, but no matter how powerful he was, he could not be more powerful than Lin Ku, Yan Fengfeng, and the others. What shocked them was Yi Qin's ferocious style. Yuan Jie was only at a slight disadvantage before being forced back repeatedly, unable to fight back at all. With this retreat he was hundreds of li away. The only thing Yuan Jie could do was to defend with all his might. If he did not defend, then he would lose. A mountain was cut off, and Yuan Jie's arms started to bleed. Yi Qin, don't push it too far. With a roar, Yuan Jie took on Yi Qin's sword chi head-on. His back bent as black scales appeared. The moment the scales appeared, Yuan Jie's upper body doubled in size. His back bulged like an iron plate, and his clothes were torn apart instantly. Gold resonant radiance. Yi Qin's speed soared as he waved out a golden sawtooth sword light. The sawtooth sword light tore through the sky, carrying a high-frequency vibration power as it slashed toward Yuanjie at lightning speed. A huge sound was heard, but this time, Yuanjie only backed out 100 meters. It's my turn now. Grinning cruelly, Yuanjie ignored the bleeding between his thumb and forefinger as he teleported while holding the thick mace, smashing it toward Yi Qin. Behind him, a black chi flow rolled out, covering half of the sky. Along with his attack, it seemed as if the entire space was moving. Clang, clang, clang. The two fought from the sky to the ground, and from the ground to the water. Wherever they went, dust and smoke filled the air, rocks shot into the sky and mountains fell one after another. Die for me. Yuanjie had 2 maces in total. He had only used one before, but at the critical moment he reached behind his back with his left hand and pulled out the second thick one, sweeping it out unexpectedly. Reverse Sky Thunder Cut. Yi Qin did not even look at it. He held the emerald long sword in his left hand and slashed out, clashing with the opponent's mace. Both of them are using 2 weapons. Yuanjie is not simple. He actually managed to turn the situation around. The demi-demon family's demonic transformation ability should not be underestimated. Yuanjie's battle power has increased by at least 10 to 20%. But the chances of him suppressing the opponent are very small. The surrounding crowd was in a heated discussion. Bang. The two separated once again. Yi Qin, to be able to force me to this degree, you should be proud. Next, I will make you kneel and beg for mercy. Yuanjie stood on a tall mountain. The black chi flow behind him was ceaselessly rolling, seemingly brewing something. The 2 maces in his hands were suffused with a black light. Floating in the air, Yi Qin tightened his grip on the sword hilt and coldly said, "Bring it on. I will crush your extravagant hopes. You have a sharp tongue. Let's see how long you can be arrogant." Kacha. The mountain sank several meters and cracks spread everywhere. Yuanjie spread out his hands and a black ball of light condensed at the tip of the 2 maces. The ball was only the size of a thumb, and it spun crazily, emitting a frightening whining sound. Amidst the whining sound, black lightning scuttled out. This move will make your blood splash 5 steps away. Demonic light wave. Swoosh. Yuanjie shattered the mountain, and with a flicker he appeared dozens of meters in front of Yi Qin. He raised both of his arms high and the 2 thick maces smashed down fiercely. On the way down, the tips of the maces collided together, and with a rumbling sound the sky suddenly darkened. The 2 black light balls at the tip of the maces fused together, turning into a black energy light wave that blasted toward Yi Qin. This energy light wave was like an angry black dragon, carrying black lightning with it. It was unstoppable and as fast as lightning. Die. Yuanjie's face carried a sinister smile. The Yuan family was the main family of the demi-demon family, so they had mastered a lot of demon race martial arts that had been passed down from the ancient era. The Demon Gold Flash and Demon Light Wave were 2 of them. The Demon Gold Flash had an extreme attacking power, and although the Demon Light Wave was not as powerful in this aspect, that black lightning was extremely destructive. Only a trace of it would be enough to destroy a mountain. Under the demonic light wave, Yuanjie did not believe that Yi Qin could block it. Break for me. Yi Qin neither retreated nor dodged. Crossing his 2 swords, he faced the black energy light wave head-on. At the place where the 2 swords crossed, there was shockingly a dark blue thunder lightning ball. This thunder lightning ball was the combination of Sky Thunder Cut and Reverse Sky Thunder Cut. It was a destructive thunder lightning ball, which was somewhat similar to Yuanjie's demonic light wave. The moment the black energy light wave and the dark blue thunder lightning ball collided, the surrounding space immediately warped and the earth quaked. After a loud boom, the surrounding mountains within a radius of several dozen li were razed to the ground. Countless rocks and shattered plants were swept up into the sky by the frightening rotating chi energy. With a crackling sound, the rocks and plants were chopped into pieces by the dark blue and black lightning. Rumble. Only at this moment did the black energy light wave and the dark blue thunder lightning ball erupt with their greatest might. A 10 meters thick and several thousand meters long lightning light beam struck down, striking the center of the 2 and swallowing them. Swoosh. Yuanjie rushed out of the lightning light beam with a huge amount of blood dripping down from the corner of his mouth. He roared, "Impossible. You actually blocked out the demonic light wave." He knew the power of the demonic light wave better than anyone else. It was a move that could destroy an entire city. With the dragon-like thunder power coiling around his body, Yi Qin raised his head, his face slightly pale. Nothing is impossible. Although he said that, Yi Qin could not help but sigh at Yuanjie's battling power. Murong Jishui had said that Yuanyi was stronger than Yuanjie, but judging from the current situation, Yuanjie was not just one level stronger than him. The others had their limbs demonized or half of their chest demonized, but Yuanjie had his upper body demonized. Moreover, the demonic light wave performed by Yuanjie was much more powerful than Yuanjie's demonic gold flash. Lose? Putting the emerald longsword back into its scabbard, Yichen reached out his left index finger and pointed at Yuanjie. Boom. The huge blue finger ignored the distance of dozens of meters and landed on Yuanjie's protective Zhenyuan, blowing him away. Blood splashed everywhere in the sky. You dare to hurt my people? Piss off. Anger brewed in Lin Ku's eyes as he suddenly pulled out the battle blade on his back and threw out a blade attack at Yichen. A gray blade light with a desolate power extended out endlessly. Lin Ku, how shameless can you be? Hai Wuya threw out a palm attack from a distance. This palm attack seemed to have brought an endless ocean with it. Wave after wave of palm energy surged out, attacking the gray blade light. Boom. The blade light was deflected, slashing on the ground near Yichen. The ground immediately split open and a water column soared into the sky. It turned out that Lin Ku's blade had directly pierced through the ground, cleaving out the water. Seeing this scene, the spectators were all indescribably shocked. Chapter 569. Hai Wuya, you dare to stop me? Lin Ku's gaze turned to Hai Wuya as he threw out a blade attack. He did not put Hai Wuya in his eyes at all. Lin Ku, I have not settled the score with you guys from last time. Today I will settle it all together. Hai Wuya let out a breath that he had been holding in, and a massive deep ocean swirl appeared behind him. It spun slowly but powerfully, providing Hai Wuya with a lot of power. Boom. His feet slightly sank as he put his 5 fingers together and threw out a palm attack toward the blade light. On one side was the blade light that contained the withering profound, while on the other side was the palm power that contained the profound of water. The two were like water and fire. The moment they clashed, waves of shockwaves shot out in all directions, spreading out for dozens of miles. Limitless ocean. The bald Hai Wuya leaped up from the ground. His left hand was placed in front of his chest, while his right hand twirled in the air. Boundless water elemental chi gathered and merged into his palm. With a loud shout, Hai Wuya attacked with his most powerful palm strike. This palm strike contained a torrential force of water. Spring returns to withered tree. Lin Ku, who had long gray hair, had a cold expression on his face. He gripped his blade with both hands and charged into the sky, slashing out again and again at the powerful palm energy. His blade technique was profound to the extreme, and in the deathly stillness, it erupted with the mighty force of a withered tree returning to spring. Every slash caused the powerful palm energy to divert. Boom, boom, boom. The two famous young martial geniuses seemed to have a grudge against each other for a long time. The fight between Yichen and Yuanjie was only a spark. Head disciple, are you not going to help? Ling Qianhao said to Yan Fengfeng. Yan Fengfeng shook her head. All martial geniuses have their own pride. Hai Wuya's power is not that much weaker than mine. If I go up and help, it will only make him unhappy. Yeah. Ling Qianhao nodded as he focused on the battle between Hai Wuya and Lin Ku. He was extremely excited, wondering when he would be able to reach this level. The conflict between the factions is indeed intense. Yichen could tell that he had become the excuse for both sides to explode. Even without him they would find other excuses. But, comparing the two, it was obvious that Lin Ku was the one who was being aggressive. Boom. Hai Wuya and Lin Ku exchanged an attack and both of them were blown away. Hai Wuya, my profound of withering doesn't feel good, right? You are destined to lose if you fight with me. Lin Ku's clothes were torn and tattered, making him look like a beggar. However, his eyes were shining brightly and filled with battle intent. His entire being was like a blade. Hai Wuya's face was unnaturally pale, and there were a few inconspicuous saber wounds on his body. He laughed coldly. Humph, don't force yourself. Under the might of my palm, it's impossible for you to remain unscathed. The victor is still unknown. Hehe, I really want to see who will be the first to give up. Lin Ku stared at Hai Wuya. Bring it on, I'm not afraid of you. As Hai Wuya's voice faded, the water yuan qi in the air suddenly froze, turning into ice shards that scattered in all directions. In the next instant, the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped by 10 times. A gust of cold wind blew past, causing the broken stones on the ground to crack and explode. Frozen land and river. A cold voice rang out. In the distance, a vast expanse of whiteness spread out rapidly. That momentum was like the arrival of an ice age, freezing everything. Crack, crack. Hai Wuya did not have time to react and was frozen by the ice yuan qi. The water yuan qi around him also became an accomplice, joining in the freezing process. Within a blink of an eye, a massive ice statue was formed, and in the center of it was Hai Wuya. Besides Hai Wuya, the rest of the bystanders were not having a good time. They were all trying their best to defend against the invasion of the ice-cold power. Their protective Jin Yuan was covered in a thick layer of frost. Yi Qin held his gold sword in his hand, slicing apart the incoming ice-cold power again and again. The sword light clashed with the ice that was formed by the ice-cold power, exploding into the sky. The ice shards shone with a colorful light under the sunlight. Down below, the mountains and rivers had all started to freeze and everything was dead silent. Duanlinya, do you really think that you are unbeatable? Right next to Ling Tianhao and Miao Yin, a burning blue flame exploded out. It was indeed Yen Fengfeng who had attacked out of anger. She pushed out both of her hands in front of her, and that rich fire power spread out in a fan shape, attacking toward the source of the ice power, that handsome young man with green hair and green leather armor. Ice and fire were not compatible. Ice and fire 9 layers. Right then, it was the battle between the fire power and the ice power. The conflict was even more intense than the battle between Hai Wuya and Lin Ku, since the two Jin Yuan and Profound did not reject each other at all. So, it was hard to say who would be the winner. Boom. The burning heat and the ice power clashed together, causing a white mist to spread out everywhere. One could not even see their own fingers. But it was only temporary. As the blasting wave spread out, the white mist was blown into the sky, opening up the view in front of them. Swoosh. Yen Fengfeng stood on top of the mountain with the blue flame burning around her. The mountain under her feet started to defrost quickly, and with her as the center, the fire power spread out slowly. Countless ice pieces turned into water, flowing down to the bottom of the mountain with a crisp sound. Crack. The ice sculpture that sealed Hai Wuya suddenly exploded, and Hai Wuya was freed. Duanlinya, you are so despicable. Hai Wuya's face was even paler now. He had been wounded quite badly after battling with Lin Ku. Most importantly, Duanlinya's ice profound naturally countered his water profound. Judging on battling power, he was actually not that much weaker than Duanlinya. But, under the situation of being countered, he knew that he would not be able to fight against Duanlinya. Plus, it was a sneak attack which he could not react in time. Stepping on the ice flowers, Duanlinya walked over with his green hair. Hai Wuya, you were distracted. What does that have to do with me? If it were not for Yen Fengfeng, I would have made you lose all your face just now. Hai Wuya stared at Duanlinya angrily. A beam of blue flame flashed past, and Yen Fengfeng appeared right next to Hai Wuya, standing right next to him. She was afraid that Duanlinya and Lin Ku would attack Hai Wuya together. Duanlinya's pupils shrank. Yen Fengfeng's speed was the thing that scared him the most. In fact, no one below the life and death realm would not be scared of her speed. Yen Fengfeng, don't worry. I will give you face. But I will not give face to the others. Whoever hurt you in Jia, stand out now. Duanlinya yelled. Yi Qin frowned. Lin Ku and Duanlinya were both extremely aggressive. No wonder they were able to hang out with people from the Yuan family. It is me. Yi Qin took a step forward. Good. You have guts. Duanlinya grinned, looking unfriendly. Duanlinya, what are you trying to do? Yen Fengfeng's eyebrows frowned. There seemed to be a blue flame burning in her pretty eyes. I'm not trying to do anything. I just want to give my brother an explanation. Duanlinya took his brother disciple to the Sky Martial Pavilion to test his potential. The test did not take long, but after he got off the mountain, he realized that Lin Ku and Yuan Jie had disappeared. Then he sensed that there was an energy vibration 100 miles away. Following the source of the vibration, he rushed over. Not to mention that Yuan Jie was in the wrong. Even if we were in the wrong, it would not be up to you to tell us what to do. Yen Fengfeng sneered. Oh, so you are trying to protect this brat on purpose. Duanlinya squinted his eyes. What if I am? What? That would mean that you are not giving me face. Since you are not giving me face, then why should I give you face? Duanlinya was not 100% sure that he could beat Yen Fengfeng. But the situation was quite good for them. That frozen land river attack of his had already wounded Hai Wuya even more. As long as Hai Wuya fell down, he and Lin Ku would be able to take down Yen Fengfeng easily. It was also the reason why he suddenly attacked Hai Wuya. Brother Duan, you stall Yen Fengfeng. I will take care of Hai Wuya. Lin Ku had already decided to attack, since this kind of opportunity was hard to come by. Alright, let's make it quick. Duanlinya's eyes were cold. The ice power outside his body kept on roaring, seeming like it could explode at any second. Brother Hai, let me help you. Yi Chen would not just sit and watch Duan Lingya and Lin Ku get the upper hand. If he had no other choice, he would take out his semi-extreme rank great sword, the Thunder Disaster Sword. With the sword, even if he could not win against Lin Ku, he and Hai Wuya together would still stand a chance. Het sister disciple, let's go as well. Ling Qianhao and Miao Yin rushed up as well. Li Xiaoyun and Jing Aoshuan exchanged a look before flying behind Yan Fengfeng and the rest as well. They did not have any grudges against Lin Ku and Duan Lingya, but the two just annoyed them a lot. Plus, Yi Chen was from the southern region, so they would have to help their own people. On the other side, Duan Lingya's two disciples stood out with an unfriendly expression. There were 7 people on one side and 4 on the other. It seemed like Yi Chen's side had the upper hand, but Hai Wuya was wounded after all, while Lin Ku's battling power was not affected that much. The two sides were hundreds of meters away from each other, facing each other quietly. Everyone watching held their breaths as they stared at the 11 people on the two sides without blinking. They knew that the battle between the two parties was about to explode, and it would be very intense. Cracking a smile, Duan Lingya lifted up his hand and said slowly, "Move." Before he could finish the word move, a handsome young man appeared out of nowhere on top of a mountain in the distance. He was wearing white robes that were embroidered with plums, orchids, bamboos, and chrysanthemums. He stood there quietly as a wave of powerful aura spread out. Under this powerful aura, everyone felt very small, as if they were facing the whole world, and the handsome young man was the center of it all. "Stop it. This is the territory of the Sky Martial Pavilion, not a place for you to fight." The handsome young man said lightly. By Wuxia. It is by Wuxia. One of the top 5 young warriors by Wuxia. When did he get here? How come I did not know anything? Everyone watching was shocked. Yi Chen frowned. He did not spread out his soul power at all times, so the handsome young man's appearance was very unexpected. Everyone here was at the Sea of Souls realm. Even if they did not have their soul power, their senses would still be very sharp. The fact that the handsome young man could appear out of nowhere meant that his power was indeed horrifying. Chapter 570. By Wuxia. Duan Lingya frowned as his raised hand slowly dropped down. If one were to say that he was scared of Yan Fengfeng, then he would be even more scared of the top 5 young warriors. The top 5 young warriors were the kings of the young generation in the Sky Martial region, and each of them had the power of a top master-level warrior. Although Du Gujue and Dan Tai Mingyue were very powerful, they were still young after all, and did not have enough time to accumulate. Compared to the top 5 young warriors, there was still a huge gap between them. The top 5 young warriors were all unpredictable. Even the famous master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors would not dare to underestimate them. 2 years ago, one of the top 3 master-level blade artists, Shen Qianling, had lost to one of the top 5 young warriors, Xiao Chuha. Because of this, a lot of the powerful master-level warriors would choose to avoid the top 5 young warriors when they encountered them, since they were afraid that their reputation would be ruined. So, unless it was absolutely necessary, they would not face the top 5 young warriors head-on. As one of the top 5 young warriors, Bai Wuxia's power was earth-shattering. It was said that he was the only warrior below the life and death realm to walk out of the blood-crying ghost place alive in the past 20 years, which was a king-level forbidden place. Without king-level power, one would not be able to make it back. Bai Wuxia, we are already hundreds of miles away from the Sky Martial Pavilion. Please give us some face. Lin Ku did not want to give up such a great opportunity. Bai Wuxia said lightly, "Your brother Lin Tian would not dare to ask me to give him face, but you, as his brother, have walked ahead." Hearing him, Lin Ku's face darkened. He was the second successor of the Lin family, one of the top 4 families, while his brother Lin Tian was the first successor. The two had the same father but different mothers, but they were both very talented. But Lin Ku had only become famous in the recent years, while his brother Lin Tian was way more powerful and famous than him. He was one of the young warriors who had the highest chance of making it to the top 5 young warriors. "Lin Ku, let's go." Duan Lingya started to think about backing out. Bargaining with Bai Wuxia would be too unwise, since the weak would not have the right to bargain with the powerful ones. Compared to the top 5 young warriors, they would be the weak ones, which was an unchangeable fact. The 4 brought Yuan Jie, who was badly injured, and flew into the distance. Soon they disappeared into the horizon. "Bai Wuxia, we did not ask for your help." Yan Fengfeng did not have a good attitude towards Bai Wuxia. Others might be afraid of the top 5 young warriors, but she was not. With her super speed, even the top 5 young warriors would not be able to do anything to her, provided that they did not get too close to her. A rare smile appeared on Bai Wushua's face. What's wrong? Do you think I am helping you? Actually, your strength is comparable to theirs. I just don't like them. You Bai Wushue do not hide your preferences at all. Yin Fengfeng chuckled. Obviously, Bai Wushue's answer had satisfied her. Which one of you is Yi Qin? Bai Wushue's gaze swept around before finally landing on Yi Qin. Yi Qin didn't know why she mentioned him, so he said, I am. Bai Wushue nodded. He did not mean anything else. He was just surprised to see a purple name appear on the wall. Duguju Dantai Mingyue Yi Qin. It seems like our top 5 young warriors' positions are starting to be shaken. With a bright laugh, Bai Wushue's body flashed, turning into a light white shadow and flying out. He was silent and fast like a ghost. Yin Fengfeng turned her head and said to Yi Qin, among the top 5 young warriors, Bai Wushue is the most easygoing person, and he has killed the least people. Yi Qin nodded. I can feel that the killing intent on him is very faint. There are countless geniuses in the world. The only one that I admire is Bai Wushue. He is untainted by dust and does not lose his sharpness. What is rare is that his talent is not very high. He is only ranked 28th on the Wall of Fame. However, his achievements are not inferior to the other 4 giants, Hai Wuya said as he spat out a mouthful of cold white qi. His complexion became slightly rosier. Yin Fengfeng shook her head. That was 5 years ago. If it were now, Bai Wushue would definitely be able to make it into the top 10. Potential is not something that stays the same. In the end, it still depends on the individual. Being powerful is not really powerful. Having a strong heart is what makes a powerful warrior. Hundreds of miles away, Duan Lingya and Lin Ku were flying. Yuan Jie, what is that brat's name? Duan Lingya asked suddenly. Yuan Jie was badly wounded, so he said weakly, Yi Qin. Yi Qin. Duan Lingya's expression changed. What? Lin Ku asked. Duan Lingya said word by word, his potential is ranked 3rd on the wall. 3rd? Indeed impressive. No wonder he could compete with me in terms of aura. Lin Ku was shocked. Duan Lingya said with a low voice, it is not just 3rd. In fact, he is just as famous as Duguju and Dantai Mingyue. He has passed all 7 challenges and his name is Purple. What? Yuan Jie and Lin Ku's expressions changed. Who were Duguju and Dantai Mingyue? They were the same kind of martial geniuses as Xianhu. In the past 1,000 years, there had only been 3 of them. In other words, with enough time, as long as they could continue to grow, they would be able to surpass the top 5 young warriors and become famous in the whole Sea of Souls realm. Yi Qin being able to compete with Duguju and Dantai Mingyue? What kind of joke was this? Brother Duan, you are not joking, are you? Yuan Jie did not even care about his wounds as he said hurriedly. Duan Lingya glanced at him. Do I look like someone who is joking? Lin Ku's cold expression did not exist anymore. After changing his expression a couple of times, he said coldly, so what if he is just as talented as Duguju and Dantai Mingyue? Even Duguju and Dantai Mingyue would not dare to say that they would definitely be able to reach the life and death realm, not to mention him. Yeah. How could he? Duan Lingya's 2 disciples agreed. Since we have already had conflict with him, then don't think too much about it. I Duan Lingya have never been afraid of anyone. One day I will step on the top 5 young warriors as well. Duan Lingya cracked a smile, showing his white teeth. Martial geniuses were all proud, and they would not think that they were not as powerful as others. They were all extremely ambitious and mere potential would not scare them. Looking at the battle scene, Yi Qin said, let's go. Yeah, it is indeed time. Hai Wuya nodded. He had been wounded quite badly and would need to rest for half a month. Be careful on the way. Yin Fengfeng reminded him. Don't worry. The Sky Ocean Martial School is not that far from here. Then we will leave now. Hai Wuya held his fists together before flying into the distance with his brother and sister disciples. Brother Yi, are these your friends? Watching Hai Wuya leave, Yin Fengfeng turned her head and looked at Li Xiaoyun and Jing Aoshuan. Yi Qin introduced, this is Li Xiaoyun and this is Jing Aoshuan. They are both my friends. Then he said to Li Xiaoyun and Jing Aoshuan, this is Yin Fengfeng, the head disciple of the mysterious martial school. Your friends are quite loyal. Yin Fengfeng was very satisfied with what Li Xiaoyun and Jing Aoshuan had just done. Facing Lin Ku and Duan Lingya, they were still able to stand out, which showed that they were quite determined. Yi Qin is from our southern region. Of course we will stand out. Li Xiaoyun said naturally. He come to our mysterious martial school. Yin Fengfeng invited the 2. Millions of miles away in the Thunder region, one of the top 4 danger places. Thunder Tomb, pap. In the center of the tomb, the frequency of the lightning was getting higher and higher. Within a blink of an eye, there would be at least hundreds of lightning strikes. After about the time it took to brew a pot of tea, endless lightning exploded. The eye-piercing light was extremely aggressive, looking like a bright white sun. There was a loud boom. The ground shook. In the center of the lightning explosion, a massive object broke out of the ground, shooting into the sky at a speed that was hard to be seen by the naked eye. It was a massive altar wrapped in twisted lightning, dragging a long lightning flow behind it. When the altar reached a height of 10,000 meters, the power disappeared and it started to fall down. The intense pressure made the lightning in the air even more violent, bringing up endless explosions. Clang! The altar landed on the ground. It was a 400 meters wide and 100 meters tall six-pillared altar. In the center of the altar stood a black-robed man. If Yi Qin were here, he would definitely recognize the identity of the black-robed man, because he was the Yin demon ancestor who had been trapped in the underground world. Yin demon ancestor was full of anger. He had been trapped in the underground world for 3 years. If not for the undying altar, he might have been trapped there for the rest of his life. During these 3 years he had been hating Yi Qin every second. If not for him, he would have been able to obtain the secret art of the undying body 3 years ago, and would have been able to use the undying altar to escape and return to his world. Pop. The white light interweaved into the defensive layer of the altar and Yin demon ancestor walked out. Damn it. Yin demon ancestor's palm struck the ground, causing the earth to shake. At this moment, seeing the light of day again, Yin demon ancestor felt a bit unreal. However, this feeling was soon replaced by a figure. Right then there was only Yi Qin in his mind. He swore that he would make Yi Qin suffer a fate worse than death, and that he would not have suffered these 3 years in vain. In these 3 years, even if this kid's progress is shocking, he would not have reached the Sea of Souls realm. A mere astral-reaching expert is not worthy of my attention. Once I capture him, I will let him taste the feeling of suffering a fate worse than death. No, I will first make him hand over the undying body's secret art. With it, my suffering during these 3 years would be worth it. Yin demon ancestor's eyes flickered, revealing a sneer from time to time. He seemed to have already seen Yi Qin kneeling on the ground with a frightened expression. Wait for me. I, Yin demon ancestor, have come for my revenge. Offending me is the biggest misfortune of your life. With a shoo, Yin demon ancestor turned into a black shadow and shot out. On the way he made a grabbing motion with both of his hands, shattering 2 astral-reaching experts who were passing by. He really needed to vent his anger and frustration. These 3 years had almost driven him crazy. After all, 3 years was a very short time. Staying in one place for 3 years without knowing when he would be able to get out, and not having the chance to go out in this lifetime would make anyone feel bad. Plus, he was not a normal person but a master-level Sea of Souls realm warrior who had the chance to reach the life and death realm. Chapter 571. Accepting Yin Fengfeng's invitation, Yi Qin, Li Xiaoyun, and Jing Aoshuan stayed at the mysterious martial school as guests for a day. During their stay, the 4 chatted happily, exchanging their own experiences in the martial arts. They were all rare martial geniuses, and sometimes one inspiration or one natural change could help them make a breakthrough. While exchanging information, they all felt that they had been enlightened in certain areas, which would save them a lot of time in the future. One day later, Yi Qin and the other 2 left the mysterious martial school. Now, I will have to go on my own. On top of a nameless mountain, Yi Qin stood alone, looking at the endless mountains and rivers. As for Li Xiaoyun and Jing Aoshuan, they had their own things to do, so they had already separated from him. Collecting the materials for the antidote for the shadowless poison is not something that can be done in a day. I should go somewhere with more people first and ask around. Yi Qin turned into a beam of light, flying toward the nearest city. The East Royal City was one of the top 10 cities in the world. The biggest power in the city was the Gu family. Although the Gu family was not one of the top 4 families, they used to be the #1 family in the world. It was because this family used to have a titled emperor warrior, the East Royal King. Right now, the Gu family was like a sun in the west, but a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Among the rank 5 families, the Gu family still had quite a bit of prestige. The East Royal City was huge. It was even bigger than the Thunder City, which was also one of the top 10 cities. It would take a few days for a normal person to walk from the East Gate to the West Gate. Although the warriors who had reached the condensing reality realm could fly, no one dared to fly in the sky above the East Royal City. There was a rule in the East Royal City, which was that flying was forbidden. Anyone who dared to fly in the sky would be disrespectful to the Gu family of the East Royal City. The lightest punishment would be imprisonment for a few days, and the most severe punishment would be beheading in public. In the west of the East Royal City, there was an inconspicuous pavilion. It was 7 stories high and had an ancient look. There was a plaque hanging on the door with the words, "Knowledge Pavilion," written in silver. The pavilion was a place for information, and each floor had its own price. The first floor was for normal information, the second floor had a certain value, and the third floor and above was not a place that normal people could go. Any piece of information up there could cost a normal clasping Yuan realm warrior's entire fortune. The Knowledge Pavilion had a powerful background. Even the Gu family of the East Royal City didn't want to mess with them. If they needed any information, they had to go through the normal channels. Imperceptibly, the status of the Pavilion of Knowledge became higher. On the first floor of the pavilion, a cold beauty with a calm temperament was sitting on a chair behind the counter, flipping through a book with an extremely serious expression. A group of people walked in from outside the door. The one in the lead looked like he was in his 20s. He was not that handsome, but his body was huge. He walked like a tiger with a pair of sharp eyes. Anyone who was stared at by him would feel like their heart would stop beating. He was a direct disciple of the Gu family. His name was Gu Ping, and he was one of the rare martial geniuses of the Gu family. He had reached the Sea of Souls realm at the age of 32, and had been training for 2 years. His battling power was even more powerful than the older generation of Sea of Souls realm warriors. "Miss Nightingale, long time no see." Gu Ping walked to the counter and said to the cold beauty with a smile. The beauty moved her eyes away from the book, lifted her head and said lightly, "Mr. Ping, we have just met last month. What kind of information do you want this time?" "Shadowless demon." Gu Ping only said those 3 words. 6th floor. A surprised expression flashed past the beauty's face as she answered. "All right, wait for me this time. Miss Nightingale, would you do me a favor and have a meal with me?" Before going upstairs, Gu Ping turned around and said with a smile. He was obviously interested in the beauty. "Not interested." After saying that, the beauty went back to reading her book. "I believe you will be interested." A hint of displeasure flashed past his eyes as Gu Ping asked the others to stay downstairs while he walked up the stairs to the 6th floor. "So, this is the pavilion?" At the corner of the street not far away from the pavilion, Yichen scanned the surroundings and found the pavilion. Lifting his feet, Yichen walked over. On the first floor there was a group of people blocking the way. If one wanted to get in, he would have to crawl through the corner. Obviously, Yichen would not do something like that. Hearing Yichen's words, no one said anything and no one moved out of the way. It was as if he did not exist at all. Frowning, Yichen pushed his Zhenyuan and shook his body. The group of people who were blocking his way were pushed back to the sides, creating a path for him. "Brat, you are looking for death. How dare you to do whatever you want in the East Royal City? Your death is not far away." This group of people were all at the Sea of Souls realm. But the pavilion was not as simple as it looked. It was covered with restrictive spells, and the attack that Yi Chen had just used did not even have the power to shake the pavilion. But of course, with his pure Jin Yuan and powerful sword intent, it would not be hard for him to blow away a group of normal Sea of Souls realm warriors. The beauty lifted up her head and said lightly, "Do not make too much noise in the pavilion. You all get out." "Miss Nightingale, we are from the Gu family." This group of people were used to being rude and unreasonable, so they reminded the beauty. "Get out." The beauty waved her hand. She did not use her Zhen Yuan, but the restrictive power that was everywhere in the pavilion had been directed by her. It blew the group of people out, leaving only Yi Chen. "What kind of information do you want?" As if she had done something insignificant, the cold beauty asked. Yi Chen said, "It is about the shadowless plant and the rootless flower." Actually, there were a lot of ingredients for the antidote, and he was not only lacking the shadowless plant and rootless flower. But Yi Chen was afraid that if he mentioned too many ingredients, it would cause unnecessary trouble. Plus, he had to take it one step at a time. So, saying 2 ingredients would be enough. Shadowless plant and rootless flower? A strange expression flashed past the beauty's face. "Do you know the rules of the pavilion?" "Yes, the information on the 4th floor starts at 100,000 low-rank spirit stones, the 5th floor starts at 5,000 top-rank spirit stones, and the 6th floor starts at 30,000 top-rank spirit stones." The shadowless plant and the rootless flower were both rare plants, so it would be impossible to get information below the 4th floor. Nodding, the beauty said, "Since you know about it, I believe you have the money to pay for it. You can go to the 6th floor to ask for what you want." "Thank you." Holding his fists together, Yi Chen walked toward the stairs. On the street outside of the pavilion, A group of Sea of Souls realm warriors from the Gu family looked extremely pale as they stared at the beauty angrily. What are you talking about? Isn't she just a manager from the pavilion? If we were not inside, I would be able to beat her with only one hand. The pavilion was covered by an invisible inhibition power. As one of the deacons of the pavilion, the cold beauty could control the inhibition power to attack anyone who entered the pavilion. That was also why no one dared to challenge the pavilion. The inhibition power was too horrifying. The existence of the pavilion has affected the reputation of our Gu family. If it were not for the fact that it had such a powerful background, we would have taken it out already. The footsteps stopped as Yi Qin arrived at the 6th floor. What kind of information are you looking for? Right in front of the stairs was a counter. The middle-aged man behind the counter said lightly. Yi Qin said, "Plants?" "In the 3rd room." The middle-aged man pointed at the 3rd room. Arriving at the door, Yi Qin pushed the door open and walked in. There was only one table and 2 chairs inside. It was not that big, but because of the lack of furniture, it did not seem crowded at all. Instead, it gave people a very safe and private feeling. What kind of plants? A voice was heard out of nowhere. Yi Qin looked around and did not notice anything out of the ordinary. He knew that it was a trick of the pavilion, so he answered, "Shadowless plant and rootless flower. I know a little about this. I will go." One of the voices was heard. Then, the wall of the 3rd room was opened, and a normal-looking elder walked in. Information about the shadowless plant, 40,000 top-rank soul stones. Information about the rootless flower, 50,000 top-rank soul stones. "Do you want both?" the elder asked. "Yes." Yi Qin nodded. "There are 3 news about the shadowless plant. The first one was from 50 years ago, and I heard that someone had gotten it in the soul-losing valley in the Sky Marshal region. The second one was from 19 years ago, and it was located in the Star Regional Lake. Someone had seen it on a strange island, but it had disappeared later on. The third one was from 1 year ago, in an underground crack 5.5 million miles away from the northwest of the East Royal City. Someone had also seen it before. Plus, there is a kind of evil creature called the Shadowless Demon which is good at stealing bodies. It is invisible and formless, and astral-reaching realm warriors would die for sure if they go there. There is only one information about the rootless plant, which is also in the underground crack. But it is in the deepest part of the crack. If you run into an underground lake with light spots, you might be able to see it. Alright, please pay 90,000 top-rank soul stones. Taking out 9 huge boxes filled with top-rank soul stones, Yi Qin thought to himself, it is so easy to earn money here. Just by opening your mouth, 90,000 top-rank soul stones would be the entire wealth of a normal Sea of Souls realm warrior. But then again, it was also reasonable. Information was the most valuable thing but also the least valuable. The key was whether or not it was needed, since it would not be for free. It would take a lot of time and effort to get it, so how could it be sold at a low price? Walking out of the third room, Yi Qin saw the door of the 9th room open as well, and a tall young man in his 20s walked out. The two of them looked at each other, then shifted their gazes and walked toward the staircase one after the other. Such a powerful sword chi. It would be a good material. Gu Ping, who was walking in front, had a weird evil smile on his face. This person is not a good person. I wonder what kind of evil martial art he has trained? Yi Qin seemed to have sensed something. Arriving on the first floor, Gu Ping started to talk to the cold beauty. Yi Qin left the pavilion directly. As for those Sea of Souls realm warriors at the entrance, they seemed to be waiting for someone, so they did not try to cause trouble for Yi Qin. Only one of them sprinkled a bit of colorless powder at Yi Qin, sticking it onto the corner of Yi Qin's clothes. Meanwhile, in the Thunder City millions of miles away, there was another pavilion. A man in black robes walked in. Chapter 572. 5.5 million miles was a long distance, and it took Yi Qin 10 days to arrive at the underground crack from the East Royal City with his flying puppet. Fortunately, those 10 days were not wasted either, as his Sky Thunder Cut and Amarantha nature had made breakthroughs one after another. The former had reached 80%, and the latter was catching up as well, reaching 80% as well. Originally, when the Sky Thunder Cut was at 70%, its power combined with the reverse Sky Thunder Cut would be equivalent to the 90% Gold Resonant Radiant Sword Art. Now that it had reached 80%, its power had almost doubled. It had even surpassed the completed Gold Resonant Radiant Sword Art, becoming Yi Qin's #1 ace attack. Amarantha nature did not seem to be as powerful as the Gold Resonant Radiant Sword Art, but in terms of attacking skills, it was not something that the latter could compare with either. Its effect could not be ignored at all. With the improvement of the 2 top sword attacks, Yi Chen's overall power had reached a whole new level. Unfortunately, ever since his void-shattering finger art had reached 50%, it had been stuck there for a long time. Yi Chen knew that there was a huge gap between the space mentality and the space profound, which would not be that easy to cross. But once he did, it would bring about a huge change in his power. Putting away his flying puppet, Yi Chen released his soul power. Everything within 500 miles was within his detection range. Him? Nothing? Yi Chen frowned. Within his soul power's detection range, there was no sign of the underground crack. Could it be fake news? No, the information from the pavilion is a gold brand. Without solid proof they would not sell it. There must be something blocking my soul power detection. Soul eye open. Opening his eyebrows, a silver vertical eye appeared on Yi Chen's forehead. It was half squinted, revealing only a slit. A silver light shot out of it, traveling through the surreal space and reaching thousands of miles away. Everything within those miles was like a phantom, appearing in Yi Chen's mind one after another. Closing the vertical eye, Yi Chen's face was slightly pale. It's too hard to control the soul eye. With my current power, I can only use a small part of its power. Plus, I can't control it as I please. I wanted to see everything within 500 miles, but I could only see a few thousand miles away. I wasted a lot of my soul power. My soul I can see far and near. I can see billions of miles away, even the stars. When I'm close, I can see everything around me. The Eye of the Soul was Yi Chen's special ability. As Yi Chen reached the Sea of Souls realm, Yi Chen had slowly mastered a bit of the usage of the Eye of the Soul, which was even more powerful than the soul power. Things that could not be detected by the soul power would be exposed under the observation of the Eye of the Soul. Just now, he had already seen everything within thousands of miles. In his mind, countless images flashed. The things that the Eye of the Soul saw would not disappear, but would be stored in his mind so that he could flip through them at any time. Otherwise, there would be way too many things within thousands of miles, and even Yi Chen would not be able to tell which was which, since the human memory was limited after all. There is an underground crack here. No, it is only a small crack less than 1,000 meters deep. It should be left behind after the battle between Sea of Souls realm warriors. Underground river. Volcano hot spring. Big valley. Inside the mountain there is black chi coming out. There is a crack. This is it. As more images flashed past, Yi Chen's attention landed on the latest one. It was a huge mountain 300 miles away. There were many tunnels inside the mountain, crisscrossing like a web. In the upper right corner of the mountain, there was a cave with a 100-meter-long crack. Rolling black chi was spreading out of the crack, which seemed to have the ability to devour soul power. That was why Yi Chen did not notice it before. 10,000 miles away, a huge weird bird with burning wings was flying at an extreme speed. On the back of the bird there was a group of people, led by Gu Ping. Master Ping, the 1,000-mile soul-chasing incense has lost its effect. Behind Gu Ping, a person's expression changed as he said hurriedly. Gu Ping frowned. The tracking range of the incense is 18,000 miles. You said earlier that it was 13,000 miles away. How come it is gone now? I do not know either. Perhaps he had found out about the incense? Impossible. Gu Ping shook his head. The incense is colorless and odorless. It is made with top-rank shadowless plants and other precious materials. Without the senses of a king warrior, it would be hard to notice. Plus, if he had found out about the incense, he could have just thrown it on the ground. There would be no need for him to destroy it, since it would be the same as telling us that he had found it. That is true. He should have entered some unknown place, right? Gu Ping's face darkened as he said, the place where we went was the same as where he went. Perhaps he had asked for the same information in the pavilion as I did, or maybe there is some kind of connection between them. What is Master Ping planning to do? Let's not worry about him for now. Let's find the underground crack first. If he is in there as well, then it would be killing two birds with one stone. A creepy cold light flashed through his eyes. No one knew what Gu Ping was planning. Arriving inside the mountain, Yi Chen soon found the entrance of the crack. At the entrance, black chi was everywhere and a cold wind was blowing. Soul power spread out, but most of it would be devoured by an invisible power. It was as if there were many horrifying monsters inside the black chi, eating away at the soul power. Thunderbird change. Yi Chen waved his right hand, and a bird made of thunder and lightning flapped its wings, drawing a perfect arc in the sky before diving into the crack. Countless thunder sparks exploded, and the blue light did not go out for a long time. Seeing that there was no danger at the entrance, Yi Chen flashed his body and jumped into the crack. Right after that, the rolling black chi covered up the entrance once again. Stepping on the uneven hard rock, Yi Chen could feel the cold chi entering his body through the soles of his feet. Under this kind of cold chi, normal people could easily fall sick and have hallucinations. Even the energetic and brave men would start to feel fear. Yi Chen had the slaughter sword spirit, which made him invincible. Once the cold chi entered his body, it would be destroyed by the pure slaughter chi. The crack was a slope. Yi Chen followed the slope and slid down, waving his hand to cut off the sharp rocks that were reaching down from above. Demon Evil Stone. With a quick glance, Yi Chen saw a silver-black crystal stone on a rock wall. It was indeed the Demon Evil Stone that could only be found in the Extreme Yin region. Waving his hand, the Demon Evil Stone left the wall and landed in Yi Chen's hand. The Yin Qi in this place is extremely heavy, even more than the Extreme Yin region. The Demon Evil Stones that are exposed outside are all top grade. One of them would be equivalent to 4 to 5 normal Demon Evil Stones. Putting away the Demon Evil Stone, Yi Chen continued to slide down. Soon Yi Chen had gotten dozens of Demon Evil Stones. For people who had not trained their martial spirit, it would be a great treasure to train their willpower. For Sea of Souls realm warriors with low-rank martial spirits, it would be useful as well. However, Yi Chen's slaughter sword spirit was already at peak level rank 4, so no matter how good the stones were, it would be useless unless he could find some demon evil crystals. Voila! The sound of running water was heard from ahead, making the crack even more deadly silent. Hearing the sound, Yi Chen frowned. According to the information he had gotten from the pavilion, the rootless flower would appear in places with lakes. With that thought in mind, Yi Chen increased his speed, flying toward the source of the sound like a ghost in the dark. Stopping his steps, Yi Chen stopped in front of an unknown river. Obviously, it was not a lake since there were no light spots on the surface of the river. Even his soul power would be absorbed by the river. The deeper he went, the more his soul power would be absorbed. 10 meters down, he would not be able to sense anything at all. It was unknown where this river led to, but it was getting further and further away. It seemed like it was connected to hell, making people feel extremely depressed. Ah! An extremely horrified sound was suddenly heard from afar. It sounded like a ghost scream, but also like a ghost's haunting. In this creepy environment, it would be enough to scare any normal person to death. Yi Chen frowned. He thought about it and decided to check it out. Right then, a weird snake with a tumor on its head jumped out of the river. It opened its mouth, shooting out a stinky poisonous chi like an arrow, aiming right at Yi Chen's face. Yi Chen did not even look at it. He threw out a thunder lion with his left hand. It was the thunder lion transformation of the thunder beast transformation. The brutal thunder power was the nemesis of these kinds of evil creatures. The weird snake was instantly burnt, falling into the river. No one knew if it was dead or alive. Inside a dead silent cave, a young man and a woman appeared. The young man's face was full of fear. His eyeballs almost popped out of his eye sockets. He opened his mouth and let out an inhuman scream from time to time. Chilling wind blew on his body, and the cold air was very obvious. Behind him, it seemed like something was invading his body. Occasionally he would glance at it and see a blurry human figure. That person's face was blurry and cold, making one's scalp go numb. Go. Go. The young man held his neck with one hand and tried his best to push the girl away with the other. No. The girl's tears kept falling down. Her face was full of fear and unwillingness. If they had known that this place was evil, they would not have come here in the first place. Go. If we don't go now, I will not be able to control myself. It is trying to take over my body. Go. Let's go together. The girl was very unyielding. She waved her hand and attacked the young man's back. Unfortunately, her Zhen Yuan could not reach the blurry human figure at all. It went right through and caused half of the cave to collapse. The young man's eyes turned white, and his pupils could not be seen anymore. The cold air on his body had even frozen the air, leaving only a trace of the blurry human figure outside. The dead silent air moved slightly. Out of nowhere, a young man in blue appeared not far away from the two. His pupils shone with a silver luster, seeming to be a bit surprised. Who are you? Go. If you don't go now, you will die with us. The girl's face flashed with surprise at first, then joy, and then despair. She and the young man were both master-level warriors, but even they could not deal with this thing, so it would be even worse for the other side. She did not want to drag someone down with her before she died. Maybe I can deal with it. The young man in blue appeared in front of the young man with one step and put his hand on the latter's shoulder. Chapter 573. You can handle it? The woman was about to say something when she suddenly saw a shocking scene. Yi Chen's right hand rested on the young man's shoulder, and in the next second, a horrifying sword intent exploded out. This sword intent contained a boundless killing intent, and under the washing of the killing intent, the cold chi in the cave was instantly obliterated. The young man's body shook as he felt as if he was being cut by 1,000 blades. However, compared to the feeling of being cut by 1,000 blades, the temporary recovery of his consciousness gave him a glimmer of hope amidst the despair. Feeling the enormous threat, the vague human figure behind the young man let out an eerie and sharp roar. This roar didn't have any killing power, but it directly penetrated into the soul. The young man and the woman's consciousness immediately became muddled, and they were completely defenseless. Piss off. A silver light beam shot out of Yi Chen's eyes as the killing sword intent shot out. Its power increased to another level as it landed on the blurry human figure. Yi Chen's killing sword intent was extremely horrifying. If it were not for the fact that he was afraid that the teenager might not be able to handle it, he would have suppressed the power and range. Otherwise, that attack would have been more than enough to destroy the blurry human figure. Although it was not destroyed, it was still blown out of the teenager's body by the sword intent. Once the blurry human figure left the teenager, it could not be seen anymore. Even Yi Chen would not be able to sense it unless he opened his soul eye again. But, opening it twice in such a short period of time would consume a lot of his soul power, which would make him quite exhausted. As the blurry human figure disappeared, the teenager's body softened, and he knelt on the ground. Wuxia. The girl hurried to help the teenager up. I am fine now. The teenager's voice was very weak and his body was cold. Let me help you up. Holding the teenager up, the girl looked at Yi Chen. She thought that Yi Chen was only a normal Sea of Souls realm warrior, who was not even as powerful as her. But now she did not think so anymore. His sword intent was extremely horrifying, and even that weird thing could not handle it at all. It had been blown out of Wuxia's body. You have saved Wuxia's life, which means you have saved mine. So, from now on I, Li Qingxiang, owe you my life. The woman said gratefully. Yi Chen didn't care too much about their words. What he cared about was their names. He asked, Are you Wuxia and Li Qingxiang from the southern sector? That's right. You are? The woman and the young man raised their heads. Yi Chen smiled. Maybe you don't know me. My name is Yi Chen. Yi Chen. The girl named Li Qingxiang froze for a second before smiling as well. Yes, how could we not know each other? You were the host of the last tea gathering, and Wuxia was also the host of the tea gathering. We pay a lot of attention to it. Since we're all from the southern sector, there's no need to thank us or owe us anything. When we're outside we should help if we can. If it were you guys you would probably do the same. Wuxia swallowed a pill to replenish his energy. Then, with Li Qingxiang's support, he slowly stood up and said with a bitter smile, I didn't expect the one who saved me to be you, the famous person in the southern sector. Maybe this is fate. By the way, where is that thing? Yi Chen glanced around and said, It was badly damaged so it should have left. The slaughter sword intent was targeted at the invisible and shadowless evil creatures, and its lethality was extremely high. Not to mention these evil creatures, even warriors at the same level would not be able to withstand the impact of the sword intent at close range. The sword intent could ignore physical defenses and directly harm the opponent's mind. However, the opponent was not an idiot. He would definitely release his martial will to counteract the sword intent, and after a part of the sword intent was counteracted, the lethality would be almost negligible. Wuxia said with lingering fear, This place is very strange. A high cultivation doesn't mean anything but a powerful martial intent. Both Qingxiang and I have high martial intent, but we still couldn't hurt that thing. If we stay here for a long time, it will take advantage of us. Yi Chen nodded. This place was indeed strange. He could vaguely feel that there was something horrifying down there like the source of hell. We shouldn't stay here for long. Let's go out together. Li Qingxiang suggested. Yi Chen said, I still have something to do. You guys go out first. Don't worry. That thing was hit by my slaughter sword intent so it won't be able to threaten you anymore. Then be careful. Wuxia and Li Qingxiang did not want to stay here anymore. This place gave them too much pressure. If it were not for Yi Chen they wouldn't even know what would happen to them. The two left the cave and flew back the way they came. Soon they disappeared from Yi Chen's perception. Shadowless demon? Yi Chen mumbled to himself. East Royal City Pavilion. There was a transportation stone door in the side hall on the first floor. The whirlpool inside the door spun and a man in black robes walked out. This brat is really good at running. He actually came to the Sky Martial region. The man in black robes was indeed Yin Demon Ancestor. He had first gone to the Thunder City Pavilion to ask about Yi Chen. After knowing that Yi Chen had come to the Sky Martial region, he directly went to the East Royal City Pavilion through the transportation door. Of course, he had paid a huge price, which was half of his wealth. If it were not for the fact that he had made up his mind to get the Undying Body secret art, he would not have wasted it like this. I want to ask about someone. Walking out of the side hall, Yin Demon Ancestor said to the cold beauty. What cultivation? If it is below the Sea of Souls realm, then you should just leave. The pavilion was not omniscient. They would only search for valuable information. Warriors below the Sea of Souls realm would not be worth it. If it were personal information, then it would be a different story. Of course, personal information of warriors below the astral reaching realm would not be worth it either. Sea of Souls realm cultivation. As he said these words, Yin Demon Ancestor cursed inwardly. He had already known that Yi Chen had reached the Sea of Souls realm, which was really unimaginable. 6th floor. The cold beauty said. Hearing her, Yin Demon Ancestor walked toward the stairs directly. It was not the first time that he had searched for people through the pavilion, so he was quite familiar with the way. Inside the number 1 room on the 6th floor. What a coincidence. The person you are looking for just came here to ask for information 10 days ago. Because he is our customer, you will have to double the price, which would be 100,000 top-rank soul stones. The elder said expressionlessly. Hearing him, Yin Demon Ancestor clenched his teeth. All right, I will take it. His heart was bleeding. He had already spent half of his family's wealth in the Thunder City Pavilion, and now that he was in the East Royal City Pavilion, he would have to spend another half. Right now, his wealth was not even comparable to a normal Sea of Souls realm warrior. An underground crack 5.5 million miles northwest of the East Royal City. The elder said calmly. There were huge mountains everywhere, seeming to be endless. 2 human figures shot out of a huge mountain, heading into the distance. Young Master Ping. On a mountain peak not far away, a group of people stood there. One of them saw the 2 leaving, so he reminded the tall teenager in the lead. The tall teenager's gaze followed the direction of the 2 and said, Let's go check it out. Yes. The group of people flew out. Inside the huge mountain near the crack. Ha! Finally found it. Let's go down. A joyful expression flashed through Gu Ping's face as his body disappeared into the black chi, heading toward the crack. The rest of them did not hesitate as they followed. Shadowless Demon, although you are a nightmare for most people, for me you are a powerful tool. No one knows that I have found a powerful secret art of making shadowless demons in an ancient ruin. With this art, I can make shadowless demons into shadowless puppets, which will allow me to take over the bodies of my enemies and make them work for me. With enough shadowless puppets, there will be more death warriors who are willing to die for me. Flying in the front, a creepy look flashed through Gu Ping's face. Young Master Ping, I have sensed the 1,000-mile soul-chasing incense. It is right down there. Right then someone behind him said happily. Hearing him, Gu Ping's expression changed. Good things happen one after another. Let's follow them. Remember, do not alert them. Keep a certain distance. If Yi Chen ran into the shadowless demon and both of them were badly wounded, then his success rate would be much higher, and he would be able to get a death warrior. Swoosh. The group of people heard the sound of flowing water, so they came to the river and looked around. They did not know where the river was leading to. Following the direction of the river, they could see that the ground was getting lower and lower, and the water was getting faster and faster. In the end, it had turned into a series of waterfalls, looking like a huge staircase. Eventually, the water flowed into a straight crack going all the way down to the bottom. It was an extremely creepy place. It was pitch black and one could not even see their fingers in front of them. Even soul power could not spread out in this place. Chin. A chain clanking sound was heard, as if the god of death had returned. Yeah, my demonic will is wounded. Quite a powerful sword intent, and its power has reached the peak of rank 5. Not bad, it is qualified to be one of my clones. Hee, they thought that this thing was a shadowless demon. Unfortunately, this is a shadowless demon with an owner, which is also formed by my demonic will. Killing one shadowless demon would not hurt me at all. I can create more shadowless demons anytime I want. Deep in the darkness, a horrifying voice was heard. Go. A vague vibration spread out, an endless evil wind rushed up through the crack. If one could see it with their naked eyes, they would know that it was exactly the same as the blurry human shadows from before. However, there were so many of them that it was hard to imagine. With each breath, there would be dozens of blurry human shadows flying out. The blurry human shadows jumped into the river and went against the current. Wherever they went, the cold air spread out and even the water seemed to have stopped. Along the way, the blurry human shadows passed by a lake, which was shining with green light spots. It seemed like it was formed by the gathering of green light. The crack is too big. If I follow the water, I should be able to find the lake. Walking out of the cave, Yichen followed the direction of the river and walked deeper. Below him, countless blurry human shadows were rushing towards Yichen. According to their speed, it would only take half an hour for them to run into each other. Unknowingly, Yichen was facing a situation where there were wolves in front of him and tigers behind him. Of course, he did not know it yet. Chapter 574. Human Puppet Art, Assimilate. Beside the river, Gu Ping suddenly stopped his body. Both of his hands moved like butterflies as he formed a spell. All of a sudden, an invisible power spread out with him as the center. It was extremely powerful, but it did not even cause a ripple in the river. Buzz! From the surface of the river, a blurry human shadow was shaken out, flying towards where Gu Ping was. This is the shadowless demon? So weird. The warriors brought by Gu Ping could feel their scalps tingling as they could not help but take 2 steps back. Don't worry. This shadowless demon will not be able to do anything to me. Gu Ping laughed out loud. The secret art that he had obtained from the ancient ruins was indeed the forbidden art of the puppet martial school, the human puppet art. It was different from normal puppet arts, as the materials used for it were not inanimate objects, but living ones. Because of how evil this secret art was, it eventually led to the destruction of the puppet martial school. He's injured. Gu Ping thought that it would not be easy to make the shadowless demon, since he had never tried it before. However, the process was surprisingly smooth. He could tell that the shadowless demon was very weak, as if it had been injured before. Shadowless puppet done? After that, Gu Ping opened his left hand and closed his fingers. All of a sudden, the blurry human figure shrunk into a ball and gathered in his palm. Gu Ping opened his left hand again. There was no longer a blurry human figure, only a blurry ghost mark. It was like a living creature, twisting and turning. Haha, it's done. I didn't think it would be so easy. After successfully crafting a shadowless puppet, Gu Ping was filled with confidence. He felt like he could see countless death warriors following behind him, fighting for him. The human puppet art of the puppet sect? This brat's luck isn't small, he actually obtained something that many people dream of. Unfortunately, the human path puppet technique isn't that easy to cultivate. If I didn't remove my control over the demonic will, I would have turned you into an idiot just now. Deep underground, a cold and ethereal voice rang out. Let's go. There should be more shadowless demons down there. Gu Ping was flying in the front with high spirits, absorbing all the cold chi around him into the mark on his palm. There is a shadowless demon here as well, but not the one before. The slaughter sword intent automatically protected his body. Like cutting a piece of paper, it sliced a blurry human figure that was attacking him into dozens of pieces, which were hard to heal. What? Slaughter sword intent. An exclamation came from the depths of the ground, as if it was extremely fearful of Yi Chen's sword intent. My demonic soul is at peak level rank 7, and the demonic will that I split out is also at rank 5. Let's see how much you can handle. If you were a life and death realm warrior, then I might be a bit worried since I would not let my demonic will get damaged for nothing. Unfortunately, you are only at Sea of Souls realm. Although you have the power of your sword intent, your control over it is still not as good as a life and death realm warrior. Take over his body. The voice calmed down and became eerie and terrifying. Buzz 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 buzz. A formless vibration spread out and countless blurry human figures rushed out of the river, attacking toward Yi Chen. Their protective Jin Yuan was practically non-existent. Kill. Inside his sea of soul, the slaughter sword spirit vibrated. Halos of sword intent spread out one after another. With Yi Chen as the center, not a single blurry figure could get close to him. All of them were bounced away. Those blurry figures lost their strength and sank into the river to recover. Come back. A voice was heard from the depths of the ground. Those wounded blurry figures went back the way they came, eventually merging into the darkness. In the next second, brand new blurry figures rushed out and joined the battle. So many shadowless demons. Yi Chen's expression changed slightly. Destruction sword intent, go. As the slaughter sword spirit vibrated, the second sword spirit vibrated as well. Meanwhile, the slaughter element in his sea of soul merged with the sword intent released by the second sword spirit, forming a slightly weaker destruction sword intent, but with a more horrifying aura. The combination of the destruction sword intent and the slaughter sword intent was like a tornado, spreading out in all directions. Those blurry human figures were first sliced into pieces, then swept by the destruction sword intent, melting them into nothingness. Even the possibility of recovery was gone. Damn. This is the destruction sword intent, which is even more horrifying than the slaughter sword intent. Where did he learn it from? No. If I keep losing the demon will like this, it will affect my demon soul greatly. I will take over the bodies of the people behind me first. The being in the depths of the ground had a slight fear towards the destruction sword intent. Although the slaughter sword intent could also destroy his demon will, it was only in a one-on-one situation. Meanwhile, the destruction sword intent was pure destruction. No matter if it was tangible or intangible, nothing could survive it. All the blurry figures dove into the river at the same time, quickly swimming upstream. They left? Yi Chen frowned. He finally knew why Wuxia and Li Qingxiang could not even handle one shadowless demon. First of all, their martial spirits were only rank 4, while his slaughter sword spirit was only at the peak of rank 4, but its power was at the peak of rank 5. There was a whole rank and a half difference between the two. Secondly, the martial intent was more balanced than the sword intent, which was the sword intent. Its speed, defense, and attacking power would all be increased. However, in the underground crack, balance meant mediocrity. If one's attack power was not enough, then they would not be able to hurt the shadowless demons. Although the defense power of the will had been increased, under the constant attacks of the shadowless demons, there would still be a time when one would feel tired. Any slight carelessness would lead to the shadowless demons being taken advantage of. However, Yi Chen's sword intent could destroy the shadowless demons with one attack. Even facing a group of shadowless demons he could still hurt them. As for the defense power of the will, Yi Chen did not need it at all. Before those shadowless demons even got close, the sword intent would have already sensed it, and it would automatically protect itself. Added with the destruction sword intent, Yi Chen was as hard to deal with as a porcupine. I will deal with it when it comes. I will go look for the rootless flower and the shadowless plant first. In this cold and gloomy environment, Yi Chen did not feel the slightest bit of fear. On the path of martial Tao, there was no room for cowardice or fear. The sword Tao was born from the martial Tao, but it was even harsher than the martial Tao. Turning into a beam of blue light, Yi Chen flew downstream. Ah, Master Ping, save me. Something is trying to take over my body. I cannot hold it anymore. Save me. I do not want to be taken over. Screams were heard everywhere as Gu Ping's face turned pale. Where did all these shadowless demons come from? How can I handle them all by myself? If it were just 2 or 3 of them, Gu Ping would have the confidence to handle them. But there were dozens of them and Gu Ping thought he could protect himself. Plus, according to the information he got from the pavilion, there were not that many of them in the underground crack. Human puppet spell. Train. The invisible power spread out like a net, grabbing the dozens of shadowless demons that were trying to take over the Gu family warriors' bodies. However, the power of the dozens of shadowless demons had already surpassed the pulling power of the human puppet spell. No matter how hard Gu Ping pushed his puppet spell to its limit, he still could not stop them from taking over their bodies. All he could do was watch them enter his warriors' bodies. Puppet Pearl. At the critical moment, Gu Ping threw out a shining bead, which spun and floated above his head. Right after that, the bead shot out the same power as the human puppet spell, increasing its power. Come here. With the help of the pearl, Gu Ping was like a god. His invisible power had been doubled, and he managed to drag the dozens of shadowless demons out. You even have a puppet pearl? What a great fortune. But it is not worth mentioning in my eyes. Demon will drill. A light vibration spread out as 4 shadowless demons combined together, turning into a shapeless drill, drilling into the pearl. The cracks on the surface of the pearl spread out, and the dim light dimmed. Oh, my puppet pearl. Gu Ping's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. The puppet orb was a support item that could push his human puppet art to another level. It was exactly because of the orb that he dared to come to this underground crack. After all, he knew that his human puppet art had not been trained to completion yet. Crack. The puppet pearl was shattered, turning into a dim light and disappearing. Run. Gu Ping did not have any other thoughts. As long as there was life, there would be hope. This many shadowless demons had already crossed his bottom line. Where do you think you are going? Upstream, more and more shadowless demons appeared, surrounding the group. At the same time, all of the Gu family warriors that Gu Ping had brought had their bodies taken over one after another. Their eyes turned white as an intense cold chi rose from their bodies. They did not look like living creatures but zombies. As more and more of the Gu family warriors were taken over, Gu Ping's face turned gray. He could never have thought that this fortune would turn into a nightmare. Your power is not bad and you know the human puppet spell. Let my main demon will take over your body. Among those shadowless demons, a blurry human figure that was even more muscular walked out. It opened its mouth like a black hole, swallowing Gu Ping instantly. Gu Ping struggled inside the blurry human figure's body, using his martial will to attack it from time to time. But this blurry human figure was way more powerful than the other shadowless demons, so it did not help at all. After a long while, Gu Ping stopped struggling, allowing the human figure to enter his body and take over his body. Gu Ping's feet landed on the ground as he opened his eyes. Different from the others, his eyes did not turn white. Instead they looked normal. However, there was a darkness in the depth of his pupils, as if there was something horrifying hiding inside. The cold chi on his body was very faint as well. If one did not look carefully, they would not be able to sense it at all. With a grin, Gu Ping let out a creepy sound. I finally have a good incarnation. Now, I can use it to go out and see what the outside world is like. But before that, I will first take over that kid's body. His body is more suitable to be my incarnation. Once the two incarnations are formed, there might be a chance for me to escape. Let's go. Gu Ping waved his hand and countless blurry human shadows jumped into the river, following the direction where the river was flowing. Meanwhile, the warriors of the Gu family who had been possessed flew forward numbly. Their movements were synchronized and they looked lifeless. Chapter 575 was a huge lake. The surface of the lake shone with green light spots, which made the whole lake look crystal clear. It was as if it was made up of green light, which was extremely magical. This is it. Seeing the lake, Yi Chen's eyes brightened, but then he looked confused. The underground crack was full of danger, and there were hundreds of shadowless demons. He wondered how the pavilion knew that the rootless flower and shadowless plant were growing here. Had a life and death realm warrior come here to check it out? No way. Yi Chen shook his head. Life and death realm warriors would not fall to this level. Then would it be a top master level warrior? That was not possible either. The shadowless demon was way more dangerous than the rumors. If it were not for his slaughter sword intent and destruction sword intent that could suppress the shadowless demon, even if it were another master level warrior with a rank 5 sword intent, he would still be killed. How would Yi Chen know that the shadowless demons here were the demonic will of some powerful being? The owner of the demonic will would not care about normal warriors at all, and would not touch them at all. Only the young martial geniuses would be its prey. It could be seen from the fact that a group of powerful warriors from the Gu family had been possessed by the normal demonic will, while Gu Ping had been possessed by the main demonic will. The pavilion has a very high status. Perhaps they have some other unknown channels. Getting rid of all the unnecessary thoughts, Yi Chen lifted up his head and looked at the sky above the lake. Yi Chen's eyes flashed as he saw a floating green flower hundreds of meters away in the sky above the lake. It was only the size of a palm, with 2 petals that looked like thin wings. Below the flower, where the roots used to be, there were 2 extra feelers that looked like long legs waving slightly. Come here. Yi Chen recognized it immediately. It was indeed the rootless flower. He waved his right hand and a suction force appeared. It seemed like it had sensed the threat, as the 2 petals of the rootless flower flapped intensely, trying its best to fight against the suction force. Meanwhile, a huge amount of green light spots flew up into the sky, forming a green shield, blocking out Yi Chen's suction force. Interesting. Putting down his right hand, Yi Chen stomped on the ground lightly, and his whole body jumped out into the air, arriving in front of the green shield within a second. Break. He formed a fist with his right hand, and a thunder lion appeared. Yi Chen threw out a punch at the shield. Boom. Boom. The jade-green barrier surged with lightning and exploded with a bang. Yi Chen passed through it. Just as the rootless flower was about to fall into his hands, the undercurrent of the lake below surged, and a long black shadow rolled out as fast as lightning. Yi Chen's expression did not change. He retracted his right hand and reached for his waist. The next moment, a golden sword light burst out and flashed past, cutting the long black shadow in half. After doing all this, Yi Chen did not stop. His left hand reached out from his waist, like a green dragon coming out of the water or a venomous snake coming out of its hole. He grabbed the rootless flower that was trying to escape, through the air. Then he shrank his body and flew backward, avoiding the surprise attack of another black shadow. On the shore, Yi Qin used an extreme rank jade box to store the rootless flower and put it in his storage ring. He then looked at the place where the undercurrent was surging. Swoosh! The sound of water breaking rang out, and an object the size of a small mountain appeared. Around the small mountain were long black shadows dancing in the air. There were a total of 8 of them. In the center of the small mountain, 2 lantern-like balls of light suddenly lit up. Each ball was the size of a water tank, giving off a strong sense of oppression. It was a black octopus, a huge black octopus. Its body was not round but rather sharp and jagged. There were colorful patterns all over its body, which were bright and eye-catching. Just by looking at its appearance, one could tell that it was an extremely poisonous black octopus. Dot, dot, dot. The black octopus spoke in the human language. Its voice was extremely creepy, going straight into people's souls. You are the one who will die. Putting his gold sword back into its scabbard, Yi Qin did not care about the black octopus at all. Boom. Yi Qin's words had angered the black octopus. Its water tank-sized eyes shone with a bright light, and all 8 of its tentacles waved in the air. It jumped out at Yi Qin, bringing up a beast power wind pressure that was powerful enough to shatter mountains. A circular pattern spread out at an extreme speed. Lifting up both of his hands, Yi Qin looked cold. In the next second, a beam of sword chi shot out from all 10 of his fingers, interweaving with each other like a huge green net. The black octopus was extremely fast and it bumped into the green net. All of a sudden, the sound of countless sharp blades cutting through rocks was heard. Within a second, the black octopus's body was full of holes, and 3 of its tentacles had been cut off as well. They had all been shattered into pieces by that horrifying sword chi tornado. It seemed like it had not expected Yi Qin to be this horrifying. The black octopus screamed in fear, and its body shrunk before sinking down like lightning. Because it was sinking so fast, the lake water around it started to bulge up like an iron bucket, reaching dozens of meters high. The green light spot had the effect of blocking out soul power detection. Yi Qin waited for a while, and seeing that the black octopus did not show up again, he knew that it was scared. He could not help but smile, but soon his smile froze on his face. He heard a dead air-piercing sound, so he turned around and saw a group of Gu family warriors with their eyes rolled up. The leader was indeed Gu Ping, who had a cold expression on his face. He was the only one who looked normal. These people have been possessed? Yi Qin could tell that something was wrong. Go! Gu Ping waved his hand, and all of the Gu family warriors who had been possessed jumped out at the same time, attacking towards Yi Qin, who was hundreds of meters away. At the same time, a huge amount of blurry human shadows mixed in with the Gu family warriors, waiting for the right moment to attack. A cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth as Yi Qin lifted up all 10 of his fingers once again. Sword chi tornado. All out. With every breath, each of his fingers would shoot out dozens of lotus heart sword chi beams. Adding all 10 of his fingers together, there were hundreds of beams of sword chi beams. The beams of sword chi beams shot out one after another, shining like stars, enveloping the 10 people in front of him. Swoosh, swoosh, ting, ting. Some of the Gu family warriors were wearing top-ranked defensive weapons, while some of them had taken out top-ranked defensive shields. Half of them did not have top-ranked defensive weapons, so under the Lotus Heart Sword Chi that contained the killing sword intent, their bodies were pierced through like a beehive, falling down onto the ground. Destruction Fist. Gu Ping moved with a cold face. He took one step forward, cracking the ground as he threw out a punch towards Yi Qin, which contained the Destruction Profound. The Lotus Heart Sword Chi had been destroyed, and Yi Qin took out his gold sword, waving out a crescent-shaped gold sword chi that clashed with Gu Ping's fist power. Bang! Like a huge firework exploding, the intense shockwave spread out in all directions, blowing away a lot of the Gu family warriors who were unable to move forward. The mental power attack had even made a lot of blurry human shadows scream and back out, clearing out a huge area of space. Destruction Fist. 8 movement. A cold light flashed through Gu Ping's eyes. His body shook once and 7 shadows appeared in the air. Including his real body, there would be 8 of them in total. 8 Gu Pings threw out their destruction fists at Yi Qin at the same time. That powerful fist power had twisted the space around, tearing apart the rocks around. Yi Qin took a deep breath as his whole body turned into a black shadow, moving in between the fist power. Along the way, a lot of blurry human shadows attacked, trying to stop Yi Qin from moving. However, with the intense killing sword intent and destruction sword intent on Yi Qin's body, the blurry human shadows could only slow down Yi Qin a little bit. This brat is definitely a good clone. We cannot let him go. The voice from deep underground was a bit hurried. He had never seen a sword artist genius with two types of sword intents. Compared to Yi Qin, Gu Ping seemed a lot weaker. Double sword. Go. Appearing in front of Gu Ping's real body within a second, Yi Qin held the gold sword in his right hand and the emerald longsword in his left. He crossed the two swords and threw out his most powerful sword attack. As the two sword lights interweaved together, a dark blue thunder lightning ball appeared, devouring Gu Ping instantly. Boom. The thunder moved like a snake and Gu Ping's whole body was blown away, blood pouring out of all of his orifices. Flashing his body to dodge the attacks of the other Gu family warriors, Yi Qin frowned and thought to himself, I have to finish this as soon as possible. Feels a bit weird. With that thought in mind, Yi Qin put the two swords back into their scabbards and took out his semi-extreme rank great sword, the Thunder Disaster Sword. Oh. The sword body was like a beam of lightning as Yi Qin stabbed out with it. The sword's speed kept on increasing and in the end, it was almost ignoring the distance between them. Swoosh. Gu Ping's throat was stabbed and his eyes lost their light. So close. At that critical moment, the blurry human figure that had taken over Gu Ping's body jumped out of his body. It was not hit by Yi Qin's sword attack, since that sword attack contained an intense slaughter sword intent. If one was hit directly, even if they were not badly wounded, they would at least be slightly wounded. Sacrifice explosion. The rest of the Gu family warriors surrounded Yi Qin. Their bodies suddenly shone with an eye-piercing light as they started to explode. The explosion chi flow stacked together, which was enough to wound or even kill most of the master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors. Defense was Yi Qin's weakness, and an unprecedented sense of danger flashed through his mind. He performed his rarely used green lotus sword art. The sword light turned into a green lotus, covering him within while he himself increased the thickness of his protective Zhenyuan layer, trying to block out the power of the explosion. Boom. The bottomless crack almost collapsed, and a huge crack appeared on the huge mountain above it, as if it had been cut in half by a huge axe. I hope you don't die. It would be such a shame if you did. Self-sacrificing explosion was not an ultimate secret art of the Gu family, but a secret art of the owner of the demonic will. His demonic will allowed him to take over other people's bodies and use them to perform self-sacrificing explosion. Naturally, it would be successful and it would not harm his own body. After all, this explosion did not have a mental attack. It was purely a Zhenyuan explosion. After the light faded away, Yi Qin was bleeding from all 7 of his orifices as he stood up with his sword. He is not dead yet. But even if he is not dead yet, his body has been badly wounded, and his soul must be in a weakened state. It would be the perfect time for me to take over his body. Countless blurry human figures started to move, rushing toward Yi Qin. Yi Qin activated his slaughter sword intent and destruction sword intent, bouncing away the attacks from the blurry human figures. However, the sudden weakening of his soul had caused his sword intent to lose its endurance. Performing the undying body would consume a huge amount of yuan qi, which he would have to rely on pellets to replenish. But there was no time for that right then. His body had been badly wounded, and his soul, which was closely connected to his body, was also extremely weak. Right now Yi Qin was at his weakest. Right then, the strongest blurry human figure jumped out of Gu Ping's body and jumped toward Yi Qin. Without much of a hindrance, the blurry human figure entered Yi Qin's body. Right at the moment of successfully taking over his body, an extremely powerful mental light suddenly shone out of Yi Qin's body. An old man's shadow appeared out of nowhere, and with a closer look, it was indeed the leader of the Dragon God Heaven Palace, the Dragon King. The Dragon King's shadow yelled, and an invisible mental power attack spread out. All of the blurry human figures disappeared one after another. What? Rank 7 mental power. An unbelievable voice came from deep under the ground. Chapter 576. The higher the level of the martial spirit, the harder it would be to improve. Correspondingly, the increase in power would be even bigger. Although the rank 5 martial spirit and rank 6 martial spirit seem to be only one rank apart, the power of the will would be a couple of times more powerful. And the gap between rank 6 and rank 7 would be even bigger than the gap between rank 5 and rank 6. If the rank 5 martial spirit was the king level martial spirit, then the rank 7 martial spirit would be the emperor level martial spirit. Any warrior with the emperor level martial spirit could kill a master level Sea of Souls realm warrior with just one look. It was the gap that could not be crossed. Although the existence deep underground had a peak demonic soul of the 7th order, the demonic will he split out was only at the 5th order, and the main demonic will was only at the 6th order. How could they withstand the attack of a 7th order will? So, with this shout, all the ordinary demonic wills and the main demonic will present died. As he spoke, the being in the underground groaned. Losing one demonic will would not be a big deal, but losing hundreds of demonic wills and a main one would be a huge problem. The loss of the demonic will would not have much of a side effect on his demonic soul, because the side effect would be reflected directly on his soul. But because of this shout, his soul, which had just recovered to its peak condition, had suddenly been badly damaged. Without the help of treasures, he might not be able to recover even after dozens of years. Damn it! How did I not think of it? A king warrior with a rank 6 martial spirit could leave a trace of will in someone's soul ocean. It would not appear normally and would only appear in a life and death situation. I was too careless. After mumbling for a while, the being in the underground started to get serious. You have hurt my soul. How could I let you leave in one piece? Even if I have to hurt my soul even more, I will still take over your body. Oh. A shrill wind howled, and dozens of blurry figures emerged from the depths of the ground. The ones in the front were obviously the two main demonic wills. Because the lake was not far from the depths of the ground, the distance between the two sides was rapidly shrinking. With the protection of the Dragon King's willpower, Yichen finally had the chance to swallow a Yuan Qi replenishing pellet. With the abundant Yuan Qi surging inside his body, Yichen performed his undying body art immediately. As he did so, his wounded body started to heal at a visible speed. Within a blink of an eye, all the wounds on his body had disappeared completely, and his soul, which had a subtle connection with his body, started to get rid of the weakness as well. Such a powerful self-destructing explosion. Letting out a deep breath, Yichen was still a little scared. All of them were Sea of Soul Realm experts. Their Zhen Yuan was extremely powerful, and had already formed a Zhen Yuan Sea in their Dantian. At close range, it was enough to injure Sea of Soul Realm masters. Exploding together, no Sea of Soul Realm master would be able to survive. Fortunately, Yichen was 100 meters away from them, so he only felt the power of the aftershock, which was equivalent to a Sea of Soul Realm expert exploding at close range. Yichen, this will of mine can only last for 15 minutes. Then, it would be more or less disappeared. Dragon Spirit of the Yichen. Yichen, this will of mine can last for another 15 minutes. Yichen asked, Senior Dragon King, are you talking to me? Yeah. With him. More. The dragon. B. Seeing that the other party didn't reply, Yichen understood that this will didn't have much connection with Dragon King anymore. The reason it could speak was because it had been set up to remind him. Let's find the shadowless grass first. With a flicker of his body, Yichen flew deeper. He needed to find the shadowless grass within 15 minutes. If he couldn't find it in 15 minutes, he would have to give up and leave the underground crack immediately. Compared to his life, a stalk of shadowless grass was worthless. Many blurry figures bumped into Yichen, but they did not attack. They were very afraid of the Dragon King's apparition and did not want to fight a rock with an egg. They were waiting for the Dragon King's apparition to dissipate. After all, there was a limit to the amount of a will and it could not exist forever. Not here. Not here either. Where is the shadowless grass? Yichen was slightly anxious. Half of the 15 minutes had already passed. If he still couldn't find it, he could only give up. The yin qi in other places is very heavy, but why is the yin qi here so faint? It seems neutral and peaceful. Coming to a narrow cave, Yichen sensed something different. Shadowless grass grows in an environment with extremely heavy yin qi. The energy it contains is neutral and peaceful, which makes it hard to sense. Used to concoct medicine, it can make the medicine invisible, colorless, and tasteless. It is one of the top-ranked spirit grasses, priceless. Information about the shadowless grass flashed through Yichen's mind. There might be some shadowless grass here. Letting out a mouthful of impure qi, Yichen pushed his soul power and started to search inch by inch, not letting go of any clues. After a long time, Yichen found that the yin qi in the left corner of the cave was the faintest. No, there was not even a trace of yin qi there. With that corner as the center, the neutral and peaceful qi spread out in a circular shape, and the yin qi was getting weaker and weaker. In other words, the source of the yin qi was that corner. Flying over, Yichen bent down and started searching. Swoosh. Out of nowhere, Yichen's palm touched a couple of leaves. The leaves shook and made a light sound, but there was nothing in his sight. Shadowless grass. His eyes brightened. Yichen's right hand was like a blade, stabbing it down and then pulling it up. All of a sudden, a meter of land was dug out. I can leave now. Although he could not see the shadowless grass, Yichen was sure that it was in his hand. Without any other thoughts, Yichen put the shadowless grass together with the soil into his storage ring, then turned around and went back the way he came. His speed had been pushed to his limit, making him look like a weightless cloud of smoke. When he got back to the lake, Yichen did not slow down at all, continuing to fly. "You want to leave?" The being in the deep underground could tell that something was wrong with the demonic will. With a cold snort, all of the demonic will went through the rock wall and blocked in front of Yichen. Demonic will drill. 4 blurry human figures merged together, turning into a shapeless drill, drilling toward Yichen, who was protected by the Dragon King's shadow. "Oh!" The Dragon King's shadow yelled as he reached out his hand to block out the demonic will drill. "Let's see how many of them you can block out." More demonic will drills shot over, attacking toward Yichen from all directions. Besides, the Dragon King's phantom had let out a loud yell at the very beginning, which had destroyed hundreds of demonic wills and one main demonic will. The rest of it had been focused on defense. Plus, the Dragon King had told Yichen before that this will power that had been poured into his Sea of Soul could only be used for defense, and did not have any attacking power. As for why it had attacking power at the very beginning, Yichen had no idea. He guessed that it had something to do with the Dragon King's willpower when it tried to take over his body, which had provoked the Dragon King's willpower. With both of his hands blocking out 2 of the demonic will drills, the rest of them all landed on the Dragon King's shadow, bringing up circles of ripples. The Dragon King's shadow dimmed a bit, but it did not let the demonic will drills break through the defense. "Damn it, if I don't succeed this time I will suffer a huge loss." The existence deep underground made up his mind and immediately fused the 10 blurry human figures together, forming an extremely sharp and huge demonic will drill. The demonic will drill spun in the air, letting out a grumbling sound as it pierced into the Dragon King's shadow's forehead. Cracks appeared on the Dragon King's shadow. After all, it was just a rank 7 will, and its endurance was not endless. Since the first attack did not work, the remaining demonic will all fuse together, forming another huge demonic will drill that struck the Dragon King's shadow. The Dragon King's shadow was covered in cracks, like an invisible crystal that was about to shatter at any moment. Not good. Yichen squinted his eyes as he felt a huge sense of danger. Swish. Waves of sword light appeared around his body as Yichen gave up on going back. Instead, he rushed toward the top of the crack. It was only a few dozen miles away from the surface. Even if he were to pass through the rocks, he would only need a few dozen breaths to get out. Like a sword light, Yichen shuttled through the tightly packed rocks. When he encountered a metal mine, he would also pass through it, igniting a large number of sparks. "Wanna run?" All of the normal demonic will disappeared, and the last 2 main demonic wills ignored the rocks and continued to travel at an extreme speed. Their speed was dozens of times faster than Yichen's, appearing right in front of Yichen in the blink of an eye. "Break for me." One of the main demonic will drill turned into a demonic will drill and shattered the Dragon King's shadow, causing it to shrink into Yichen's Sea of Soul. "Piss off." After the Dragon King's shadow was shattered, Yichen took out his Thunder Disaster Sword and stabbed out. The sword body contained a powerful slaughter and destruction sword intent. Although the great sword could not increase the sword intent's power, with the sword in his hand, Yichen could feel that the sword intent had become more condensed and sharp. Swoosh. Piercing through the main demonic will, Yichen followed. "It's useless." The last demonic will was extremely powerful, reaching the peak of rank 6. Although Yichen's slaughter and destruction sword intents could suppress it, with such a huge difference in rank, the effect was almost negligible. This demonic will followed Yichen like a shadow, trying to invade his body. His Sea of Soul brought up huge waves as Yichen once again felt the danger of being taken over. The process was extremely horrifying. Once halfway through, he would feel like his limbs were no longer under his control, and he would only be able to watch it happen. Once he was taken over, he would no longer be himself. At least, his soul would be invaded, becoming someone else's, and his memories would be taken as well. He could not imagine why the shadowless demons in the underground crack were so different from the ones in the legends. Even the most ordinary ones were extremely powerful, and the most powerful ones were 10 times more powerful. With this incarnation I can slowly recover my previous losses. Moreover, this incarnation might be able to reach the life and death realm in the future, becoming the 1 in 10,000 Sword King. With the Sword King incarnation and the special nature of my body, who in this world could be my opponent? The being in the deep underground was very happy. The main demonic will had almost completely merged with Yichen's body, and its powerful willpower started to erase Yichen's consciousness and the soul mark that he was born with. Right then, the slaughter sword spirit in Yichen's Sea of Soul started to vibrate crazily, and so did the second sword spirit. They seemed to have sensed an unprecedented danger. Meanwhile, the destruction element in the deep of the Sea of Soul rushed up and merged with the second sword spirit. The second sword spirit's color was changing, turning into a black color with an extreme destruction chi. The black color dyed the tip of the sword, and a complete destruction sword intent burst out, merging with the slaughter sword intent and attacking toward the intruder. What? No. A scream came from the deep underground. Chapter 577. The slaughter sword intent and the destruction sword intent had the advantage of being the host, and they had a suppressive effect. On the other hand, the main demonic will was an outsider, so it was strongly rejected by the soul ocean. Under such circumstances, the main demonic will had been pushed out of the soul ocean by the two sword intents. However, it was not over yet because the main demonic will was just a strand of it, and it would not be able to continue. On the other hand, the slaughter sword intent and the destruction sword intent were continuously growing, and they were always at their peak condition. It had not only pushed the main demonic will out of the soul ocean, but also destroyed a part of it. It was like a vicious cycle. The weaker the main demonic will was, the faster the slaughter sword intent and the destruction sword intent would destroy it. After 2 to 3 blinks of an eye, the main demonic will had been destroyed by the two sword intents together before it could leave Yi Chen's body. Damn it, even you are helping that brat. You didn't come earlier or later, but you just had to let him make a breakthrough at this moment. The continuous failures and severe injuries had made the existence in the underground world blame the heaven and earth. He even started to curse the heaven. He had been sealed in the underground world for hundreds of years, and finally the seal had been loosened, allowing him to send out some demonic will. However, he had never thought that after only 1 year he would be so unfortunate, and his soul would be continuously damaged, which had even damaged his foundation. It had taken him hundreds of years to recover his soul to its peak condition. Of course, the thing that had driven him crazy the most was that Yi Chen was one of a kind. With this clone, even if his real body was sealed in the underground world for the rest of his life, he would still be able to become an extremely powerful sword king with this clone. He would be able to walk to the peak with another identity. Seeing that he was about to succeed, the tables had turned instantly, which was a huge blow that normal people could not understand. I hate that Star Emperor who sealed me underground, and I hate that Battle King who injured my soul with his immortal sword intent, causing my soul to only recover to its peak state today. I hate that brat even more because he made my hundreds of years of hard work go up in smoke. Are these three my nemesis? Even if they are, one day I will break free and make you my incarnation. The demonic thought that he had split out was gone. He had already given up the thought of possession. After all, at this moment, his soul had been severely injured. Even if he continued to split out the demonic thought, it would not be as powerful as before. Moreover, the two sword spirits of Yi Chen were able to restrain the demonic thought. The demonic thought was like throwing a meat bun at a dog. How could he do such a stupid thing? After cursing all the people he hated in his heart, he finally calmed down and seemed to fall into a deep sleep. Bang! The ground cracked open and Yi Chen rushed out. That was close. Standing under the sunlight, Yi Chen felt a lot safer. He could vaguely feel that this place was not as simple as an underground crack. There must be some kind of shocking secret, especially the fact that the shadowless demons had merged together and formed a drill to attack. It was not something that the shadowless demon could do, since it was only born with the evil intent of possession. However, just like his soul talent, it needed enough pressure to grow fast. Before, when he was being chased by the powerful warriors of the Ao family, he had trained half of his undying body in a short time. This time, when he was facing the shadowless demon's forceful possession, he once again activated his horrifying potential, merging his second sword spirit with the destruction element and forming the destruction sword spirit. The destruction sword spirit's rank was the same as the slaughter sword spirit, also at the peak of rank 4. However, judging on power, it was more powerful than the slaughter sword spirit. The slaughter sword spirit could perform the peak of rank 5 power, and although the destruction sword spirit would not reach rank 6, it was still very close to it. Fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. I knew it. Running into the shadowless demon, which was even more horrifying than the rumors, was a disaster, while the destruction sword spirit was a blessing. It was hard to tell if it was a blessing or a curse, but it could only be said that fortune and misfortune went hand in hand. This is not a good place to stay. I need to leave first. Not in a hurry to check out the changes in his soul ocean, Yi Chen's body flashed, turning into a blue light and flying into the sky. Soon he disappeared without a trace. After about 15 minutes, the space above the crack suddenly shattered like a mirror. At the same time, a horrifying destructive chi spread out along with the broken space, crushing many mountains and creating countless cracks on the ground. A figure walked out of the surreal space. Behind him, the space was slowly healing up. This person was around 60 years of age and wore a bright yellow robe. His thin face was angular like ancient jade, and it was full of texture. His long gray hair danced without any wind, and it caused the space around it to distort. His gaze pierced through the surface and into the depths of the earth. Pinger's body. The elder in yellow robes saw Gu Ping's body, his eyes filled with killing intent. Who is it? Who killed Pinger? The dim jade tag in the elder's hand was crushed by him, turning into nothingness. The Gu family of the East Royal City was a rank 5 family. They had once had a titled king warrior, the East King. Even in this day and age, the Gu family was no longer as powerful as before, but no one dared to underestimate them. Because in this generation there were 2 king warriors in the Gu family. One was the East King and the other was the Destruction King. The East King had inherited the legacy of the East King, so he was called the East King. His power was immeasurable, while the Destruction King had found another way to learn the rare destruction profound. The elder in yellow robes was indeed one of the 2 king warriors of the Gu family, the Destruction King. As a 5th-rank family that had existed for more than 10,000 years, the Gu family's foundation was very deep. They had a life hall, and inside the life hall there were many life jade plates. These life jade plates didn't have any great use, and they were only tools to imprint the life imprints of important people in the family. If an important person died, the life imprint in the life jade plate would also disappear, and the light would dim, telling the Gu family that the person had died. Gu Ping was so young, but he already had the master-level power. Without a doubt, he was one of the few important people in the Gu family, and the person that the Gu family would spend all of their resources to train. Therefore, as soon as he died and the jade tag dimmed down, the whole Gu family was in an uproar, which alerted the Destruction King. Once the Destruction King got the news, he used the other life jade tag that Gu Ping carried with him to find the exact location. Then he traveled 5 million miles and arrived at the scene as soon as he could. But it was obvious that the killer was already far away, leaving only Gu Ping's dead body behind. Trying his best to control his anger, the Destruction King closed both of his eyes. The soul power in between his eyebrows exploded, spreading out at an unimaginable speed. 1,000 miles, 5,000 miles, 10,000 miles, 15,000 miles. After reaching 15,000 miles, the Destruction King saw that there were no suspicious people around, so a bright white light suddenly shone in between his eyebrows. As the white light shone, his soul power detection range increased by a couple of times, reaching 100,000 miles. When the soul power scanned through a young man in blue, the Destruction King did not think too much about it, because he was only at peak level early Sea of Souls realm. Even if he could fight beyond his realm, it would still be impossible for him to kill Gu Ping, who had the master level power. If he were to say that the young man in blue was suspicious, then there would be a lot of other suspicious people within 100,000 miles. He had found at least dozens of people who were above mid-Sea of Souls realm, and some of them were young martial geniuses. There were even 1 or 2 young martial geniuses that even the Destruction King did not want to mess with, since any young martial genius would have a very powerful background in the Sky Martial region. No, not even 1. The Destruction King pulled back his soul power, his face looking very gloomy. Boom. Taking a deep breath, the Destruction King reached out his right hand and patted on the ground. All of a sudden the ground started to shake and a huge crack appeared. The ground underneath the crack started to rise up slowly, eventually reaching the height of the ground. On the ground that had risen up, the dead bodies of Gu Ping and the rest of the Gu family appeared in front of the Destruction King's eyes. However, their faces were hard to recognize because their heads and limbs were all gone. It seemed like they had been through a huge explosion before they died, and only their torsos, which were protected by the top-ranked defensive items, were still intact. However, the insides were also a pile of rotten meat. In other words, if it were not for the fact that the Destruction King had recognized Gu Ping's top-ranked defensive item and his life jade tag, he would not have been able to tell that it was Gu Ping down there. Ichim? This chi? The moment the corpse rose up, the Destruction King frowned as he sensed a chilling aura. This chilling aura was extremely unusual, as if it was left behind by a demonic being that practiced demonic arts. It made him feel very uncomfortable and he could sense a faint threat from it. No wonder Ping had died here. It turns out that there was a king warrior of the beast race here. He must have been wounded or sealed. Crack. His body flashed like lightning, and the Destruction King suddenly dropped down. His protective Jinyuan layer was like cutting through tofu, easily penetrating through the ground and reaching the deepest part of the ground. With only a shake of his body, the Destruction King arrived at the place where Gu Ping had died. Of course, this place had already been lifted up by him, so it was nothing but ruins. After sensing for a while, the Destruction King flew toward the deepest part of the ground. His speed was so fast that it was no different from teleportation. Just as the Destruction King got close to the crack, the being in the deepest part of the ground woke up. He was in a deep sleep before, so he did not sense the Destruction King's approach. He only noticed it when the latter flew toward his hiding place. Life and Death Realm Warrior. Not good. I guess I cannot stay here anymore. Damn it. I have to waste my power again. Before I leave, I will teach him a lesson. Through the crack of the seal, I can perform a full power mental attack at a close distance. The being in the deepest part of the ground did not seem to be that scared of the Destruction King. Going through the crack, the Destruction King arrived at the darkest place. The air there was extremely sticky, and it was filled with an invisible power field. Even the spreading of soul power seemed to be slowed down and twisted. Piss off. In the deepest part of the darkness, a soft voice was heard from somewhere. At the same time, a wave of horrifying demonic intent shot out, attacking toward the Destruction King. Swoosh. That will power already had the power to affect reality, shattering the rock wall behind the Destruction King into pieces instantly. Although the Destruction King had come with a lot of power, he was now in a very bad shape. Blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth. That demonic intent was way too horrifying. It was at least rank 7, no, it should be at the peak of rank 7. Although he had used his martial intent to defend against it, he was still wounded quite badly. Little brat, I will let you go this time. But the next time I see you, I will make you beg for death. That soft voice was floating in the air. It was only for a second before disappearing completely. With a fire burning in his heart, the Destruction King started to panic. He originally thought that a sealed or wounded Beast King would not be a threat to him. But, just now, the latter had only passed through some kind of barrier and wounded him with his willpower. If he were to break free from the seal, even 10 of him would not be his opponent. There are a lot of sealed places in the Sky Martial region, and some of them are demons and monsters that cannot be killed. They can only be sealed. Pinger's death cannot be blamed on anyone. Who told him to come to a sealed place? The Destruction King, who originally wanted to find the culprit, immediately gave up. Dying in the hands of an old monster like this was his only option. Chapter 578. After flying 40 to 50,000 li in one breath, Yichen finally stopped. This place was a normal mountain in the Sky Martial region. There was no one around. Scanning with his soul power, Yichen could only sense hunters coming into the mountain to hunt occasionally. The strongest among them was only at the condensing reality realm, while the weakest was at the mortal realm. They were all normal people. In the past half a year, I have not had the time to train in peace. My profound has been improving slowly. Oh well, I will train here for a while and try to increase my power. Drawing an arc in the sky, Yichen dove into the mountain. The mountain was indeed not that big, but it was only for the Sky Martial region. In the world where Yichen came from, it was already a huge mountain range covering 700 to 800 miles. Circling in the air for a couple of times, Yichen chose a beautiful scenic spot with mountains and rivers, with a waterfall and a flying spring as his training spot for the next period of time. Swoosh. Before his body landed on the ground, a ferocious-looking fish flew out of the lake. It was dozens of meters long, its body covered in sharp spikes. Its tail was like a scorpion's with a horrifying hook. Its mouth was full of sharp teeth that looked like huge iron nails. On its back, there were 2 pairs of dorsal fins which seemed to have mutated before. They were wide and long, allowing it to fly in the sky without relying on its beast power. Its speed was extremely fast, not any slower than the birds in the sky. The strange fish's power was at rank 9, which was equivalent to a human Sea of Souls realm warrior. Adding on the mutation, its power was even more powerful than other beasts at the same level, and its temper was even worse. Yichen's arrival had provoked it, so it flew out of the water while showing its teeth. Yichen smiled lightly as he patted the beast tag on his waist with his right hand. The dream-eating wolf with red fur and a lot of demonic eyes on its forehead flew out. The dream-eating wolf had been trapped in there for too long. The moment its feet touched the ground, it let out a shrill wolf howl. The strange fish was shocked. After all, the dream-eating wolf was 1 level higher than it, reaching level 10. Its demonic power was obviously stronger than its own. However, the strange fish clearly had a probing system that could distinguish strength. When it discovered that the dream-eating wolf was only of a higher level and might not necessarily be stronger than it let out a terrifying cry and flapped its wing-like dorsal fin. Its huge body suddenly pounced on the dream-eating wolf. When the dream-eating wolf saw that a demonic beast dared to provoke it, the numerous eyes on its forehead opened, and a dim light flickered endlessly, enveloping the strange fish. The strange fish's movements became sluggish, as if it had fallen into a dream, its eyes lifeless. Creak. This weird fish was indeed a mutated beast, being able to escape from the dream-eating wolf's dream. Of course, it was also because the dream-eating wolf's soul had been wounded and had not recovered yet. Otherwise, even a master-level Sea of Souls realm warrior would have to be extra careful. With a scream, the weird fish did not dare to stay any longer. It turned around and dove back into the lake, disappearing without a trace. You just stay around here. Don't go too far. Without paying too much attention to the strange fish, Yi-Chin ordered the dream-eating wolf. The dream-eating wolf nodded, and with a shoo, it flew into the deep mountains far away. Shaking his head, Yi-Chin focused his attention on the surroundings again. This place was extremely vast and there were many green mountains behind it. There were a lot of small waterfalls pouring down from the top of the mountains. In between some of the mountain rocks, the natural spring water leaked out from the inside of the mountains. Some of the places were sunken, forming a moderate-sized deep pool. In front of the mountains was a clear lake that seemed to be endless. The water was sparkling and there were all kinds of fish jumping out of the water from time to time, their scales reflecting the sunlight with 7 different colors. The scenery is good, but it will not last forever. Yi-Chin did not lose his fighting spirit because of the beautiful scenery in front of him. On the contrary, the better the scenery was, the more it would stimulate his fighting spirit. Because he knew that beautiful things would disappear one day, and only his power would be with him forever. Sitting on a rock under the waterfall, Yi-Chin closed his eyes and started to observe the changes in his soul sea. The soul sea was surging and the silver light shone out. Above the soul sea, 3 swords were floating. The first sword was the slaughter sword spirit, the second was the destruction sword spirit, and the third was still in its embryonic form, which was not even 1/10 of the power of the previous 2 sword spirits. Before, the second sword spirit had not merged with the destruction element, but it had already resonated with the slaughter sword spirit. Right now, the destruction sword spirit had been formed, and the resonance between the 2 sword spirits had increased by 10 times. The slaughter sword intent and the destruction sword intent interweave together, vibrating each other. The destruction sword intent carries the destruction will, so its element is higher than the slaughter sword intent. However, the slaughter sword intent should have been separated from the destruction sword intent. Although it is not as powerful as the destruction sword intent, it is not repelled by the destruction sword intent. Yi-Chin? The destruction sword spirit is devouring the slaughter chi? Yi-Chin saw a shocking scene. The black destruction sword spirit was extremely powerful, and the destruction sword intent spread out, absorbing the slaughter chi from the slaughter sword spirit in a very small way. However, the slaughter sword spirit seemed to be very gentle and did not resist at all. The slaughter comes from destruction, and the destruction contains the slaughter. The 2 are one. I wonder how much the devouring sword spirit will grow one day after it devours the slaughter sword spirit. Letting out a deep breath, Yi-Chin withdrew his attention from his soul sea. Once the destruction sword spirit is formed, only the immortal sword spirit is still far away. But before that, I need to train the 3rd embryonic sword spirit into a real sword spirit. Then, I can merge it with the immortal element and form the immortal sword spirit that is on par with the destruction sword spirit. Opening his eyes, Yi-Chin raised his head and looked into the sky. Do not run around in this place. I will go to the extreme void sky to train the thunder profound. Through the soul mark, Yi-Chin talked to the dream-eating wolf. He was not afraid of the dream-eating wolf, since the 2 of them were connected by soul. So, he would be able to sense anything that happened to the latter. Leaving it down there was only to let it take a breather so that it would not get bored. Bending his knees, Yi-Chin shot up into the sky. That sharp sword chi broke through the sky, flashing once before disappearing. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. A black shadow stood near the ravaged underground fissure. It was the evil demon master. I am late. The evil demon master clenched his fists, his expression dark. Ever since he had become a master-level Sea of Souls realm warrior, he had never been this frustrated before. If it were another master-level Sea of Souls realm warrior, then it would be fine. But, it just so happened that it was an astral-reaching realm warrior with a master-level sword intent and a low cultivation base. I have to get the undying body secret art. According to the rumors, only by training the broken limb regrowth level would I have the highest chance of reaching the life and death realm. This is a way to reach the life and death realm. Grinding his teeth, the evil demon master flashed his body and left the place. Extreme void sky. Crack. Eye-piercing bolts of lightning struck everywhere, stirring up space ripples in the air. Wherever the thunderbolts reached, they were like sharp axes, splitting floating mountains into halves, and burning towering trees that were formed from wood power into black ashes, setting them ablaze. Boom. A thick lightning attacked toward Yi Chen. It contained an extremely profound thunder profound, making its speed dozens of times faster than normal. Sky Thunder Cut. Holding the long sword in his hand, Yi Chen threw out a sword attack. Crack. The two lightning clashed together, bringing up thousands of thunder fires. No, the thunder profound in this place is too weak. I can't get much enlightenment. With my power right now, it should be no problem for me to reach the highest place in the extreme void sky. With that thought in mind, Yi Chen braved the thunderstorm and flew toward the higher place. Boom, boom, boom. This place was an ocean of thunder, and the thunder yuan qi in the surreal space had already reached a sticky level. Yi Chen had only gotten close to the edge, but his protective Zhen Yuan was already showing signs of breaking down. As more and more thunder struck down, Yi Chen found it hard to even move around. Sky Thunder Cut. Reverse Sky Thunder Cut. With the Thunder Disaster Sword in his right hand and the Gold Sword in his left, Yi Chen fought against the incoming thunder. Swoosh. Right then, a thunder human figure flew over. It is the Thunder Spirit. Yi Chen's expression changed. Humans had intellect and so did plants after a long time. Even metals and stones would have their own intellect. Places with thick thunder yuan qi would naturally give birth to thunder spirits. Thunder spirits were condensed from thunder yuan qi. The higher their intellect was, the stronger they would be. Moreover, they were born with the profound meaning of thunder, and their fighting power was unparalleled. The most terrifying thing was that thunder spirits were almost immortal in places with thick thunder yuan qi. Even if their bodies were destroyed, they could reform again in a second. Crackle. The thunder spirit waved its hand, and an endless thunderstorm attacked toward Yi Chen. Those shining thunder and lightning were even sharper than blades, blinding people's eyes. This thunder spirit was very powerful, even more powerful than Yi Chen. Within the time it took to make a pot of tea, Yi Chen had been struck dozens of times. If it were not for his immortal body which allowed him to instantly recover, Yi Chen might have already fallen here, becoming a ghost under the thunder spirit's hand. Boom. His body had just recovered when a huge thunder suddenly appeared in the surreal space, striking down along the top of Yi Chen's head. As if he had been electrocuted, Yi Chen's body suddenly became transparent, looking like a huge light bulb. His meridians and organs could be seen clearly. Thunder profound. I see. Being struck by the thunder, Yi Chen was severely wounded. If it were not for the fact that his soul power was powerful enough, this thunder strike would have annihilated his soul, and he would have died without a doubt. No matter how powerful his undying body was, it would still be useless. However, after being struck by such a powerful thunder strike, Yi Chen's understanding of the thunder profound instantly increased. He felt as if time had stopped, and the evolution of the thunder and lightning replayed in his mind. Sky Thunder Cut completed. Suddenly opening his eyes, an electric arc flashed once before disappearing. Yi Chen threw out a sword attack toward the thunder spirit. This sword attack did not have any signs of being artificial, and it looked no different from real thunder and lightning. However, the thunder profound contained within was much more powerful than before. Swoosh. This sword directly swallowed the thunder spirit's body, turning it into a part of the thunder and lightning, making the sword even more powerful. Chapter 579. However, the thunder spirit was a life formed by thunder after all, so the sword attacks that contained the thunder profound would not be able to do much damage to it. That sword attack of Yi Chen's had only limited it for a moment. In the next second, it jumped out of the thunder sword power and reformed its body, looking perfectly fine. It is indeed the thunder spirit. Its battling power is so powerful. But, the Sky Thunder Cut is not my most powerful sword attack in terms of power. It is way weaker than the Gold Resonant Radiant sword attack. Only when combined with the Reverse Sky Thunder Cut would it be my most powerful attack. Plus, using the Thunder Profound against the Thunder Spirit would be a waste of power. Seeing that the Thunder Spirit was perfectly fine, Yi Chen was not surprised at all. He was only here to learn the Thunder Profound, not to risk his life against the Thunder Spirit. Crack. The Thunder Spirit waved out countless lightning bolts, attacking toward Yi Chen once again. This time Yi Chen did not use his Sky Thunder Cut against the Thunder Spirit. He did not even use any sword attacks since he knew that attacking this kind of life formed by Yuan Qi would be pointless. So what if he could shatter their bodies? They would be able to reform again. so he would have to use his willpower against them. Kill. Locking onto the thunder spirit, Yi Chen's forehead swelled up as his slaughter sword intent shot out. Oh. The thunder spirit's movement slowed down, and a thick thunder yuan qi could be seen leaking out of their bodies. Their bodies started to look a bit vague, as if they could shatter at any second. It is not easy for you to form a life form, so I will not kill you. Yi Chen's power was indeed not as powerful as the thunder spirit, but it did not mean that he could not kill it. The biggest weakness of the thunder spirit was its soul. Because it was a life formed by thunder, its soul was naturally weaker than any Sea of Souls realm warrior, and its willpower was also very weak. But Yi Chen's slaughter sword intent had reached the peak of rank 5, so it could naturally destroy the soul of the thunder spirit easily. In other words, it would be easier for Yi Chen to kill a thunder spirit that was more powerful than him than a Sea of Souls realm warrior that was weaker than him, since any Sea of Souls realm warrior would have their own martial willpower. After going through the martial willpower, Yi Chen's sword intent would not have that much of an attacking power. At least, it would not be able to destroy the soul of a Sea of Souls realm warrior that easily, unless the opponent's martial willpower was way weaker than his. Of course, this thunder spirit should not have been that long. If it were long enough, its soul would still be powerful. In fact, once the soul of a special kind of being became powerful, its power would be horrifying. There had been some extremely powerful special kind in the history. Leaving the thunder spirit behind, Yi Chen shot down. Back in the mountains, Yi Chen scanned the area with his soul power and saw that the dream-eating wolf was devouring some kind of beast's organs and brain. It was a rather bloody scene. Shaking his head, Yi Chen knew that the dream-eating wolf was desperate to recover from its soul wound. Unfortunately, the thing that could heal soul wounds was extremely rare in this world, and people who had it would not put it up for auction. They would only keep it for themselves. Therefore, if one wanted to get it, they would have to look for it themselves. Would it be worth it to give it the 9-turn reverse spirit plant? Yi Chen frowned, wondering if he should do it or not. The power of the dream-eating wolf to create dreams is not something to be underestimated. At the critical moment, it could be very useful. I have already eaten the plant anyway, so if I take it again, the effect would not be that great. Who knows when I would have to wait to make pellets with it? I might as well use it now. With that thought in mind, Yi Chen made up his mind. Come back. Through the soul mark, Yi Chen called out to the dream-eating wolf. Whoa. The dream-eating wolf roared into the sky and jumped into the air, flying towards Yi Chen. Soon it arrived in front of Yi Chen, its huge head rubbing against Yi Chen's body. Stroking the hair on the dream-eating wolf's neck, Yi Chen took out the 9-turn reverse spirit plant from his storage ring, tore off a leaf and handed it to the dream-eating wolf. The dream-eating wolf sniffed the leaf and found out that it contained a huge amount of soul power. It was very happy and could not help but lift up its head to look at Yi Chen, as if asking if it was for it. Yi Chen nodded. Woo woo woo. After getting Yi Chen's answer, the dream-eating wolf let out a couple of happy growls. It opened its mouth to bite the leaf, chewed it a couple of times and swallowed it. Oh. As the dream-eating wolf swallowed the leaf, a faintly discernible soul vibration spread out, bringing with it an intense illusion that twisted reality. After a long while, the dream-eating wolf lifted up its head and looked at Yi Chen again. All for you. Yi Chen gave the rest of the 9-turn reverse spirit plant to the dream-eating wolf. The dream-eating wolf looked at Yi Chen with gratitude, then swallowed the plant. The dim light flickered, and in Yi Chen's eyes, the surroundings started to look like a dream. It seemed to be overlapping with the real world, and it was impossible to tell the real from the fake. It was not the dream-eating wolf's intention. When it was recovering from its soul injury, it could not control its own power, which caused a part of the dream power to leak out and erode the real world. Ichem? The quality of this dream is even more powerful than before. Yi Chen was slightly surprised. In fact, Yi Chen had underestimated the effect of the 9-turn reverse spirit plant. The 9-turn reverse spirit plant could strengthen the soul, so naturally, it could heal the soul injury. It was difficult to strengthen the soul, but it was easier to heal the soul. So, these 6 leaves not only completely healed the dream-eating wolf's soul, but also improved it further. The stronger the soul, the stronger the ability to create the dream. Oh. The soul was completely healed and it was a lot stronger. The dream-eating wolf could not help but roar at the sky. The many eyes on its forehead opened, and the dim light spread out in waves. Everywhere it went, there was no clear boundary between reality and dream. As long as one entered the range of the dim light, they would fall into the dream-eating wolf's dream, and their life and death would be out of their control. As the owner of the dream-eating wolf, Yi Chen knew that although the dim light covered him, it would not affect him too much. It seems like I have made the right move. With the dream-eating wolf's ability to create dreams, even master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors would fall into the dream if they were not prepared for it. Once the opponent falls into the dream, even if it is only for a second, I would be able to wound or even kill him. Yi Chen thought to himself. The dream-eating wolf's power was too powerful, and it would be of great help to him. As for the 9-turn reverse spirit plant, it did not matter anymore since he did not know when he would be able to use it again. Rubbing the dream-eating wolf's fluffy fur, Yi Chen said, "In the future when there is a life-and-death battle, you will not be able to stay out of it." Oh, oh. The dream-eating wolf wagged its tail. It had been waiting for the battle for a long time, since it was its nature. It is so strange. The other beasts would be able to say a couple of simple sentences after reaching rank 9 or 10. Why can't you? Your soul is so much more powerful than theirs. Lowering its head, not being able to talk was a shame for the dream-eating wolf. It could not understand why it was so weak in this area. Ah, brother, the dream-eating wolf is here. I have finally found it. In the distance, a group of human figures flew over. They were all at the Sea of Souls realm, and the one who was talking was a one-eyed man. In front of him was a middle-aged blade artist who had reached late Sea of Souls realm. Are you sure this is the dream-eating wolf? The middle-aged blade artist stared at the dream-eating wolf that was with Yi Chen. I was not sure before, but I saw it open all those eyes on its forehead, which made all the beasts stand there, waiting to be killed. The one-eyed man had seen the dream-eating wolf in the mountains a couple of days ago. He knew that he would not be able to take on the dream-eating wolf by himself, so he went back to call his brothers. After all, although the dream-eating wolf was good, he did not have the power to eat it. Plus he did not have the beast tag. As long as you are sure. A greedy look flashed through the middle-aged blade artist's eyes. Yi Chen stroked the dream-eating wolf as he looked at the group of uninvited guests with cold eyes. You are the owner of the dream-eating wolf. The group of people stood in midair as the leading middle-aged blade artist said to Yi Chen. Yi Chen said lightly, "Indeed. Sell the dream-eating wolf to me and I will spare your life." Sell it to you? Yi Chen smiled. I am afraid that you cannot afford it. I am the leader of the Black Wind Gang and I am in charge of this area. How about this? I am willing to pay 100,000 top-rank spirit stones for your dream-eating wolf. The middle-aged blade artist was still a bit afraid of the dream-eating wolf. He would not fight if he could, but the price was too high and he was not willing. 100,000 top-rank spirit stones was his bottom line. Do you think that 100,000 top-rank spirit stones can buy a dream-eating wolf? Yi Chen sneered. What, you are not willing? The middle-aged blade artist's voice was cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Kill them. Yi Chen did not care about the middle-aged blade artist, and signaled the dream-eating wolf to create a dream. Since these people knew about the dream-eating wolf, they could not be allowed to leave alive in case something happened. Hearing this, the dream-eating wolf suddenly jumped into the sky as fast as lightning. Keep your distance. Don't let it get close. Obviously these people all knew how horrifying the dream-eating wolf was, so they all kept their distance from the dream-eating wolf. Unfortunately, they had underestimated the range of the dream-eating wolf's dream. A wavy light spread out, and besides the fastest middle-aged blade artist, the others all fell into the dream, standing there blankly. Seeing this, the middle-aged blade artist gasped. He threw out a blade attack toward the dream-eating wolf, hoping that this blade attack would be able to break the dream-eating wolf out of the dream. Yi Chen pointed out his finger in the air. That huge blue finger ignored the distance and pressed onto the protective Zhen Yuan of the middle-aged blade artist. Pop. The middle-aged blade artist's body turned into a blood mist like a bubble, exploding into pieces. His storage ring and great items fell onto the ground. As for the others, there was no need for Yi Chen and the dream-eating wolf to do anything. Wounds appeared on their bodies all of a sudden, and the number of wounds grew more and more severe. Eventually they all died in the dream, their corpses falling from the sky into the lake. Under the control of the dream-eating wolf, the line between the dream and reality was very blurry, unless one had a strong enough willpower. It seems like I have still underestimated your power. Yi Chen saw these people die on their own, so he could not help but sigh. He had seen a couple of movies called Nightmare Street in his previous world, and the power of the dream-eating wolf was quite similar to Freddy's. However, the dream-eating wolf's body could not enter the dream. Oh. All of a sudden Yi Chen's finger with the storage ring vibrated a little. Frowning, Yi Chen took out a jade tag. There were a couple of markings on it, and the one pointing to the northwest lit up. Gather? This jade tag was given to him by Yen Feng Feng, and it was used to gather people. Hai Wuya and the rest also had theirs. Chapter 580. Come in, it is time for us to go. Patting on the beast tag with his right hand, Yi Chen called back the dream-eating wolf before flying into the sky. The flying puppet flashed once and appeared right below Yi Chen, just right for Yi Chen to sit on. In the next second, the flying puppet flapped its wings, turning into a beam of light and flying toward the northwest. Yan Feng would not call us here for no reason. It should be a group adventure, right? Once they reached the Sea of Souls realm, all of the martial geniuses would treasure their lives a lot, since it was not easy to train to this level. Even if they could not make any progress in the future, they would at least not be ignored. Therefore, the martial geniuses would form their own factions, using the power of numbers to reduce the danger to the minimum. Throughout the ages, what killed the martial geniuses the most was not life and death battles or assassinations, but adventures, since no one knew what kind of dangers were lurking in the forbidden places. The unknown was always scary because no one could predict what would be waiting for them in the next second. Coincidentally, my power has increased a lot recently, and the dream-eating wolf's ability to create dreams has improved as well. Maybe I can find some materials to make the antidote for the shadowless poison. Yi Chen was quite interested in this adventure. In the past, he could handle it all by himself and there would be no danger at all. However, something that could catch Yan Fengfeng's attention was obviously not a normal adventure. After all, he could already guess a thing or two about her power. The flying puppet's speed was getting faster and faster. After dozens of blinks, it had reached its highest speed. Time passed by quickly and the black and white continued to change. It was a tall mountain, and under the mountain the river was endless. On top of the mountain, two human figures stood there. The leading one was indeed the head disciple of the mysterious martial school, Yan Fengfeng, who was wearing blue robes. Right next to her was Ling Tianhao. Head disciple, is the savage ruin ancient place really that dangerous? Ling Tianhao had only reached the Sea of Souls realm not long ago, so there were some places that he was not qualified to go. Yan Fengfeng said, judging on the chance of dying, the savage ancient place is indeed not as dangerous as some of the forbidden places. It is because the place is huge enough, and it is impossible for there to be danger everywhere. But we should not let our guard down either. There are some unknown dangerous places that even life and death realm warriors would have to be careful about. Although I have a broken map, I'm not sure if I can get in and out safely. Ling Tianhao nodded. He had only heard about the savage ruin ancient place before, but had never been there before. Naturally, he did not know the details. He lifted up his head and looked into the distance. The Sky Ocean Martial School is not far from here. Wuxia should be here soon. I wonder when Yi Chen will be here. If he has already returned to the South Rudra region, then we would have to wait for a long time. Yan Fengfeng said, the savage ruin ancient place is full of savage evil qi, which will affect the Zhenyuan circulation and mental state. This month is the weakest month of the year. 3 days. If we do not get there in 3 days, we will leave. It had already been 10 days since she had notified Wuxia and Yi Chen. Adding on 3 days, it would be almost half a month. If Yi Chen was not too far away, he would have enough time to get there. The sun was burning hot in the sky, twisting the air under the sunlight. The rocks in the mountains were boiling hot. In the distance, 2 black dots were getting bigger and bigger. Haha, sorry to keep you waiting. Wuxia's bald head shone brightly under the sunlight, looking very eye-catching. Yan Fengfeng laughed, you are quite fast. It was a young lady who came with Wuxia, looking very pretty. The two flashed their bodies and landed on the top of the mountain. Wuxia touched his bald head and said, I came as soon as I got the message. This is my sister disciple Guanqin. As for the other disciples, the master would not let them go. Yan Fengfeng chuckled, which master would be willing to let all of their top disciples go into danger? They would have to leave some of them in the school. There were 4 top Sea of Souls realm disciples in the mysterious martial school, but Yan Fengfeng had only brought Ling Tianhao. You're right. We should not put all of our eggs in one basket. Wuxia picked up the water bottle and took a sip before asking, where is Yi Chen? Did you inform him? Yes, but I don't know if he would make it in time. Yan Fengfeng took Yi Chen quite seriously since Yi Chen was not weak at all. In fact, he was very powerful, close to these famous young martial geniuses. He was even more powerful than Ling Tianhao. We should inform him. The savage ruin ancient place is very dangerous. One more person would mean more confidence. Plus, he was able to stand out from the southern regions, so he must have a lot of powerful attacks. Head disciple, is he really that powerful? The pretty Guanqin blinked her eyes, looking very innocent. Wuxia said, powerful of course. If he was not powerful, how could he be ranked 3rd? Once they got back, Wuxia told his master everything about Yi Chen. Right now, all of the disciples basically knew about Yi Chen's name, so they were very curious about him. Before they knew it, it was already noon of the third day. After today we will leave. Why is Yi Chen not here yet? Ling Qianhao was a bit worried. Maybe he is too far away. Wuxia frowned. No hurry. Although we will leave tomorrow, my flying ship can only maintain 8 times the speed of sound. If he flies at full speed, he will still be able to catch up. It was Yin Fengfeng who said that. The flying ship she was talking about was a puppet ship filled with top-rank spirit stones. Its top speed could reach 8 times the speed of sound. After all, this trip to the savage ruin ancient place was full of danger, so there was no need to use Jinyuan to travel at full speed. You are right. The few of them nodded. It was nighttime and the sky was full of stars. A sky-piercing sound was heard from afar as a massive weird bird flew over. By the time the sound was heard, the bird was already close to the peak of the mountain. Yi Chen, you are finally here. We thought you would not be able to make it in time. Everyone was sitting on the peak of the mountain, resting. Right then they all stood up. Oh. Putting away the flying puppet, Yi Chen landed on the peak of the mountain and said with a smile, "Sorry to keep you guys waiting." "I'm sorry. It is good that you are here." Yin Fengfeng studied Yi Chen and realized that his qi had become more profound. He should have made some kind of breakthrough. Letting out a breath slowly, Yin Fengfeng reminded him, "Yi Chen, this time we are going to the savage ruin ancient place. You should be mentally prepared." The savage ruin ancient place. Yi Chen had heard about this place before. Instead of calling it a forbidden place, it was more like a region because it was not much smaller than the South Rudra region. The savage ruin ancient place was very special, as it had kept its ancient style. Outside of it, the natural power formed a protective screen that covered the entire place, preventing the savage qi from leaking out. It was also a dangerous place, filled with the evil qi that was rarely seen in the outside world. It had a huge restriction on the warriors. Being in there, it would be very hard for the warriors to use their Zhenyuan, and it would be able to corrode the warrior's mind. Normally it would be fine, but once the warrior was injured or in a bad condition, it would be very easy for him to go crazy. Chapter 581. I am fine with it. I have been wanting to see the savage ruin ancient place for a long time. Yi Chen nodded. He had heard that the savage ruin ancient place was a training ground for all of the martial geniuses in the Sky Martial region. After reaching the Sea of Souls realm, if one did not go there before, they would be laughed at by others. Of course, most of the people would not go there just for the sake of their reputation. The reason that the savage ruin ancient place could attract people was because of its great value. It maintained the ancient style, and some of the rare spirit plants were not that rare in the outside world. Plus, the evil qi seemed to be very threatening, but it could actually strengthen the warrior's will. Swoosh. Yin Fengfeng took out a broken map from her storage ring and opened it. In the past, entering the savage desolate ancient land depended on luck. This time I accidentally found an incomplete map. The area shown on the map is roughly southeast of the savage desolate ancient land. If we can find this area, it will make our exploration a lot safer. As she spoke, Yin Fengfeng showed the map to the other 4. Yi Chen's eyes landed on the incomplete map and saw the shocking red dots marked on it. These red dots were all dangerous places, and according to the color of the red dots, the danger of those places could be determined. The red dots that were full of evil qi were the most dangerous. Besides that, there were other dots with different colors as well. But it did not mean that it was not dangerous. After all these years, who knew what had changed in the savage ruin ancient place? The map could not tell everything, not to mention that it was just a broken map. It would be easier with a map than just running around randomly. Wuxia could tell the value of this map. If he took it out to auction, it would be a couple of times more valuable than a top-rank weapon. Putting away the map, Yin Fengfeng said, "Let's not waste time. Let's go now. With the speed of the flying ship, we should be able to get there in 4 days." Oh. A huge silver ship that was dozens of meters long floated in the air. It was a massive puppet ship, which was even more valuable than Yi Chen's flying puppet. The puppet flying ship from the puppet martial school. I have wanted to have one for a long time, but unfortunately I did not get the chance. Wuxia jumped in first, looking very familiar. It was obvious that he had worked with Yin Fengfeng before. Waiting until everyone was standing on the flat and spacious deck, Yin Fengfeng's forehead shone, and a red flame shot out from the back of the ship. A powerful counterforce acted on the ship, increasing its speed drastically. With a flash, it was already miles away. Yin Fengfeng, your luck has always been better than mine. In the future, when you get a better treasure, you have to sell this flying ship to me. Hai Wuya could not forget it. Yin Feng chuckled. This flying ship is not easy to come by. If you want to find a puppet that is better than this, I am afraid there is no hope. Guanqin said, Sister Yin, what is the function of this flying ship? Hai Wuya answered for Yin Feng, this flying ship is a top of the top rank puppet ship. Its speed can reach 8 times the speed of sound, and the defensive layer on the outside can block dozens of spirit warriors' full power attacks. Even a couple of master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors would not be able to break through it within a short period of time. Besides the defensive layer, there are a couple of puppet cannons on the ship, each of which has the power of a master-level Sea of Souls realm warrior's full power attack. It can kill anyone below master level. Even master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors would not be able to handle the continuous attacks from the cannons. So powerful. Guanqin sucked in a cold breath. It is indeed a rare treasure. Yi Qin compared it and realized that besides the speed advantage of his flying puppet, everything else was not worth mentioning. Yin Feng said to Yi Qin, your flying puppet should also be made by the puppet martial school, right? Yi Qin nodded, it is way worse than your flying ship. You cannot say that. My flying ship consumes a lot of top-rank spirit stones, so it has to cover everything. Your flying puppet is much smaller, so it can only focus on one thing. With Yin Fengfeng's wealth, she would not use the flying ship for no reason either because of its huge size. Just flying it would consume a lot of top-rank spirit stones, and if it were to be used in battle, it would consume a lot of top-rank spirit stones. Yi Qin remained silent. Through his soul power scan, he realized that there were Yuan Qi transmission channels all over the flying ship, and a huge amount of spirit stones and Yuan Qi were being sent up from the depths of the ship. It was endless and the consumption rate was shocking. Based on his initial estimation, the transmission speed and quantity would be 10 times more than the flying puppet. The night got darker and the flying ship disappeared into the darkness. The next day it was sunny and sunny. Yi Qin and the rest stood on the deck watching the clouds outside. What a puppet ship. It must be Yin Feng, right? Not far away, a massive tiger with wings on its back approached them. On its back stood 7 to 8 young men. The leading young man had a huge body and a powerful aura. His eyes were like lightning, shining brightly. The person next to him was no weaker than him in terms of aura, having a wolf-like aura and a cold look in his eyes. Yin Feng said lightly, so, it is Machi Lu, ha! Savage ruin ancient place, do not let me see you. Who knows, I might try to take your flying ship by force. The young man named Machi Lu laughed. The massive tiger with wings on its back flapped its wings, flying past the flying ship at a high speed. This guy is still so arrogant. Hai Wuya made a face. Head disciple, is he the young master of the Sky Tiger race, Machi Lu? Guanqin knew quite a bit. Indeed. The Sky Tiger race is a demi-beast ancient king race, which is way more powerful than normal demi-beast king races. This guy's personality is not that great, but he is still very powerful. That person next to him should not be underestimated either. He is the second son of the demi-beast king race, blue-eyed white wolf Ao family Ao Wubai. His power is not weaker than Machi Lu's. Ao Wubai from the Ao family. Yi Qin's expression changed. He did not expect to run into people from the Ao family here. The blue-eyed white wolf bloodline of the Ao family had left a deep impression on him. Of course, we do not have to be afraid of them. Machi Lu's ancestor, the Sky Tiger King, was just like Yin Fengfeng's Blue Phoenix in terms of potential. He only had the bloodline of the Sky Tiger King. Although Hai Wuya said that he actually did not want to boost the others' morale. If they really fought, it would be hard to tell who would be the more powerful one. After all, Yin Feng was only at rank 9, which was equivalent to Mid-Sea of Souls realm. Even if the Blue Phoenix's potential was unparalleled, and it would not be weaker than any beast below the king level, it was still too low after all. Yin Feng said, the Sky Tiger race is good at speed. The special ability from the Sky Tiger bloodline can shake souls, which is very powerful. Demi-beasts have special abilities as well? It should be very hard to train, right? Yi Qin said. Yin Feng nodded, only when the density of the demi-demon race's bloodline reaches a certain level would it be able to have special abilities. But, I heard that the perfect demi-demon bloodline of the demi-demon family would have even more powerful special abilities. Unfortunately, the demi-demon family has fallen too much, and there are not that many of them left. Indeed, they have fallen too much. The Yuan family seemed to be very powerful, but when it came to the whole continent, they were obviously not as powerful. It probably had something to do with the Yuan family's aggressive style, trying to control all the demi-demon families. Whatever benefits there were, the Yuan family would be the first to get it, while the other demi-demon families would be left behind. Furthermore, the demons' martial arts would not be shared either. If it went on like this, it would be weird if they could become powerful at all. However, Yuan Ye's special ability was indeed not weak. In fact, it was very powerful. I wonder what kind of special ability Murong will have when she reaches the Sea of Souls realm. Yi Chen was looking forward to it. Alright, Sister Yen, what is your special ability? Guan Qin suddenly asked. Yen Fengfeng laughed. You will see it in the Savage Ruin ancient place. Demi-beasts had special abilities, and so did the perfect demi-demon bloodline. As the Blue Phoenix, how could Yen Fengfeng not have a special ability? What was for sure was that her special ability would not be weaker than the perfect demi-demon bloodline. Time passed by one day after another. On the fourth day, in the morning, the five had finally arrived at the edge of the Savage Ruin ancient place. Looking over, the sky in front of them was all gray, like a massive barrier that had separated the sky and the earth. There are strong barriers and weak ones. We need to find a weak spot to attack. Yen Fengfeng directed the flying ship to fly, her eyes filled with blue flame as she scanned the barrier. Yi Chen pointed in front of them. There is the weakest spot. Hai Wuya and Yen Fengfeng looked at Yi Chen with surprise. In such a short time they would not be able to find the weak spot. They did not expect Yi Chen to be able to tell it with just one glance. This kind of observation was indeed shocking. Without any time to waste, under Yen Fengfeng's control, a huge cannon rose up from the front of the flying ship. There was a powerful fire element yuan qi accumulating at the mouth of the cannon, which eventually turned into a dark red light bullet. Boom! The light bullet shot out in a straight line, landing on the weak spot of the gray barrier. Gotcha! The barrier was broken, and a tunnel that was dozens of meters wide and long appeared. The edge of the tunnel was dark red, which was obviously the result of the compressed fire element yuan qi. Let's go! The flying ship increased its speed and rushed into the tunnel. Sword of the heaven and earth. At this moment, a group of young men appeared in the air not far away from them. The leader of the group used his finger as a sword and pointed at the sky. Heaven and earth yuan qi gathered and condensed into a huge sword shadow in front of him. The sword shadow flashed and pierced a big hole in the barbarian barrier in front of them. Looking over his shoulder, Hai Wuya's pupils shrank. It is Tai Shichong. Oh! The flying ship entered the tunnel. Tai Shichong is one of the top 3 young sword masters. I did not expect him to be here as well. This man is extremely powerful. He can use the heaven and earth as his sword. Judging on attacking power, he is right behind the top 5 young warriors. Even Duan Lengya from the Ice Spirit Martial School had been defeated by him before. How could anyone that Hai Wuya paid attention to be someone ordinary? Even when he was facing Lin Ku and Duan Lengya, he didn't have such an expression. After all, the former's strength was on par with his, and the latter's attributes were the bane of his, not much stronger than his. Very powerful. Do not fight with him unless it is absolutely necessary. There were a lot of rare treasures in the Savage Ruin ancient place, and some of them were enough to start a bloody battle. Yen Fengfeng was not afraid of Tai Shichong. She was not even afraid of the top 5 young warriors, and there was still a gap between them. But she was fast and the others were much slower. If she were to fight with Tai Shichong, someone would definitely die. Yeah. Ling Qianhao and Guan Qin both nodded. Tai Shichong was too famous and was no weaker than Yen Fengfeng. If they were to fight with him, they would not be confident at all. Yi Chen glanced at Tai Shichong, who was outside of the tunnel. That sword chi on his body seemed to be shooting up into the sky. It was the sword chi connection between 2 top sword artists. If they ran into each other, they would either be friends or enemies. There would be no third choice. The tunnel was very long, and the flying ship soon disappeared into the deep end. Chapter 582. As soon as they entered the savage, desolate ancient grounds, everyone felt a change in the heavens and the earth, as if they'd arrived at the chaotic ancient times. Boundless and vast savage chi assaulted their faces, and the majestic aura caused their true essence to stop circulating, causing the circulation speed of their true essence to suddenly decrease by half. The sky here was gray, heavy, and oppressive. The ground was slightly dark, hard, and solid. The mountains were steep and dangerous with sharp edges. The river was fast-flowing and crisscrossing. If the outside world gave them the feeling of being bright and lively, then the Savage Ruin ancient place gave them the feeling of being solid, with a sense of history and danger. This is the Savage Ruin ancient place. This is the ancient savage land. It is indeed different from the outside world. It is also different from most of the forbidden areas. If the forbidden areas are like poisonous snakes, then the ancient savage land is like a ferocious beast. It was Ling Qianhao's first time coming to the ancient savage land. He couldn't help but compare the ancient savage land to the forbidden areas. Yan Fengfeng said, although some of the forbidden places are in different places and do not have any contact with the land, they are not as big as the savage ruin ancient place. Hai Wuya said, actually there are forbidden places in the savage ruin ancient place as well. There are a lot of unknown things and no one has been able to fully understand them until now. Hai Wuya and Yan Fengfeng had been here twice, so their knowledge of the place was way beyond the other three. So, they were not surprised at all. Such a dangerous evil qi. It has combined with the natural environment. Yi Qin lifted up his right hand, seeming to have sensed something invisible. You have also sensed the evil qi? Hai Wuya was a bit surprised. Most of the people knew that there was evil qi in the savage ruin ancient place, but the people who had just entered could not sense its existence at all. The evil qi here was like a slow poison, invading the warriors' bodies without them noticing. By the time they sensed it, they would have already been poisoned by the evil qi. I can barely sense it. Yi Qin faintly nodded. The void-shattering finger art contained the space mentality, so how could the savage evil qi hidden in the void escape his senses? If he could comprehend the void-shattering finger art to 60% and comprehend the space profound, he would even be able to distinguish the density of the savage evil qi. Impressive. Judging only on perception, there are not many people who are more powerful than you. Hai Wuya sighed. Gotcha. The barrier next to them was broken open and Tai Shichong and the rest flew in. Yi Qin and the other four looked over. There were 6 people in this group, and the leader was indeed one of the top 3 sword master warriors, Tai Shichong. He was wearing a yellow robe, looking skinny with a sharp look in his eyes. There was a long sword with a sharkskin sheath on his waist. As he walked, the natural qi was affected by his sword qi turning sharp. Besides Tai Shichong, there were 2 other people who had caught Yi Qin's attention. They were a pair of twin brothers and their appearance and temperament were very similar. One of them was tall and muscular, while the other had wide shoulders and long legs, which made him look even taller. As Yi Qin and the other 4 looked at them, they looked over as well, revealing a faint smile on their faces. Let's go. Tai Shichong glanced at Yan Fengfeng and did not even look at the others. As he spoke, he led the group and flew out. Waiting until Tai Shichong and the other 5 walked away, Ling Qianhao said in annoyance, "What kind of look is that? So arrogant." Hai Wuya laughed. Why should we care about other people's attitude? We are here to explore. If we really run into each other, then we will have to rely on our own power. Hai Wuya is right. Brother Ling, your mentality is still lacking a little bit. You need to train more. Yan Fengfeng said. Ling Qianhao smiled embarrassedly. It is getting late. Let's go. Yi Qin suggested. Yeah, let's find the area on the map first. As they spoke, the 5 flew toward the southeast direction. The savage ruin ancient place was extremely vast. Under the pressure of that heavy qi, the flying ship could only barely maintain 3 to 4 times the speed of sound. It was not impossible to increase its speed, but it would consume more spirit stones, since the faster the speed, the more resistance there would be, and the more power it would require. That was a flying lizard, right? It is actually a couple of times more powerful than the ones outside. Under the continuous attacks from the flying ship, it was only slightly wounded. Soon they had been attacked a couple of times by beasts. Among them, the biggest threat was a massive lizard with a pair of bone wings. It was only rank 9, but its battling power was as powerful as a master-level Sea of Souls realm warrior. With one claw attack, it had blown the flying ship dozens of meters away. If it were not for the fact that the defensive layer of the flying ship was extremely powerful, the body of the ship would have been damaged for sure, since the body of the flying ship was not indestructible. Yan Fengfeng said, "It is not a flying lizard. It is an even more powerful bone-wing lizard. Its defense and power are extremely powerful, and it is one of the more difficult ancient beasts to deal with." Hai Wuya said, "The pair of bone wings of the lizard could be made into bone wing items, which could increase one's speed. Unfortunately, we did not manage to block it." Wing-type items were priceless in the true spirit continent. Although it could not increase one's attacking power or defense, with it, one's speed would increase to another level. If one were to run into danger, they would be able to escape anytime they wanted. Yi Qin said, "It would be hard to catch it. This bone-wing lizard knows some of the space profound. Once it flapped its bone wings, it would be able to flash for a short distance." It was not that rare for beasts to know the profound sense, since some of the more talented ones would be able to learn it naturally. As time went on, their achievements in the profound sense would not be any weaker than human beings. But of course, in general, human beings would still have the biggest advantage. Soon it was already afternoon. In the sky, a burning sun hung in the sky, bringing with it a primal heat. On the deck, the five sat with their legs crossed, chatting about what they had seen and heard. Yichen, I did not expect you to be this experienced. I have heard about the fog-forbidden zone in the Star Regional Lake. I heard that even Sea of Souls realm warriors would have a hard time getting out. You were only at the astral reaching realm back then, and you were able to leave the forbidden zone in such a short time. Hearing Yichen's story, Wuxia sighed. Yichen said, there was some luck in it. Without power, luck would be useless. Yeah. Yan Fengfeng nodded, luck is for powerful people. Even if normal people get lucky, they would not be able to use it to its fullest potential. The ship was still flying. All of a sudden the sky darkened a bit. Everyone looked up and could not help but frown. They could see a huge black area spreading out from the horizon. One could not even see the end of it, as if the darkness was eating away at the light. Such a huge dark cloud. Guanqin was a bit scared. I am afraid it is not a dark cloud. As they spoke, Yichen spread out his soul power, reaching 500 miles away. Once his soul power made contact with that spreading black area, he said with a low voice, it is a locust. What? Locust? Could it be the savage locust? Wuxia and Yan Fengfeng stood up suddenly, looking very serious. They did not even have the mood to ask how Yichen knew that it was a locust. Soon, that endless black area spread out to hundreds of miles away. It is indeed the savage locust. There are billions of them. In Yan Fengfeng's vision, a black mass of ferocious locusts swarmed over. They were dozens of times bigger than normal locusts, and were the size of a fist. A black chi flow was being emitted from their bodies and their eyes were red. Their limbs were extremely sharp like blades. Then let's back out. Guanqin and Ling Tianhao both stood up. We cannot back out directly. We can only try to break through from the left or the right. We have to follow the direction of the locusts. No matter how far we go, it will be useless. Yichen said. Yichen is right. Everyone get ready. We will try to break through to the left now. Do not let the locusts get close. Otherwise we will be drowned in them. Yan Fengfeng's forehead shone as 3 silver sails rose up from the middle of the ship. As the sails moved, the flying direction of the ship changed drastically, flying toward the left at an extreme speed. Meanwhile, Yichen and the other 3 all stood in front of the railing on the right, in case the locusts would attack them and blow the ship away. The speed of the ship slowly increased, and it had already reached 4 times the speed of sound. As for getting off the ship, although the speed would be faster than the ship itself, it would be even more dangerous for a single person to face the endless locusts. There was a possibility of dying at any second. 100 miles was too short a distance. Within the time of 10 breaths, the locusts had already spread out, covering the entire sky. Endless ocean. Wuxia was the first to attack. He threw out a palm attack, blowing out a huge amount of locusts, making it impossible for them to reach the ship. Flood Godly Fist. Mysterious Sky Hammer. Guanqin and Ling Tianhao did not dare to waste any time as they performed their best martial arts together with Wuxia, attacking toward the locusts coming from the right. However, there were just too many of them and they kept coming at them without an end in sight. The 3 tried their best but still could not stop the advance of the locusts. Zhenyuan Strings. It was Yi Chen's last attack, but it was the most effective one. His body shook once as countless blue strings shot out, spreading out in a fan shape with him as the center. Those locusts that came in contact with the strings started to fall down like rain. With Yi Chen's help, Wuxia and the other 2 felt a lot more relaxed. But the situation was still not looking good because it was just a black mass of locusts in front of them and behind them. They would not be able to tell the direction at all. If the ship moved even a little bit, they would be lost in that endless swarm of locusts. Boom, boom, boom. After adjusting the ship, Yan Fengfeng controlled the cannons to attack automatically. Each cannon's power was equivalent to a full power attack from a master-level Sea of Souls realm warrior. Plus, the bullets that were shot out had an explosive effect which could burn countless locusts to death. Yan Fengfeng herself was not doing nothing either. Her body was covered in blue flame, and the pattern in between her eyebrows started to burn as well. She took a deep breath and waved her right hand toward the sky. A phoenix made of blue flame spread its wings, and wherever it went, the locusts fell down one after another. The phoenix did not disappear after that. Instead, it started to fly in the air, blocking out the attacks of the locusts. There is someone in front of us. As he attacked, Yi Chen saw light coming out from the gaps of the locusts. It was flashing continuously, and it was obvious that someone was battling with the locusts. Chapter 583. Boom. As the flying ship crashed into the swarm of locusts in front of them, a path was opened up. Yi Chen and the rest saw the powerful warriors who were fighting against the locusts. It was not just one warrior but 5 of them. They were all quite powerful, with the 2 most powerful being master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors. One of them could shoot out hidden weapons from his body at an extremely fast speed, while the other had a poisonous palm power. With one palm attack, a colorful poisonous chi spread out, killing a huge group of locusts. It is Li Shi from the Shadow Martial School and Zhang Zhongdao from the 5 Poison Martial School. Yin Fengfeng had recognized the 2. Hai Wuxia said, "Go above them. Do not make contact with them." Entering the savage ancient place, one should not trust anyone besides their own people. Even if it were their own people, they would still need to be cautious. Under Yin Fengfeng's control, the flying ship lifted up its head and started to fly upward. Along the way it had killed countless locusts. If there were no defensive layer to block out the dark green juice, it would have splashed all over everyone's face, which was disgusting and horrifying. "Brother Zhang, there is a puppet ship above us." Li Shi was not in a good situation. He could handle one-on-one or a group of them. But he would not be able to handle 100 million of them. Accidentally, he saw Yin Fengfeng's flying ship, and his eyes brightened. Zhang Zhongdao had also seen it, so he said with a creepy tone, "Go after them and let them take us away. If there is a chance, we will take over the control of the ship." Facing a large-scale disaster, having a puppet ship would be too important. The defensive layer of the ship would save them a lot of zhenyuan. If they were really in danger, the defensive layer would be able to cancel out some of the incoming attacks. It would be like a second layer of defense for them. Take over their ship. The other 3 were not as powerful as Li Shi and Zhang Zhongdao, so they seemed to be in a bad shape. If they continued like this, they would have a high chance of dying. The 5 pushed their zhenyuan and tried their best to chase after the flying ship, creating 5 bloody paths in the swarm of locusts. They are catching up. Guan Qin and Ling Tianhao's expressions changed. "It is fate that brought us here. Can you take us with you? We can help you block out the locusts." Li Shi sent over a zhenyuan message. Yin Fengfeng said lightly, "Sorry, but there is no more space on the ship." The rejection was obvious. "You can reconsider," Zhang Zhongdao said in an unfriendly tone. "If I say there isn't, then there isn't." Hai Wuxia was not polite at all. "Humph, if we aren't having a good time, then don't even think about having a good time either. It's too late to regret now. Attack the puppet ship." Zhang Zhongdao's expression turned cold as he took the initiative to attack. Boom, 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 boom. Although the 5 of them were in the middle of the locust swarm would not be able to break through their protective zhenyuan for a while. With the protection of the zhenyuan, they changed their target and attacked the flying ship in front of them with all their might. The powerful zhenyuan ripple caused the flying ship to shake violently, and it was only because of the locust swarm in the middle. "These bastards." The 5 people on the boat felt unsteady on their feet and staggered. "Let's fight back. Let's see who can last longer." Ling Tianhao held his purple gold hammer in his hand and smashed towards the back of the ship. The bright hammer light was like a shooting star. Yin Fengfeng did not stop Ling Tianhao as she said to Guan Qin, "You 2 go to the back of the ship. The 3 of us will hold on here. Besides, I will get a cannon to help you guys." Although 2 people and 1 cannon were not as powerful as 5 people attacking them at the same time, it should not be forgotten that there were countless locusts in between them. These locusts would cancel out their attacks, so they would only be able to reach 20 to 30% of their original power. "We will complete the mission." It was Guan Qin's first time in this kind of situation, so her face was filled with excitement and nervousness. Just like that, the right side of the ship was filled with locusts while the back of the ship was being chased by 5 powerful warriors. Yi Chen and the other 4 did not even have the time to breathe. They knew that if they let their guard down for even a little bit, it would lead to an unpredictable outcome. So, they could not afford to be careless. After a long while, the body of the ship suddenly shook, and the color of the protective layer dimmed a lot. Not good. The spirit stones are about to be used up. I need to go and fill them up. Yin Fengfeng's expression changed. The ship would need to be filled with 3,650 top-rank spirit stones every time. Therefore, even if the consumption was huge, it would still be able to last for a long time. But they had already fired at least 100 shots, and each shot would use up dozens of top-rank spirit stones. No matter how many top-rank spirit stones there were, it would still not be enough. I will go and fill them up for you. Yi Chen took out a sword warrior puppet from his storage ring and asked it to carry a huge box of top-rank spirit stones to the bottom of the ship. With his multitasking ability, he could totally control the puppet to fill up the top-rank spirit stones while attacking the locusts at the same time. Sword warrior puppet. Yin Fengfeng said with a surprised voice. Then I will have to trouble you. Yin Fengfeng knew that she would not be able to leave. With one less person, the ship would be blown away by the locusts very soon, and the balance would not be stable anymore. With the sword warrior puppet filling up the top-rank spirit stones, the defensive layer of the ship stabilized once again, which made everyone let out a breath of relief. I told you will regret this. 5 Poison Palm Print. Zhang Zhongdao saw that he could not do anything to the ship after attacking for a long time, so a determined look flashed through his face. He did not care about the locusts biting his protective Zhen Yuan as he formed a spell with both of his hands, trying to absorb the poison Yuan Qi in the air. After 2 blinks of an eye, Zhang Zhongdao's right hand pressed down in the air. This palm had a different color on each finger, representing 5 different kinds of poison. The 5 poison palm print was extremely poisonous, and all of the locusts in front of it fell down one after another, clearing out a huge area. A Zhen Yuan palm with 5 colors landed on the defensive layer of the ship, bringing up a loud sound. The 5-colored poison Qi had almost covered up the whole area. The defensive layer was being corroded at a visible speed, and it was about to be broken. I would like to see what you Zhang Zhongdao can do. The 5-colored poison Qi had not only corroded the defensive layer, but also stopped the locusts from attacking the ship. Pulling out her hand, Yin Fengfeng flashed her body and appeared at the back of the ship. Phoenix fire. Burn the world. Whoosh. The blue flame fiercely rushed out and turned into a flaming phoenix. Wherever the flaming phoenix flew, it would be burned into nothingness. Even the multicolored poisonous gas was no exception. A young man next to Zhang Zhongdao was carelessly brushed by the phoenix flame, and his protective Zhen Yuan was immediately broken. He was drowned in the swarm of locusts, and miserable screams could be heard one after another. Zhang Zhongdao himself was not feeling good either. All this time he had thought that Yin Fengfeng had gotten her fame with her horrifying speed. But now he knew that he was wrong. Her power was not that much weaker than her speed. It was just that her speed was too shocking, which made people forget about her power. Torrential Pear Flower. Seeing that Yin Fengfeng had managed to suppress Zhang Zhongdao, Li Shi hurried to help out. Zhen Yuan hidden weapons were everywhere, shooting out like a torrential rain. In the middle of all of them was a small sword. It was not made of Zhen Yuan, but a top-of-the-top rank hidden weapon. Gold Resonant Radiance Sword. Yi Chen took out his gold sword and knocked away the small sword. Unlimited Direct Attack. Hai Wuya followed up with Yi Chen's attack, using one palm attack to blow away all of the hidden weapons. Under the combined attack of the 3, Zhang Zhongdao and the other 3 could not handle it at all. They had to increase the distance between them and the flying ship, giving up on the chase. This enmity, I will remember it. Zhang Zhongdao's voice was heard. You think I am afraid of you? Hai Wuya was not afraid at all. The 5-colored poison Qi disappeared, and the locusts started to attack again. Yi Chen and the other 4 did not dare to slow down, so they went back to the right side of the ship to block out the attacks. The locusts are starting to decrease. Gradually, everyone realized that the density of the locusts had decreased a lot, and they could already see a bit of light through the locusts. Full power. Yin Fengfeng changed the direction of her attack, attacking toward the front. Boom, boom, boom. With a loud explosion, the flying ship shot out of the black locust swarm and saw the light of day again. Luckily we have this flying ship. Even if we do not die in the swarm, we would have to use up a lot of Zhen Yuan. Hai Wuya chuckled. Yi Chen turned around and saw that everywhere he looked was filled with locusts. Wherever the locusts went, the mountains would collapse, the ground would be dug out, and the rivers would be dried up. The beasts inside would be devoured without even bones left. This savage ruin ancient place is indeed worthy of its name. Yi Chen sighed to himself. After the flying ship had flown far away, after about 15 minutes, 3 human figures jumped out of the black locust swarm. It was indeed Zhang Zhongdao and the other 2. Damn. I Zhang Zhongdao have never been humiliated like this before. Zhang Zhongdao was the head disciple of the 5 Poison Martial School. Back in the day, the leader of the 108 Ghost Warriors of the 9 Ghost Cult was also from the 5 Poison Martial School, but he had been kicked out. The 5 Poison Martial School was famous for their poison, and everyone in the school would take revenge for the smallest grievances. What Yan Fengfeng had done had undoubtedly offended him completely. Li Shi said, "They have a puppet ship. If we run into them, I am afraid the chance of winning is not that high." "There will be plenty of chances." Zhang Zhongdao squeezed his eyes into a line. "You and I have lost a lot of our Jinyuan. Let's find a place to recover first," Li Shi suggested. "Yeah." Zhang Zhongdao nodded as he brought the other two and flew into the distance. When they came, there were 5 of them, but now there were only 3 of them. This is a spirit fountain mountain. At dusk, the group arrived in front of a mountain that was filled with spirit qi. On top of the mountain, spirit light danced in the air. There were all kinds of plants growing there, and some of them were full of spirit qi. Vaguely, there was an immeasurable beast power lurking around. It was obviously the beasts that were guarding the plants. "Everyone go and collect the plants. It would be best if you do not leave the range of your soul power detection." Putting away the flying ship, Yan Fengfeng said. Yichen said, "I need some plants. I hope you guys can keep an eye out for me." Yichen told them the missing ingredients for the antidote. "No problem. These are useless to us." Hai Wuya nodded without hesitation. "Then let's go our separate ways. Be careful." As they spoke, the 5 turned into beams of light and flew toward the mountain from 5 different directions. Chapter 584. The place where Yichen landed was a deep pond in the middle of the mountain. The pond was surrounded by a huge flat land with a radius of thousands of meters. The back of the flat land was covered by the steep mountain, while on the left and right sides of the pond were huge primordial forests. From time to time, some fierce beast would jump out, preying on some of the weaker beasts. The pond was covered in a thick fog which made it hard for people to tell its exact size. They could only vaguely see some of its shapes. Ichem? Cold hellgrass ice face flower. After chasing away the beasts around the pond, Yichen saw 2 different kinds of plants growing in the cracks of the rocks on the shore. One was a dark green, wide-leaved plant, which was extremely cold, while the other was a pink flower with petals and leaves decorated with ice shards, looking like white diamonds. Waving his hand, the 2 plants landed in his hand. Yichen smiled lightly before putting them into his storage ring. The cold hellgrass and ice face flower were both top-rank plants. For warriors who trained ice element Jinyuan, they were treasures that could increase their Jinyuan. But for Yichen they were not that useful. However, these 2 plants were quite valuable. If they were auctioned, one of them could be sold for thousands of top-rank soul stones, which would be a small fortune. The pond was not small, so it took Yichen a whole 15 minutes to walk around the edge of the pond. But of course, this 15 minutes was not wasted, as Yichen had gotten 7 top-rank plants, 24 mid-rank plants, and dozens of ice soul stones. The total value was more than 100,000 top-rank soul stones, which turned a small fortune into a big one. After all of Yichen's wealth was only 700,000 top-rank soul stones. After collecting all the plants, Yichen focused on the pond water. This pond is the source of the fog. The water is extremely cold and contains a very pure ice element power. There should be something in there. After spending 90,000 top-rank soul stones at the pavilion, Yichen knew that he was still not rich enough. The more powerful he became, the more soul stones he would need. Only by doing this could he ensure that he would be prepared at all times. A wave appeared in his soul ocean as Yichen pushed his soul power into the pond. "Yes, my soul power has been nullified." Yichen's brows furrowed. His soul force had only penetrated 500 feet deep when it was neutralized by an invisible force. After some thought, Yichen took out the swordsman puppet and controlled it to jump into the water. Kaka. The coldness of the water exceeded Yichen's expectations. As soon as the swordsman puppet touched the water, a layer of frost formed where it came in contact with the water. The frost quickly spread and covered the swordsman puppet's body. In just a few blinks of an eye, the swordsman puppet was covered in a thin layer of white frost, causing its joints to stiffen and its movements to become sluggish. Fortunately, the frost did not corrode the swordsman puppet's insides and it could still be controlled. When the swordsman puppet was about 7 to 8 feet deep, the pressure in the water made Yichen shocked. He could feel that this was not the normal water pressure, but the power of some kind of treasure that was automatically preventing other things from getting close. Otherwise, this water pressure would be way too horrifying. His pupils shone with a silver light as Yichen increased his control, making the swordsman puppet dive another 3 to 4 meters deep. Not good. This frost has invaded the internal power source of the swordsman puppet. Realizing that the swordsman puppet was losing control, Yichen's expression changed. He hurried to make the puppet float up to the surface and jumped out. Dong. The swordsman puppet that was covered in frost landed on the shore, making a heavy sound. It was obviously different from its usual lightness. Pressing his palm on the swordsman puppet's back, Yi Chen's hand went numb for a second. That frost had been transmitted into his body through the puppet's back. However, he was a Sea of Souls realm warrior after all, and his power was dozens of times more powerful than the swordsman puppet. He pushed out his Zhen Yuan, and that frost disappeared immediately. Then, his powerful Zhen Yuan poured into the swordsman puppet through the Laogong meridian in his palm. Without a sound, the frost on the swordsman puppet's body melted. The moment the ice water touched the ground, it froze again, covering the ground. Putting away the swordsman puppet, Yi Chen looked a bit serious. From the probing just now, one could tell that the water contained an extremely horrifying cold qi. The deeper one went, the heavier the cold qi would be. 30 meters deep, the cold qi would be able to corrode the insides of the sword puppets. Besides the cold qi, the pressure inside the deep pool was also extremely horrifying. Even without the cold qi, astral-reaching realm warriors would not be able to dive too deep. There seemed to be something releasing its power out there. It seems like I will have to do it myself. Yi Chen would not give up on the exploration. He was sure that there must be something special at the bottom of the pool. If he missed it, it would be such a waste. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen bent his knees and jumped into the pool. Yi Chen had the Sea of Souls realm Zhen Yuan after all. The frost qi was completely blocked out by his protective Zhen Yuan, so he could not feel even a little bit of coldness. Swoosh. Activating his Zhen Yuan, Yi Chen's head continued to sink downwards. 50 meters. 30 meters. 20 meters. 30 meters. Only after reaching 30 meters did Yi Chen feel a bit of coldness, as well as the pressure coming from the bottom of the pool. My soul power still cannot reach 50 meters deep. It seems like it is not the problem of the pool. If it was the problem of the pool, then Yi Chen should be able to reach 80 meters deep with his soul power. After all, when he was on the shore he could reach 50 meters deep. He continued to sink down. 40 meters. 50 meters. My soul power cannot spread out anymore. Yi Chen felt that there was an invisible power locking him down, making it impossible for his soul power to come out. Fortunately, his Zhen Yuan was fine. 60 meters. 80 meters. 100 meters. The protective Zhen Yuan layer outside Yi Chen's body started to freeze. There was an invisible frost qi going through the protective Zhen Yuan and into Yi Chen's body. However, the Zhen Yuan inside Yi Chen's body was even richer. The frost qi went in and was immediately destroyed, not even causing a ripple. It is indeed deep. I have already dived to 150 meters deep. In the deepest part of the pool, there was an oval-shaped ice crystal sinking down. Inside the ice crystal was a human figure. It turned out that as the depth increased, the frost qi would form a thick layer of ice on the surface of the protective Zhen Yuan, making it look like a whole ice crystal. Crack. The ice crystal shattered, unable to handle the pressure first. Yi Chen's protective Zhen Yuan had also shrunk by one size. I have reached the bottom. As far as his eyes could see, Yi Chen could see the bottom of the pool. It was a hard rock and some parts of it were silver-black, releasing a light silver light. It was this light silver light that was blocking Yi Chen's soul power. It is a soul stone. A whole piece of soul stone. Yi Chen's pupils shrank as he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The soul stone was a kind of stone that contained soul power, which was extremely valuable. It was the most needed item for the super martial institutions. Thinking about it, no matter how big a martial institution was, it would not be infinitely big. Once one reached Sea of Souls realm, one's soul power would be able to scan within 100 miles radius. If there was nothing blocking the soul power, then the whole martial institution would be exposed right in front of everyone's eyes. Although no one would dare to use their soul power to scan other people's martial institutions on purpose, once a big battle broke out, no one would care about it. It would not be an exaggeration to say that a fist-sized soul stone could be sold for at least 5,000 top-rank spirit stones in the market. And the soul stone at the bottom of the lake was estimated to be 100 times the size of a fist, which would be worth 5 million top-rank spirit stones. It would be enough to make any Sea of Soul Realm master-level warrior go crazy. The visibility of the pool was very low. After knowing the reason why the soul power could not spread out, Yi Chen started to dig out the silver-black soul stones. The first one was dug out, which was the size of a basin. The second one was smaller, which was also the size of a head. The third one was the biggest, which was the size of a bathtub. After digging out the 3 soul stones, Yi Chen released his soul power. This time, his soul power finally spread out without any hindrance. The whole pool had no secrets at all. What Yi Chen did not know was that in the tunnel at the bottom of the pool, there was a pair of white gold pupils staring at him. Yi Chen tried to search with his soul power but found nothing. Plus, the two were hundreds of meters apart, so the white gold pupils could still see Yi Chen. The white gold pupils slowly came out of the tunnel and approached Yi Chen without a sound. The reason why the soul power could not spread out is clear now. But where is the pressure coming from? What is going on? The pressure is increasing at an insane rate. Yi Chen felt that something was not right and his hair stood up. Boom. Right at that moment, a huge wriggling black shadow shot out toward Yi Chen at an unbelievable speed, as if there was no resistance from the pool at all. A demonic beast. Yi Chen stomped on the ground and jumped up. On the way he turned in the air and looked at the place where the vibration was the most intense. What he saw made his scalp go numb. In his sight, a huge white python was swimming towards him. It was unclear how long the python was, but its body was thicker than a water tank. The scales on its body were only the size of a wine cup, but they were very dense. On the belly of the python there were 4 claws. These claws were extremely sharp, just like the claws of a dragon. This was a flood dragon, a pure flood dragon. Brr. The flood dragon roared and the pressure suddenly increased. The whole pool started to boil as if there was an active volcano at the bottom of the pool, and it was about to erupt. Yi Chen's speed was fast, but in the water, how could he compete with the flood dragon? This white flood dragon was swimming like a white ghost. In a blink of an eye, it was only 10 meters away from Yi Chen. It opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Yi Chen. Thunder Lion transformation. There was no time to take out his sword. Yi Chen clenched his right hand into a fist, and the Thunder Lion took shape. He then punched at the head of the white flood dragon. There was a loud bang. Yi Chen was flipped over. Under the violent power of the white flood dragon, his fist power could not even make it pause for a second. The difference in power was too great. Is this the power of a flood dragon? It's like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Yi Chen was shaken by the flood dragon's power and he felt dizzy. His shoulder smashed into the wall on the side of the pool, creating a huge hole. The white flood dragon did not stop at all. It dashed towards Yi Chen's location, showing its fangs and claws, roaring like thunder. Chapter 585. Yi Chen was a Sea of Souls realm warrior after all, and his physical power was not weak either. Plus, his body contained the dragon power from the dragon blood plant. With a loud yell, he pulled himself out of the hard rock wall and dodged the bite of the white flood dragon. Zhen Yuan exploded as Yi Chen continued to shoot upward. Inside the deep lake, his power could not be used normally. With a cracking sound, the rock wall below him was shattered like tofu by the flood dragon. Its head was deeply embedded into the rock wall while its white dragon tail waved out toward Yi Chen's waist. Gold Resonant Radiant Sword Attack. Yi Chen was prepared for it. He took out his gold sword, turning into a bright gold light as he attacked out. Chen. That sword attack was like a super electric saw as it landed heavily on the white flood dragon's tail. The burning sparks ignored the coldness of the lake water and shot out everywhere. However, that sword attack was not able to break through the flood dragon's defense, only leaving a white mark on its scales. What kind of defense is this? Even the gold resonant radiant sword could not break through it. Plus, this power is at least 500,000 pounds. It is insane. Yi Chen had heard from Su Jing that 10,000 years ago, there was a martial school called the Boundless Martial School. Everyone in the school trained their bodies. 10,000 pounds of power would make them the servant disciples, 30,000 pounds for the outer disciples, 50,000 pounds for the inner disciples, and 80,000 pounds for the core disciples. The outer masters would have 200,000 pounds of power, and the inner masters would have 300,000 pounds of power. The leader and the few great masters were all close to or above 500,000 pounds of power. They were so powerful that they could even kill the East Sea Flood Dragon and the West Sea Godly Shark. This white flood dragon was definitely a great master-level being in the Boundless Martial School. With only its physical power, it would be able to look down on most of the master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors. Swoosh. Although the white flood dragon's tail did not manage to wrap around Yi Chen, which was blocked out by Yi Chen's gold sword, the destructive power had still blown Yi Chen away. Blood leaked out from between his thumb and index finger. In the next second, Yi Chen used that power to shoot out of the lake. The white flood dragon easily pulled out its head and waved its tail, chasing after him. Boom. The water pillar exploded and the white Jiao dragon broke out of the water. Its long and winding body swam in the void, and it was more than 100 meters long. As it appeared, the sky above the pool changed and the wind and clouds changed. Wind and rain swayed, and white clouds were emitted from its body, making it impossible to see its entire body. The white flood dragon's gigantic head poked out as it stared at Yi Chen. A formless pressure was released, causing the originally flat ground to sink several meters deep. The grass, trees and rocks were crushed into powder, becoming one with the ground. As soon as he emerged from the water, Yi Chen coughed up a mouthful of blood. The flood dragon's strength was heaven-defying. In just 2 short exchanges he had already suffered serious internal injuries. Cracks had appeared on his bones. The flood dragon is the closest demonic beast to a dragon. So, this pressure should be the dragon pressure. Fortunately, this dragon pressure is not the real dragon pressure. If it was the real dragon pressure, I wouldn't even be able to circulate my Zhen Yuan, instead of this pure pressure. The flood dragon was one of the demonic beasts that had the most dragon bloodline. Once it grew to a certain level, it could even transform into a dragon and travel through the universe. Dragons were extremely powerful, and their aura was extremely powerful and horrifying. It was called the dragon aura. The flood dragon contained a huge amount of dragon bloodline, so it naturally had a faint dragon aura as well, which could suppress the opponent with its aura. Taking out a Yuan Qi replenishing pellet and putting it into his mouth, Yi Chen activated his undying body and started to heal his wounds. As for running away, it was definitely impossible. It was not that Yi Chen did not want to run, but with the white flood dragon's speed, it would be impossible for him to do so. The latter's speed in the water was already as fast as Yi Chen's on land. Perhaps only Yin Fengfeng would be able to run away from the white flood dragon. Seeing that Yi Chen was in the middle of healing, the white flood dragon jumped out and grabbed toward Yi Chen's body. With the sharpness of that claw, combined with the flood dragon's power, even if Yi Chen's defense were doubled, he would still be crushed into pieces. Piss off. This time Yi Chen was not holding the gold sword in his hand, but the thunder disaster sword instead. The sword was like a beam of lightning as it clashed with the white flood dragon's claw. Boom. The power gap between the two was just too huge. Even with the help of the thunder disaster sword, Yi Chen was still not the white flood dragon's opponent. His whole body was blown away, landing into the forest near the deep lake, which startled a bunch of birds and beasts. Coughing out blood again, Yi Chen's face was full of helplessness. 500,000 pounds of power is just too horrifying. I can't even get close to it, and long-range attacks would not be able to break through its defense. Plus it would catch up very quickly. If I could train my void-shattering finger to 60%, or even 70%, I might be able to break through its defense. Unfortunately, right now, the power of my void-shattering finger is not even as powerful as my gold resonant radiant sword. Even using it would be a waste. This is the only attack I have left. Seeing the white flood dragon jump out again, Yi Chen held the thunder disaster sword in his right hand and the gold sword in his left. Crossing the two swords, he threw out an attack. A dark blue thunder ball appeared and expanded rapidly, devouring the white flood dragon. Pow, 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 pow. The sound of thunder was heard as Yi Chen backed out quickly to avoid being hurt by the white flood dragon. He then kept his eyes on the ladder. After a short while, the lightning dissipated, and the scales of the white flood dragon showed signs of being roasted. They were faintly black and there was a faint crisscross sword mark on its chest. The scales were broken and blood seeped out, dripping onto the plants below. Chi, the plants could not bear the power of the flood dragon's blood and exploded into powder. Still unable to wound it badly? Yi Chen's brows creased. The white flood dragon was furious. How many years had it been since it had last been wounded? It could not believe that this weak-looking human could actually wound it. Although it was not even a light wound, it was still a noble flood dragon, which was not something normal beasts could compare with. Opening its bloody mouth, the white flood dragon blew out a transparent cold wind towards Yi Chen. The cold wind screamed and spread out. A few hundred meters in radius was covered in ice within a second. Not good. This cold wind was too fast, and Yi Chen could only move half a step before he was hit by it, turning into a human-shaped ice sculpture. Yi Chen, you hold on for a bit longer. I'm coming at full speed. All of a sudden Yin Fengfeng's voice was heard in Yi Chen's head. It turned out that she had already used her soul power to sense what was going on with Yi Chen, and had used her secret soul art to send a message to Yi Chen. With her speed, 100 miles distance would only take her a couple of breaths' time at most. But Yi Chen knew that if he did not break open the ice sculpture, he would be smashed into pieces by the white flood dragon in the next second. Break. Under such a powerful crisis, Yi Chen's talent of getting stronger when facing strong opponents exploded. Back when he was being chased by the powerful warriors of the Ao family, he was able to improve his undying body quickly. Right now, facing the white flood dragon's threat, he focused all of his spirit and chi. A shocking sword chi shot out of his body, shattering the ice around him. Chapter 586. As the ice shattered, Yi Qin raised up his two swords almost instinctively, crossing them in front of his body. In the next second, that horrifying power traveled through the sword body to Yi Chen's arm, then all the way to Yi Chen's body. The sound of bones cracking could be heard continuously as the Thunder Disaster Sword and Gold Sword flew out of his hands, shooting into the depths of the forest. Puking out a huge amount of blood, Yi Chen's whole body was blown backward. This flood dragon's power is probably no less than 600,000 pounds. Even if it is not as powerful as the leader of the legendary martial school, it should not be that far off. The scenery on both sides turned into blurry shadows as they flew far away. Yi Chen had come to a conclusion based on the power that had been applied to his body. The white flood dragon did not want to let Yi Chen go just like that. Its huge body started to move around, appearing and disappearing in the clouds. Within 1/10 of a second, it had caught up with Yi Chen, who was badly wounded. It opened its mouth and tried to bite him. "You want to kill me? It will not be that easy." While backing out, Yi Chen's body flashed once, turning into a shadow as he traveled through the forest, making it hard for people to see where his real body was. The white flood dragon could not find Yi Chen in a split second, so it had to let out another transparent cold chi, freezing the forest in front of it. It thought that Yi Chen should be in this area, and as long as he was in this area, he would not be able to escape. The sword light sliced through the forest, leaving a bright mark in the surreal space. The cold chi seemed to be chasing after the sword light, but it did not catch up in the end. This cold chi is not that powerful, but it is spreading way too fast. Hundreds of meters away, Yi Chen stood in the air, his left leg frozen. Although the cold chi did not catch up to him, it had still managed to reach him. It was this cold chi that had frozen Yi Chen's left leg. Fortunately, Yi Chen had the undying body, so the wounds on his body and his left leg were fine. "Yi Chen, are you all right?" Right then, a blue fire line flashed past, its speed even faster than the white flood dragon. It was indeed Yan Fengfeng. Yi Chen said, "It's all right, but this white flood dragon's strength and defense are terrifying." Yan Fengfeng looked over at the white flood dragon and said with a frown, "Although this ice flood dragon is the same as me, I am afraid that I will not be able to compete with it in my human form. Only when I am in battle will I be able to compete with it." The battle mode that Yan Fengfeng was talking about was the Blue Phoenix's true form. While they were talking, Yi Chen had already sucked the Thunder Disaster Sword and the Gold Sword over as he said, "There is no need to fight it head-on. Both of us will be badly wounded, and it will not do anyone any good." If he had the chance to escape before, he would not have fought this ice flood dragon head-on. "Yes. If I want to leave, it won't be able to catch up." As she spoke, Yan Fengfeng grabbed onto Yi Chen's arm and brought him flying into the distance. Their speed had suddenly increased to 40 times the speed of sound, and they were still carrying a person. The ice flood dragon roared but did not chase after them. First of all, Yan Fengfeng's speed had already surpassed its limit. Secondly, the chi on Yan Fengfeng's body gave it a sense of threat, which was something that only beasts at the same level could sense. Obviously, Yan Fengfeng was also a beast, but she had turned into a human. Soon Wuxia and the rest arrived as well. "Yi Chen, you are really unlucky. Running into an ice flood dragon so easily, and it is the tyrant of all beasts." When Wuxia used his soul power to sense the battle between Yi Chen and the flood dragon, he was shocked, since even he was not the opponent of the flood dragon. "Strange. Yi Chen, how come you are perfectly fine?" Ling Tianhao looked at Yi Chen with surprise. "Yeah. It was such an intense battle and you puked out a couple of mouthfuls of blood. How come you are perfectly fine?" Wuxia had also noticed Yi Chen's strange behavior. Yi Chen laughed, "Perhaps this flood dragon underestimated me, and did not use all of its power." Of course, he could not tell them that he had trained the undying body secret art. Perhaps. Wuxia glanced at Yi Chen, feeling that he was hiding quite a lot. But he did not feel bad about it, since who would not have some secrets when they were out in the world? Right then Yan Fengfeng said, "Let's not get close to the deep pond. We will go to other areas to look for plants. Just in case this time the distance between us should not be more than 50 miles. If there is any danger, we will be able to work together quickly." To be honest, Yan Fengfeng really admired Yi Chen. It had only been such a long time and his power had improved again. He was probably not that much weaker than Wuxia now. Plus, his survival ability was extremely powerful, and even the flood dragon could not kill him instantly. "Yeah, let's do that." Everyone nodded and then separated, maintaining a distance of less than 50 miles from each other. Somewhere in the far distance, a bright red light column shot into the sky. It was huge, containing a powerful energy vibration that lingered for a long time. Such a powerful energy vibration. It should be some kind of treasure. Let's go. There were a lot of people who had entered the ancient place, and those who had seen this red light column all rushed over, their speed increasing to its limit. Let's go as well. Tai Shichong and the group were not that far away from the red light column, so they could feel the power contained within. Shoo. All of a sudden, dozens of human figures flew toward the red light column, looking like the clouds were moving. Near the red light column. Damn it. We have been here for almost a month. Who would have thought that this fruit would make such a huge commotion when it is about to ripen? This place was a small island in the middle of a lake, and a group of people were standing in the jungle on the island. In the center of the jungle was a flat land without any plants, only a huge tree. There were a lot of red fruits on the tree, and the red light column was indeed coming from that tree. What was strange was that these people were looking at the tree without any intention of picking the fruits. It seemed like they were waiting for the fruits to ripen before doing anything, which was really confusing. The fruit is about to ripen and we are the closest to the tree. Let's try to get as many as we can. That is the only way. Let's hope that the fruit ripens faster. After saying that, the group of people no longer said anything. They watched helplessly as the fruit slowly turned red and emitted a heart-palpitating energy fluctuation. Aha, we are quite lucky to be the first to get here. Let's go pick the fruit. An air-slicing sound was heard as a couple of human figures flew toward the tree at lightning speed. The group of people who were hiding in the jungle sneered but did not stop them. Screams were heard as a couple of beams of red light shot out from the tree, easily piercing through those people's bodies. Not even their bodies were left behind. Good. I hope none of them know that this is the tree. Otherwise, they will all be killed by the tree and no one will be able to fight for the fruit with us. Someone in the jungle said with a gloating tone. Chapter 587. From time to time, people would fly to the small island from all directions. Moreover, the moment they appeared, they would be in groups. In the savage, desolate ancient lands, there were very few people who were alone. When encountering a group of people, even if you were slightly stronger than the strongest person, you would still be beaten to a pulp. If you were unlucky, you might even be killed. In the beginning, there were still some people who did not recognize the long life tree and tried to pick the fruits. The result was predictable, as they were all shot through by the red light from the tree one after another, disappearing into nothingness. Until someone recognized the tree, the situation gradually disappeared. It was indeed one of the top 3 sword masters, Tai Shichong, who recognized the tree. He and a few others stood on the empty ground 100 meters away from the long life tree. He stared at the tree and said, "This long life tree already has its own intelligence, and its power is almost at the half-step Beast King level. Even if we all worked together, we would still be killed by it. Therefore, we can only wait for the fruits to ripen and fall from the tree before we can go and pick them up. According to past examples, when the fruits fall from the tree, the long life tree will not attack anyone who tries to get close to it. Of course, we cannot offend it either." The long life tree was the descendant of the undead tree. Although it was not like the undead tree which had its own intelligence and battle power, it was still equivalent to master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors. After hundreds of years, it would be able to reach the half-step Beast King level. Its power would be extremely powerful, and it would be able to kill master-level warriors easily. Unfortunately, this long life tree has already grown up and has its own intelligence. If it was only a seedling, we could bring it back. I heard that if normal people stayed next to the tree, they would be able to live up to 200 years. If it was a martial artist, they would not only be immune to all kinds of poisons, but would also be able to train at an extremely fast speed. It is a great item for training. One of the twins said. The other one said, "Don't even think about it. Even if it does not have its own intelligence, we cannot touch it. This is the ancient place, which is half of the undead tree's territory. If you touch its descendant, I am sure you will not be able to get out of here alive. The roots of the undead tree have taken up almost half of the whole ancient place." A lot of people did not know that the legendary undead tree did exist, and it was one of the kings of the ancient place. This longevity fruit belongs to this old man. A black-clothed old man with a withered face walked out of the forest. His eyes were filled with greed. Tai Shichong glanced at him. "I'm afraid you won't be able to. You must be Tai Shichong, one of the top 3 young sword masters. You have the power, but you are still lacking. Go back and train for a few more years, then you will have a chance to defeat me." The elder in black did not care about Tai Shichong at all. That means you have the confidence to defeat me. Tai Shichong's eyes were filled with killing intent. It seemed like the elder in black did not want to fight with Tai Shichong right now, so he suggested, there are too many people here and there are a lot of people who want to take advantage of the situation. How about we chase them away first? Hearing him, Tai Shichong looked around and realized that there were more and more people surrounding the long life tree. From the dozens of people before, there were now dozens of people. If he allowed this to continue, he was not confident that he would be able to get enough long life fruits. However, what the elder in black said had convinced him. Leave this to me. The elder in black did not care about Tai Shichong as he jumped toward the 4 people closest to him. If you don't want to die, then piss off. Otherwise I will kill you all. However, no one knew who the elder was, so no one would listen to him. Seeing him jump toward them, the 4 of them spread out and attacked the elder together. He dares to attack us? Kill him. We, the Yanbei 4 heroes, are not weak. The Yanbei 4 heroes were 4 heterosexual brothers. The leader of the 4 was a master-level Sea of Souls realm warrior, while the other 3 were all top spirit warriors. The 4 of them might not be that powerful if they were alone, but after decades of teamwork, their power would increase exponentially. There were even a couple of master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors that had died in their hands. You are the Yanbei 4 bears. The elder in black sneered as he threw out a claw attack. The sky was filled with black claw shadows, forming into a massive black beast. The beast roared and waved its front claw. Bastard. Let's fight him. The 4 of them did not expect the elder to be this powerful. Even with the 4 of them working together, they were still beaten back by 1 claw attack and were slightly wounded. Form the King Kong spell. The leader of the 4 yelled. The 4 of them moved and formed a prism. At the tip of the prism was the leader of the 4 heroes of the north of Yan Kingdom. The vital chi of the 4 of them flowed out of their bodies and joined together. They were one in another and complemented each other. In the end, they formed a golden Vajra with an angry face. Combined attack. A shocked expression flashed across the elder's face. Die now. The elder in black had enough confidence in himself. He waved his hand, and the black beast roared as its huge body attacked the King Kong. Piss off. The leader of the 4 of them reached out his right hand and threw out an attack. The King Kong that surrounded the 4 of them seemed to be one with him as it also reached out its right hand and threw out an attack. Boom. A thunder-like sound was heard as the black beast dissipated. However, the 4 of them were not having a good time either. They all puked out blood and the King Kong disappeared as well. This guy is too powerful. Let's back out. The 4 of them were not hot-headed people. Seeing that their combined attack could not do anything to the elder, they all ran back into the jungle. After 2 to 3 blinks of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. We should have left earlier. The elder in black shook his head as he looked at Tai Shichong. Being one of the top 3 sword masters, Tai Shichong's sword art was indeed powerful. He did not even take out his great sword. Instead, he raised his right index and middle fingers and pointed out in the air. As he pointed out his sword, countless huge sword shadows shot out, destroying everything in their path. Tai Shichong, don't push us too far. There were other young martial geniuses on the island, but they were still not Tai Shichong's opponent. Tai Shichong said coldly, the treasure belongs to the powerful. You guys are not powerful enough, so you don't have the right to stay here. If you don't leave now, I will cut your heads off. Alright, Duguju will remember this. One day my cousin Duguju will come and find you. The leader of the group was actually the cousin of one of the top 2 martial geniuses in the Sky Martial region. Duguju. Tai Shichong sneered, even if he comes it will be useless. But, since you have brought out the Duguju, I will have to leave some marks for you no matter what. Duguju had just reached the Sea of Souls realm 1 year ago, so Tai Shichong was not scared of him at all. Martial geniuses needed time to grow. Without time he would only be a martial genius with potential. Pointing out his sword finger, a sharp sword chi sliced through Duguju's chest. Duguju's face went pale as blood spilled out of his chest. Tai Shichong, you are so arrogant. Just wait and see. Enduring the pain, Duguju left the island with a group of young martial geniuses, leaving behind a warning. This Duguju is so reckless. He used his cousin to scare us. Does he really think that we are that easy to scare? The twin brothers walked next to Tai Shichong. Tai Shichong said, Duguju is a very scary person. With enough time, it is not impossible for him to reach the level of the top 5 young warriors. Therefore, I have to get the longevity fruit even more. With it, I have 80% chance of reaching the late Sea of Souls realm. Among the young warriors in the Sky Martial region, There were not many warriors who had reached the late Sea of Souls realm. Even the top 5 young warriors were not all at the late Sea of Souls realm. Of course, martial geniuses all had the power to battle beyond their realms. Even if their cultivation was slightly lower, their power would still be very scary. In the end, besides Tai Shichong and the Elder in Black, there was still a group of people around the longevity tree. They were the ones who had been here for a long time, and were also the ones who had found the tree first. Tianinso, Tai Shichong, you two do indeed have the right to get the longevity fruit. But, if you want me to leave, I am afraid that it will be impossible. A group of people walked out of the dense forest. The leader was a middle-aged man with disheveled hair. His eyes were as sharp as blades. He held a thick bronze rod in his hand. The people behind him were also not ordinary people. Each of them had a powerful aura. Their bodies were huge, as if they were human-shaped ferocious beasts. You know me? The Elder in Black changed his expression. He had not been out in the world for dozens of years already, so not many people knew him. Unfortunately, I have seen a picture of you decades ago. But it was a wanted poster. After all these years, you have not changed at all. After reaching the Sea of Souls realm, the change in appearance would not be that obvious. Decades would only be like decades or 7 to 8 years, so it would not change that fast. I did not expect you to have such a good memory. Tian Yinso chuckled. Decades ago he was wanted by a rank 5 martial institution. That was why he had chosen to stay away from the public. But, good memory does not mean good power. Tian Yinso crossed both of his claws, forming a huge net. Break. The bulky middle-aged man did not dodge at all as he waved out his stick. Pow, pow, pow. The dark purple claw light was shattered completely. Impressive. Take another attack from me. Tian Yinso had only used 80% of his power. Just as he was about to attack again, he suddenly sensed a sky-piercing sound coming from afar. Someone else is coming. In the sky, a massive silver ship flew over, its speed reaching 8 times the speed of sound. Yin Feng Feng. Tai Shichong frowned. The silver ship soon arrived on top of the island. It is the long life tree. Yin Feng Feng recognized the tree in the middle of the island immediately. It is indeed the long life tree. Yi Chen had seen the lady in red take out the long life tree branch back at the Treasure River Island. It looked like it was made out of white jade, smooth without any flaws. This long life tree was snow white as well, except for the fruit which was red in color, looking very eye-catching. It seems like we are quite lucky. Wuxia laughed. Let's go. Although the 5 of them were a bit scared of Tai Shichong, it was only that. When they encountered a real treasure, they would have to rely on their own power. It would be impossible for them to back out. The flying ship landed quickly. When it was dozens of meters away from the ground, the 5 jumped off and stood 100 meters away from the long life tree. Guan Qin was just about to take a few steps forward when she was pulled back by Wuxia. Do not get too close. Before the fruit falls, the long life tree will attack actively. Once it bears fruit, it means that it has accumulated enough power, and its power is unpredictable. Chapter 588. The longevity tree was very mysterious. Every time it bore fruit, it meant that it had accumulated enough and made a huge breakthrough. The further it went, the better the effects of the longevity fruit. If the awakening of sentience was the first result, then this was the second. On the longevity tree, the red longevity fruit silently turned fiery red. When it completely turned fiery red, it would be ripe. However, the 4 groups of people nearby did not look at the longevity fruit that was about to ripen. Instead, they looked at each other and the atmosphere was tense. There are 4 groups of people here. I think we should split the fruit into 4 portions, 1 for each group. What do you think? Before, Tian Yinso still wanted to kick out the middle-aged man and his group so that he could share the fruit with Tai Shichong. But now he did not have that idea anymore. No matter which group he took on, he would be opposed by the other group. After all, no one knew if it would be his turn or not. Even Tian Yinso himself was a bit worried. Therefore he came up with this idea of splitting the fruit into 4 portions. The middle-aged man sneered, 4 portions? Your idea is not bad. But don't forget that you are only one person. You want to share the fruit with only one person? Do you think we are stupid? You are right. You alone do not have the right to share the fruit. Wuxia did not hold back either. The value of the fruit was immeasurable, and one less person would definitely be a good thing. After all, there were too many people here and there were 5 of them. Tian Yin's face darkened. It seems like after decades of not coming out, some people do not care about me anymore. I was already a master-level Sea of Souls realm master-level warrior decades ago. At that time you brats were not even born yet. Since you say that I do not have a share, then we will use our own methods. He did not even think that after decades of not coming out, how many people still knew him. Even if they did, they might not be afraid of him. Use your own methods, I agree. Tai Shichong sounded cold. He did not want to share the fruit with the others in the first place. One fruit could help a warrior reach mid-Sea of Souls realm from peak level early Sea of Souls realm, and the success rate was at least 80 to 90%. But, to reach late Sea of Souls realm from peak level mid-Sea of Souls realm, one fruit would only have 30% success rate. At least 2 or 3 fruits would be enough. I'm fine with it. Yen Fengfeng had the advantage of speed. As long as nothing went wrong, she would be the one to get the most fruits. Then let's rely on our own skills. The muscular middle-aged man knew that this was the only solution. Just like that, everyone was temporarily at peace. Their gazes fell on the longevity tree, waiting for the longevity fruits to ripen and fall from the branches. One longevity fruit has more than 80% chance of me reaching the mid-Sea of Souls realm from peak level early Sea of Souls realm. If I miss this one, it would take me at least a year or 2 of training to reach the mid-Sea of Souls realm. Therefore I have to get one this time. After reaching the Sea of Souls realm, every little bit of increase in cultivation would be extremely difficult. Yi Chen's cultivation talent was not the best, it could only be said to be excellent. Being able to reach the Sea of Souls realm so quickly was mainly due to all kinds of opportunities, as well as his soul talent. If he could get a longevity fruit and successfully reach mid-Sea of Souls realm, Yi Chen would be able to use the Earth Spirit Pellets and Sky Spirit Pellets to push his cultivation to the next level, reaching peak level mid-Sea of Souls realm. In that case, his overall power would increase by more than just a little bit, and it would definitely increase his battling power drastically. I can't let go of the longevity fruit. Letting out a breath, Yi Chen's eyes turned sharp. There were dozens of longevity fruits on the tree, and more than half of them were still light red, which meant that they were still far from ripening. Among the remaining half, 3 of them were turning red, which meant that they were only 1 step away from ripening. And among these 3, one of them was already shaking, looking like it could fall at any second. Finally, that longevity fruit fell onto the ground and rolled a couple of times. Strangely, no one moved at all, seeming to be hesitating. Tianyin-so, didn't you want the longevity fruit? Go and get it. The muscular middle-aged man laughed at Tianyin-so. Tianyin-so sneered, I will let you have the first one. Go and get it. You are so kind? You are being kind? On the other side, Tai Shichong looked at the longevity fruit that had fallen onto the ground. A light flashed in his eyes before he calmed down. It seems like no one dares to take this risk. One of the twin brothers said. Who dares to take the risk? If the longevity tree still attacks those who get close to it, then they will die for sure. For a longevity fruit, no one would want to put themselves in such a dangerous situation. Right now all we need is a test. As long as someone goes to pick up the longevity fruit and is not attacked by the tree, then it means that there is no danger. That is true, but are we just going to wait like this? On Yi Chen's side, Hai Wuxia frowned. The second longevity fruit is about to ripen as well. Unfortunately, no one wants to be the first to go. Yi Chen said, even if there is no danger, it might not be a good thing. He will become the target of everyone. Yi Chen is right. The first longevity fruit is very dangerous. Yin Fengfeng nodded. Time passed slowly and still no one went up first. It seemed like everyone was waiting. Shriek. All of a sudden, a sharp bird cry was heard from above the forest. A massive gray eagle flew over, its target being the longevity fruit under the tree. The gray eagle was extremely fast and arrived under the tree within a second. Its claws grabbed onto the longevity fruit that had fallen onto the ground before shooting into the sky and flying away. Come down. Without any prior agreement, everyone attacked Gray Eagle together. A scream was heard. The Gray Eagle was torn into pieces, and the longevity fruit fell from the sky. Everyone controlled the angle on purpose, trying to minimize the impact. Plus, the longevity fruit itself was very tough, containing a powerful energy that could block out the impact. All of a sudden, people moved. They were Yin Fengfeng, Tai Shichong, Tianyin-so, and the bulky middle-aged man. The 4 of them were the most powerful ones in the group. Since there was no danger in fighting for the first longevity fruit, they could fight as much as they wanted. Among them, Yin Fengfeng's speed was the fastest. With a flash of blue fire, she had arrived near the longevity fruit, reaching out her hand to suck it. Heaven and Earth Sword. Tai Shichong pointed out his sword finger, and a sword shadow blocked out in front of Yin Fengfeng, cutting off the sucking power. Meanwhile, his body flashed a couple of times, arriving near the longevity fruit as well. Phoenix cut. Yen Fengfeng lifted up her right hand, forming a palm blade and attacking toward Tai Shichong. Dang. Tai Shichong took out the long sword from his waist, blocking out Yen Fengfeng's flame blade power. You guys stop fighting. This longevity fruit will belong to me for sure. Tian Yinsu's body flashed once, and dozens of black shadows appeared, attacking toward the longevity fruit together. Piss off. The bulky middle-aged man was the slowest, but it was not impossible for him to get the longevity fruit, since there were 4 of them fighting against each other. He yelled as he lifted his bronze iron stick high into the air, waving it out horizontally, blowing out half of Tian Yinsu's shadows. The longevity fruit was still falling down at a fast speed, but the 4's battling speed was even faster. Within a blink of an eye, the 4 of them had exchanged attacks once. Human and sword merge. Tai Shichong's long sword shook once, and a massive sword light wrapped around him as he flew toward the longevity fruit at a shocking speed. Boom, boom. Tian Yinsu and the bulky middle-aged man would not just watch Tai Shichong get the longevity fruit, so they both threw out attacks, trying to shatter the sword light around Tai Shichong's body. But this sword light was extremely tough. Although it was full of cracks, it did not break at all, canceling out the 2's combined attacks. Major Phoenix cut. At that critical moment, Yen Fengfeng threw out another palm blade attack. Behind her back, a blue phoenix shadow appeared. It was the shadow of her real body. Crack. The sword light was shattered and Tai Shichong was furious. He was not that far away from the longevity fruit, and with the human and sword merge, his speed and defense had both increased drastically. But there were still 4 of them fighting for the longevity fruit, and he alone would not be able to handle the attacks from the 3 of them. This battle sure is intense. Ling Qianhao was dumbfounded. Guan Qin glanced at the second fruit that was about to ripen and said, "This one is about to ripen as well. I will use my movement art to get it as soon as possible." Guan Qin was very confident in her Qinggong Sky Sea streak. Wuya laughed. "Junior sister, although your Sky Sea first string is powerful, they won't just stand by and watch as you snatch away the second longevity fruit. Furthermore, at this time our camp needs to agree on a rule. Whoever gets the longevity fruit first, the other 3 will help him block the attacks from the others." "Yeah, of course." Yi Chen nodded. "The second longevity fruit is about to ripen. It is about to ripen." So nervous. The people brought by Tai Shichong and the bulky middle-aged man stared at the second fruit that was about to ripen. If it were not for the fact that the tree would attack anyone who got close to it before the fruit fell, they would have rushed up already, instead of waiting here for nothing. Under everyone's gaze, the second longevity fruit fell down. No one could describe the current situation. The longevity fruit was only dozens of meters away from the ground, and it had just fallen down from the tree when everyone started to move. It was like thousands of arrows shooting out at the same time. 5 beams of sword light appeared out of his body as Yi Chen's speed increased to his limit. His starting speed was already 20 times faster than the speed of sound. Normally, the starting speed would be way lower than the maximum speed. The reason why Yi Chen could be this fast was because his sword light flying art had improved a while ago. His maximum speed had reached 25 times faster than the speed of sound. Added with his extremely powerful Zhenyuan control, which had already reached the Zhenyuan strand level, his starting speed was even faster than normal people's. So fast. Wuya and the other 2 were shocked. With a flash of sword light, Yi Chen arrived under the longevity tree. "Little brat, die. If you dare to touch the longevity fruit, you will die without a grave." Right then, Tai Shichong's people and the bulky middle-aged man's people all attacked toward Yi Chen. They were all grinding their teeth, wishing they could cut Yi Chen into 1,000 pieces. "You want me to put down the longevity fruit? In your dreams." A determined look flashed through his eyes as Yi Chen grabbed the longevity fruit without hesitation and threw it into his storage ring. But he had also taken on 7 to 8 attacks and was drowned in that horrifying chi flow. So reckless. Wuya shook his head. Chapter 589. It was not that Wuya did not want to help Yi Chen block out the attacks, but Yi Chen's speed was way too fast, and he had been left behind. Plus, he had thought that it would be a big fight for the second fruit, and if one of them managed to get the fruit, the others would have to help him block out the attacks. But right now Yi Chen had gotten the fruit at an extremely fast speed, and within that second at least 7 to 8 attacks had landed on Yi Chen. There was no way he could react in time. Boom, 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 boom. Yi Chen's protective Zhenyuan layer had been shattered within a second, and 7 to 8 powerful qi streams had blown him out for hundreds of meters, crushing him all the way into the jungle. That aggressive qi flow had torn down all the trees in a straight line and sent them into the sky, making another piece of flat land on the island. Ling Qianhao and Guanqin were both shocked. Yi Chen is not going to die, is he? They thought that it would be impossible for them to survive under those attacks. It will depend on his luck. But I don't think he will die. He is not someone who would do something crazy for a treasure. At first, Hai Wuye indeed thought that Yi Chen would do something crazy. But after thinking about it, Yi Chen was able to grow from a small martial institution's martial genius to where he was now, so he would not be an impulsive person. He should have a certain level of confidence. As he spoke, Hai Wuye's speed had finally reached its limit, flying towards Yi Chen's direction. After all, it was Yi Chen who had gotten the fruit this time. Based on what they had said before, they had to help Yi Chen fight against Tai Shichong and the bulky middle-aged man. On the flat land in the jungle, after the dust had settled, Yi Chen's body appeared in Hai Wuye's sight. At this moment, Yi Chen was in an extremely bad shape. His clothes had almost been torn apart, revealing the golden armor that was shining with a golden luster. In his hands he was holding 2 shields, one covering his head and the other covering his lower body. Adding the great armor on his body, he had protected himself without leaving a single gap. With a pale face, Yi Chen spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with pieces of his internal organs. There were 7 attacks in total, 4 of which were Sea of Soul Master level, and the other 3 were Peak Taoist level. With my defense, it would be hard for me to block one of them, not to mention 7. Fortunately, the 2 shields and the gold armor helped me block out most of the attacks, so only 30% of them reached my body. Otherwise I would have died for sure. Although Yi Chen had already anticipated such a situation, there was still a great deal of danger involved. A slight carelessness or an accident would result in a tragic death. Yi Chen, are you all right? Seeing that Yi Chen could still vomit blood, Hai Wuye heaved a sigh of relief. I won't die yet. Before the fight for the longevity fruit, Yi Chen had consumed 2 elixirs to replenish his essence. Now that Yi Chen had activated his undying body and healed his severe internal injuries, the medicinal essence of the elixirs immediately dissolved and replenished his rapidly depleted essence. You are so powerful. You are the first one to get the longevity fruit. Guanqin's speed was even faster than Hai Wuye's. But her reaction speed was obviously not as fast as Hai Wuye's. Therefore she was delayed for a second, which allowed Hai Wuye to overtake her. Ling Qianhao was the last one to arrive. He said with admiration, Sister Yen and the rest are still fighting for the first fruit. They would never have thought that you would get one before them. Indeed, no one would have thought that Yi Chen would be the first one to get the fruit with his speed that was way faster than the rest. It was supposed to be a messy battle for the second fruit, just like what happened to Yen Fengfeng and the other 3. But the situation right now was something that no one had expected. Yi Chen chuckled. If he did not get the fruit right away, he might not even get one today. But of course there was still a chance that he might get one, since it would all depend on his luck. Compared to the others, he did not have that much of an advantage in terms of battling power. What? This brat has been attacked by 7 to 8 times and he is still alive? He is even able to talk. The people who were attacking Yi Chen frowned. They had prepared themselves for the moment that Yi Chen died, they would immediately take his storage ring. But it was obvious that the situation was not going their way. Damn. This is a longevity fruit. It has a huge chance of increasing one's cultivation. The twin brothers were not willing to give up. They stood dozens of meters away, staring at Yi Chen with an evil look in their eyes. Brat, the fruit belongs to the one with power. Hand it over now and we will let you live. It was the middle-aged man who was standing right next to the bulky one. His face was covered in black hair. Yeah, hand over the fruit and we will let you live. Otherwise today will be the day you die. Another person agreed. Putting away his shield, Yi Chen sneered, the one with power will get it. Since you guys have the power, why can't you get it? You're just a bit faster. If we really have to fight, you are not powerful enough. They could all tell that Yi Chen was only at peak level early Sea of Souls realm. Although they were a bit scared, they did not think that Yi Chen's power could be that powerful. Sorry, once it is in my hands, no one can make me spit it out. It would be impossible for Yi Chen to give up on the fruit. These people were right. The treasure belonged to the one with power. With the fruit, his power would be able to reach the next level. No, it would be 2 to 3 levels higher. You want to do this the hard way? Spit it out. The bulky middle-aged man stomped on the ground with his right foot. His body suddenly expanded, turning from 2 meters tall to 4 meters tall. He looked like a giant. His arms were as thick as other people's waists, and the blue veins on them looked like snakes. Once his body expanded to a horrifying size, the bulky man jumped out like a tiger in the forest, bringing up a wave of bloody wind. Body enlargement. Barbarian. Wuxia realized as he yelled, "I have never fought against a barbarian before. Today I will try." Boom. The two rushed at each other within the blink of an eye, fighting fiercely. "Yichen, we can only help you take on these two. The rest is up to you." Ling Qianhao and Guan Qin blocked the two people who were with the bulky middle-aged man. Yichen said, "Thank you." He was already satisfied with one fruit. If there were more, he would not take any of them. He would fight for more opportunities for Wuxia and the rest. "You two stay here and keep an eye on the third fruit. Leave him to us." The twins were very ambitious. They wanted the fruit on Yichen as well as the fruits on the tree. They would not let any of them go. As they spoke, the two approached Yichen side by side, staring at him. Yichen sneered as he held the Thunder Disaster Sword with his right hand. "Kill?" The twins attacked toward Yichen from the left and right. "Brat, we are the famous Wind and Thunder Martial Schools. If you know what is good for you, hand over the fruit. Otherwise you will lose your life." The Wind and Thunder Martial Schools were very famous in the Sky Martial region. The two brothers were both master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors. The older brother was called Li Feng and the younger brother was called Li Lei. Individually, they might not be as powerful as Wuxia, but together, not many people would be able to take them on. It was mainly because the two brothers could communicate with each other mentally and make up for each other's weaknesses. Cut the crap. If you want the fruit, then use your power. If the two brothers were one person, Yichen might be afraid. But since there were two of them, he would have a chance. He was best at battling techniques, so he would definitely have a way to stop them from working together. As long as he could find the key, he would be able to take them out one by one. "Since you are looking for death, then do not blame us." Wind Fist. The older brother threw out a fist attack, bringing up a tornado. The fist speed was unbelievably fast and aggressive. Thunder God Kick. The younger brother immediately followed up with a kick, aiming at Yichen's lower body. This kick was not any slower than Li Feng's Wind Fist, and contained the profound of thunder. One punch and one kick, the coordination was flawless. "I can't fight them head-on. With my power alone, I can't defend against their combined attacks. I have to fight one of them to prevent them from working together." As this thought flashed through his mind, Yichen took a step forward. His body suddenly turned illusory, turning into a faint black shadow as he avoided Li Feng's Wind Fist and moved in an arc toward Li Lei. "Want to interrupt our cooperation? In your dreams." Li Feng sneered and turned his body, bringing up a fierce tornado as he charged toward Yichen. Meanwhile, Li Lei's attacks did not stop, filling the sky with thunder and lightning footprints. As long as Yichen dared to come closer, he would be sure to turn him into charred pieces. Swoosh! Yichen suddenly stopped. As if he was stepping on a sword light, he gave up on Li Lei and flew toward Li Feng. His figure flickered like a sword light. Courting death. Li Feng was slightly surprised. Only now did he realize that Yichen's target wasn't Li Lei but him. However, he wasn't afraid at all as he continued to throw out fist shadows in the tornado. Earth-shattering sky. How could Yichen not know that this kind of small trick would not work on the two brothers who were connected to each other? His real target was still Li Lei. He rubbed his right foot on the ground, and a wave of hidden power followed the ground and drilled into Li Lei's foot. It suddenly exploded, sending rocks flying everywhere. Although Li Lei wasn't hurt, his attacks were halted for a moment. This pause gave Yichen a chance. Shadow explosion. Bam. Yichen's body shook, turning into dozens of black shadows. Li Lei's leg shadows and Li Feng's fist shadows destroyed most of them, but Yichen's real body followed the gap between Li Lei's kick shadows and slashed out a crescent-shaped sword chi. Li Lei let out a furious roar as he took out a shield to block the sword chi. Speed Sword Hell. Yichen's attacks were like mercury spilling on the ground, continuous and unstoppable. The sword shadows were so fast that one couldn't even see them clearly as they shot out, devouring Li Lei. Ding, ding. Metal exploding sounds were heard as Li Lei waved his shield to block out all of the sword shadows. Back out. After the Speed Sword Hell came the Gold Resonant Radiant Sword. The golden sword light violently slashed on Li Lei's shield, blowing him dozens of meters away. Yichen held his Thunder Disaster Sword and continued to crush his opponent while maintaining a distance from Li Feng. Bastard. Li Lei fought back, but Li Feng had also caught up. Yichen smiled coldly as his body turned into a shadow, sticking close to Li Lei. Li Feng was afraid of accidentally injuring Li Lei, so he couldn't use all of his strength at the moment. Chapter 590. Little bastard, you are too dirty. If you have the guts, then let's fight fair and square. Li Feng threw out a couple of punches, but all of them landed on Li Lei. Yi Chen's step art was just too weird, and he managed to use Li Lei as a shield every time. It made Li Feng grind his teeth as he said aggressively. Li Feng's words had shown Yi Chen the true meaning of shamelessness. Fair and square? How dare you say that? 2 against 1 and you still think that the advantage is not enough? What a sharp tongue. Later on, you will not even be able to cry even if you want to. Li Feng was annoyed. Brother, I have already figured out this brat's power. I alone will be enough to take on him. Even if I cannot, I can still drain his Zhenyuan and mental state. Once his battling power is weakened, you can join in then. Li Lei and Yi Chen had exchanged dozens of attacks, and he realized that Yi Chen only had a powerful step art and a sharp sword art. Other than that, he did not have any other advantages. Alright, I will be on the side to support you. Li Feng thought about it and agreed. Both he and his brother were not weak. As long as they did not run into people like Yan Feng and Tai Shichong, it would not be a problem for them to exchange 1 to 200 attacks. Plus, even if he joined in, it would be pointless. Brat, just wait for your death. Even if you hand over the fruit now, I will not let you go. Leaving behind a threat, Li Feng backed out 100 steps. Hearing him, a strange cold light flashed through Yi Chen's eyes. Indeed, he did not have much of an advantage in other areas, but he still had his double sword art. The completed Sky Thunder Cut's power was not as powerful as the gold resonant radiant sword art, but combined with the reverse Sky Thunder Cut, its power would definitely be more powerful than the latter. It was almost equivalent to a 70% trained mid-rank profound sense sword art. Combined with his powerful sword intent, its attacking power would be unstoppable. However, he would have to wait for a chance, waiting for the moment when Li Lei let his guard down so that he could wound him badly. As for killing him, it might not be possible since the power gap between the two was not that big. Of course, if he summoned the Dream-Eating Wolf, he might be able to kill him. But the Dream-Eating Wolf was Yi Chen's ace card, and he would not let it out until the last moment. Ding ding dang dang. Li Lei held the shield in his hand to protect his body. His feet weren't slow either as he repeatedly kicked out Thunder Lightning Leg Shadows that contained the Profound of Thunder. The Thunder Lightning Leg Shadows were powerful and heavy. Although the attack frequency wasn't as high as Li Feng's Fierce Wind Fist, its power was much greater. Even Yi Chen was willing to take a kick from it. Void Shattering Finger. Facing the thunder and lightning leg shadows, Yi Chen leaped up from the ground and pointed out his left hand. It was the third movement of the Void Shattering Finger art, the Void Shattering Finger. Pop. The massive cyan finger carried the Space Intent domain. It had touched the edge of Space Power Upanishad. After a flash, it had opened a tunnel in the sky of leg shadows. While it was getting deeper, the cyan finger was taking in the energy of the lightning leg shadows. It was really strange. What kind of finger technique is this? Could it be the profound meaning of darkness? No, the aura of the profound meaning of darkness is not like this. Although Li Lei was experienced and knowledgeable, he couldn't figure out what power Upanishad Yi Chen was using. Li Feng, who was 100 steps away, was shocked. Finger shape taking in the opponent's power. Could this be Xia Hozuan's Void Shattering Finger art? Why does he have it as well? Xia Hozuan was one of the top 5 young warriors. He was known for his finger arts, which was why he was called the Godly Finger Master. Xia Hozuan was good at a lot of finger arts, but in one of the battles he had once revealed a horrifying and strange finger art. It was just like Yi Chen's finger art, able to take in the opponent's power and increase its attacking power. Of course, because of the different Zhenyuan attributes, the colors would be different. Plus, the form of Xia Hozuan's Void Shattering Finger was slightly different from Yi Chen's as well. However, that aura was exactly the same. It must be the Void Shattering Finger art. Li Feng's eyes flickered. Amaranthan nature. Opening up a tunnel with one finger attack, Yi Chen jumped into it. The Thunder Disaster Sword was like a beam of lightning, stabbing toward Li Lei who was at the end of the tunnel. The sword's speed kept increasing until Li Lei could no longer sense the existence of the sword. Piss off. With a roar, Li Lei leaned his body to the side. His left leg was like a lightning whip as it lashed out while holding up his shield in front of his body. Since he could not avoid that sword attack from Yi Chen, then he would not try to avoid it. He leaned his body to the side, avoiding the critical parts of his body. Plus, with the shield to protect him, his left leg kicked toward Yi Chen's waist. He believed that as long as he was hit by that kick, even if Yi Chen's spine did not break, it would at least have a crack and he would definitely be wounded more severely than him. Yi Chen's sword attack was even faster than Li Lei's shield movement. It brushed past the edge of the shield and pierced through Li Lei's left shoulder. Right at that moment he shifted his body to the side and took out his Thunder Disaster Sword. With a flash he dodged Li Lei's kick attack. It should be known that even in the mental world of the Sky Martial Pavilion, Yi Chen was able to face 64 mental entities with similar cultivation and willpower without being hurt at all. How could he not dodge Li Lei's attack? In other words, Li Lei's idea of exchanging injuries for injuries was just a fool's dream. Brat, you have pissed me off. I will make sure you die without a grave. Blood splashed out from his shoulder like a fountain. Li Lei's face was twisted as a bright thunder appeared on his body. The thunder was like a snake, flickering continuously. Every time it landed on the ground, it would be scorched black and crack. The mud would crystallize and the air would be filled with space ripples. It seems like he is going to use his ace attack. Yi Chen and Li Lei maintained a suitable distance, which would not be too close to Li Lei, and would not be caught by Li Feng's sneak attack. A thick beam of lightning flashed past above Li Lei's head. As the lightning flashed past, Li Lei had already disappeared as if the lightning had taken him away. But Yi Chen knew that it was just an illusion created by the opponent's fast speed. He was approaching at an extreme speed, and his whole body seemed to have merged with the lightning. The Thunder God descends. In the sky above Yi Chen, Li Lei appeared and threw out a kick. The second his right leg landed, Yi Chen seemed to see a thunder shadow behind Li Lei's back. It was different from the demi-beast's bloodline shadow, and also different from Yan Fengfeng's real body shadow. It was a kind of chi field shadow, which meant that the power of this attack had already reached an extremely horrifying level. Crack. That kick was like a god of thunder descending from the sky. Yeah. Li Lei is fighting against Yi Chen with brute force. On the other side, Yan Fengfeng and the other three had already finished their battle. In the end, the one who got the fruit was still Yan Fengfeng, who was the fastest. After all, when there were a lot of people, the advantage of speed was irreplaceable, especially when the four of them were at the same power level. Yi Chen was already prepared for the counterattack. He held the Thunder Disaster Sword in his right hand while holding the gold sword in his left hand. The two swords crossed and attacked upward. At the point where the two swords met, a perfect thunderball was born and expanded rapidly. When it reached 1 meter in size, it clashed with the leg shadow that was filled with thunder light. Rumble. The two of them were both using the profound laws of lightning. When the profound laws of lightning clashed against the profound laws of lightning, the resulting destructive power was astonishing. The sky immediately darkened, and thick bolts of lightning struck everywhere. The surroundings of the two of them had turned into a world of lightning. Dragon-like lightning bolts swam everywhere, and there were even lightning bolts underground. The area within a radius of several thousand meters had turned into a scorched land. Only the area within a radius of 100 meters around the longevity tree was not invaded by any lightning. It was as if an invisible power had isolated it from the longevity tree. How is this possible? Li Lei shockingly realized that his Thunder Profound attack could not compete with Yi Chen's. His powerful chi field had absorbed a huge amount of thunder and lightning and attacked back at him. This attack of his is a mid-rank profound sense martial art, but it should only be 70 to 80% trained. Judging purely on power, it should be a bit more powerful than my double sword style combined. Moreover, his cultivation is one realm higher than mine as well, at peak level mid-Sea of Souls realm. But, my sword intent has made up for all of the disadvantages, and it has given me quite an advantage. The sword intent could make the attacks more condensed, and the thunder power was also one of the attacks. With the amplification of the sword intent, its power would naturally be more powerful than Li Lei's. Break. Using both of his arms, the two swords in Yi Chen's hands rubbed against each other and created electricity, slicing out to the sides. The explosive attack had broken through Li Lei's defense immediately. Stop. Seeing that Li Lei was about to be wounded badly, Tai Shicheng's brows turned cold. He shook his long sword and a circular sword chi shot out, tearing apart the sky. Major Phoenix cut. Yan Fengfeng would not let Tai Shicheng stop Yi Chen, so she threw out a fire palm blade to block out the sword chi. Yan Fengfeng, you. Tai Shicheng stared at Yan Fengfeng angrily. Swoosh. The winner between Yi Chen and Li Lei had finally been decided. Li Lei's whole body had been blown into the sky by Yi Chen, leaving a crisscrossed sword mark on his chest. It was so deep that the bones could be seen. The powerful sword chi had already invaded his body, destroying everything. In other words, his battling power had been reduced by 80%, and he was no longer a threat. I told you to stop. Tai Shichong stared at Yi Chen without blinking. Do you think I will stop just because you told me to? Yi Chen took a deep breath and looked at Tai Shichong. Li Lei. The battle was way too intense and Li Feng could not get involved at all. Only now did he yell out and fly into the sky to hold the wounded Li Lei. Take revenge for me. Li Lei had not only been attacked by Yi Chen, but he had also been attacked by the thunder power and fainted immediately. Yi Chen, how dare you hurt my brother? Landing on the ground with Li Lei in his arms, Li Feng looked extremely evil. Yi Chen ignored him. Without Li Lei, Li Feng would not be his rightful opponent. If he really wanted to take revenge, he would not mind letting the two brothers go back lying on the ground. The longevity fruit is ripe. Right then, the third longevity fruit had finally ripened and fell from the tree. The other three who were battling with Hai Wuya and Ling Tianhao heard that the fruit was ripe, so they gave up immediately and ran toward the tree. Hai Wuya was about to make his move when Yin Feng stopped him. She shook her head and said, 3 longevity fruits and we have already gotten 2. If the third one falls into our hands, we will be the target of everyone. Let's not fight for this one. Let them fight for it. You're right. Hai Wuya nodded, smiling as he watched the others fight for the fruit. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.